Section 1 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Pastiche. Writing of Lamennais, Renan says, Il créa, avec des réminiscences de la Bible et du langage ecclésiastique, cette manière harmonieuse et grandiose qui réalise le phénomène unique dans l'histoire littéraire d'un pastiche de génie. Renan was nothing if not fastidious, and unique is a hard word, for which I should like to substitute the milder rare. Pastiches of genius are rare because genius is rare in any kind, and more than ever rare in that kind wherein the writer deliberately forgoes his own natural, instinctive form of expression for an alien form. But even fairly plausible pastiches are rare, for the simple reason that though with taste and application, and above all an anxious care for style, you may succeed in mimicking the literary form of another author or another age, it is impossible for you to reproduce their spirit, since no two human beings in this world are identical. Perhaps the easiest of all kinds is the theatrical imitation, because all that is to be imitated is voice, tone, gesture, an actor's words not being his own, yet I have never seen one that got beyond parody. The sense of an audience is not fine enough to appreciate exact imitation. It demands exaggeration, caricature. Parody, indeed, is the pitfall of all pastiche. Even Mr. Max Beerbohm, extraordinarily susceptible and responsive to style as he is, did not escape it in that delightful little book of his wherein some years ago he imitated many of our contemporary authors. I can think of but a single instance which faithfully reproduces not only the language but almost the spirit of the authors imitated, M. Marcel Proust's volume of Pastiches et Mélanges. The only stricture one can pass on it, if stricture it be, is that M. Proust's Balzac and Saint-Simon and the rest are a little more royalist than the king, a little more like Balzac and Saint-Simon than the originals themselves. I mean, a little too intensely, too concentratedly, Balzac and Saint-Simon. But Marcel Proust is one of my prejudices. To say that his first two books, Swann and Les Jeunes Filles, have given me more exquisite pleasure than anything in modern French literature would not be enough. I should have to say in all modern literature. Mrs. Wharton, I see from the letters, sent Henry James a copy of Swann when it first came out, 1913. I wish we could have had his views of it. It offers another kind of psychology from Henry James's, and he would probably have said, as he was fond of saying, that it had more saturation than form. But I'm wandering from my subject of pastiche. I was present one afternoon at a curious experiment in theatrical pastiche. This was a rehearsal of the screen scene from The School for Scandal, which was supposed to be directed by Sheridan himself. Rather a complicated affair because Miss Lillian Braithwaite was supposed to be playing not Lady Teazle, but Mrs. Abingdon playing Lady Teazle. Mr. Gilbert Hare had to play Mr. Parsons playing Sir Peter, and so forth, histrionics, so to speak, raised to the second power. To tell the truth, I think the middle term tended to fall out. It was easy enough for the players to make themselves up after the originals in the Garrick Club picture of the screen scene, but how these originals spoke, or what their personal peculiarities were, on or off the stage, who shall now say? There you have the difference between fact and fiction. Lady Teazle and Sir Peter, having no existence save in the book of the play, are producible from it at any time, as real as they ever were. But Mrs. Abingdon and Mr. Parsons are not fixed in a book, and their reality died with them. Naturally enough, the actual scene written by Sheridan went with very much greater force than the setting of conversations, interruptions, etc., in which it was embedded, for the simple reason that the one part had had the luck to be imagined by Sheridan and the other had not. But as a pastiche, this new part, written round the old, seemed to me on the whole very well done. There was hardly a word that Sheridan and his friends might not have said. In just one, however, there noticeably was. Mr. Gerald du Maurier, as Sheridan, was made to tell Mr. Leon Quatermain, as Charles, that, in his laughter at the discovery of Lady Teazle, he was not to expect the sympathy of the audience. That, I feel sure, was an anachronism, a bit of quite modern theatrical lingo. I should guess that it came to us from the French, who are fond of talking of a rôle sympathique. Mr. du Maurier, if anyone, must remember his father's delightful sketch of English people shopping in Normandy, when the artful shopwoman is cajoling a foolish-faced Englishman with le visage de monsieur, mais si sympathique. The Italian simpatico is, of course, even more hard-worked. I felt sure then, as I say, about the anachronism, but I'm quite aware that it is never safe to trust one's instinct in these matters. It is by no means impossible that someone may triumphantly produce against me a newspaper or book of 1775 which speaks of the sympathy of the audience. The unexpected in these cases does occasionally happen, and certainly anyone who has tried his hand at a pastiche of a dead and gone author will have frequently been astonished, not at the antiquity, but at the modernity of the style. Language changes less rapidly than we are apt to suppose. The bad writers seem to get old-fashioned earliest because I suppose they yield most easily to ephemeral tricks of speech. For example, Fanny Burney, who I cannot but think wrote a bad style, and in her later books, as Macaulay pointed out, a kind of debased Johnsonese, is now decidedly old-fashioned. But Jane Austen, whose style, though scarcely brilliant, was never bad, is not. A modern Mr. Collins would not talk of elegant females, but even then he was put forward as ridiculous for doing so. Jane was fond of the chief of the day and the harp was bringing. These phrases are passé, but I doubt if you will find many others. Our sense of the past, in fact, may elude us, and that reminds me of Henry James's solitary pastiche, his posthumous and fragmentary sense of the past. The past he deals with is roughly the Jane Austen period, and I think his language would very much have astonished Jane Austen. For one thing, they didn't colloquially emphasize in her day as Henry James makes them do. I take a page at random. He mustn't be too terribly clever for us, certainly. We enjoy immensely your being so extraordinary, but I'm sure you'll take it in good part if I remind you that there is a limit. Is this our ultra-modern Mrs. Brookenham speaking? No, it is Mrs. Midmore, somewhere about 1820. To be more exact, it is Henry James speaking with the emphasis that always abounded in his novels and his letters and his talk. Again, I can't keep off that strangeness of my momentary lapse. That doesn't sound to my ear a bit like 1820. Again, it must have been one of your pale passions, as you call 'em truly, so that even if a ghost does hover, I shan't be afraid of so very thin a shade. Note the M, the author's timid little speck of antique colour, but note also how the speaker carries on the ghost figure in a way that is signed Henry James, 1900 and all over. The fact is, Henry James, with his marked, individual, curiously modern style, was the last man to express himself in an alien style, particularly the more simple style of an earlier age. To write a pure pastiche, you must begin by surrendering, putting clean away your own personality. How otherwise are you to take on another's? I have no illusions about the essays in Pastiche to be found in the earlier of the following papers. If they do not always fall below parody, they never rise above it. Occasional fragments of authentic text will be recognized at a glance. These things are but toys. End of section 1. Recording by Ulrike Denis.
Chapter 2 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jordan Watts, Oxfordshire. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. An Aristotelian Fragment. In the neighbourhood of Wardour Street, where the princes of the film hold their court, a legislative code for film-making, a poetics of the film, by some maestro di color Casano, has long been yearned for. If only, they say, if only the maestro himself, the great Aristotle, had been alive to write it. After all, kinematograph is Greek, isn't it? It seems to cry aloud, somehow, for its code by the great Greek authority. Well, they little knew what luck was in store for them. Today comes a startling piece of news from the East. A certain Major Ferdinand M. Pinto, OBE, whether on military duty or on furlough, the report does not say, has been sojourning with the monks of Mount Porthos, and, in the most singular manner, has discovered in the possession of his hosts a precious treasure of which they were entirely ignorant. It was a Greek manuscript, and, as the Reverend Prior laughingly observed, it was Greek to them. It seems that, such is the licence of modern manners even in monasteries, the monks have lately taken to smoking, and to using what in lay circles are called spills. Now, on the spill which the Major was lighting for a cigar, there suddenly stared him in the face the words Hosper Agathon Lege, and the name Agathon thrilled him with memories of a certain Oxford quad, with dear old Strachan annoying the master by wondering why Agathon should have said anything so obvious as that "it is probable that many things should happen contrary to probability." To examine the spill, all the spills collected, was the work of a moment. They proved at a glance to be an entirely unknown manuscript of the Poetics, more complete even than the Parisian, and with new readings transcending even the acutest conjectures of Vahlen. But greatest find of all, there was disclosed, though with unfortunate lacunae caused by the monks' cigars, an entirely new chapter inquiring into the structure of the moving picture drama. Through the courtesy of the Pseudo-Hellenic Society I am favoured with a translation of this chapter, and a few passages which seemed of more general interest are here extracted. As we have said, the manuscript begins, it is a question whether tragedy is to be judged in itself or in relation also to the audience. But it is another story, allos logos, with the moving pictures, for it is not clear whether they have an itself at all, or, if they have, where this self is to be found, whether on the screen, or in the lens of the camera, or in the head of the photographic artist. Whereas there is no doubt, save in very inclement weather, about the audience. They are to be judged, then, solely in relation to the audience, and, for this reason, they do not resemble tragedy, whose action, we said, must be whole, consisting of a beginning, a middle, and an end. For the audience may arrive at the end of a picture play, and though, in due time, the beginning will come around again, the audience may not have the patience to wait for it. Some audiences prefer to arrive in the middle and to proceed to the end, and then to end with the beginning. By this means the general sense of confusion in human affairs is confirmed in the picture theatre, and in this sense, but only in this sense, the picture drama may be said to be, like tragedy, an imitation of life. Nor can it be said of picture drama, as it was of tragedy, that the element of plot is more important than the element of character, for here neither element is important. The important element now is motion. Any plot will serve the picture poet's purpose. Indeed, most of them take them ready-made from those prose epics known as shockers. And any characters likewise. It will suffice if these be simplified types or masks. The essence of the matter is that all should be kept moving. And as moving objects are best seen to be moving when they are moving quickly, the picture poet will contrive that his horses shall always, as Homer says, devour the ground and his motor cars be all out. Unity of plot, when there is a plot, does not, as some persons think, consist in the unity of the hero. It consists in the final dwelling together in unity of the hero and his bride. Final must be understood as posterior to the pursuit of the bride by other men, who may be either white or red. Red men are better, as more unbridled in their passions than white. As Aeschylus first introduced a second actor in tragedy, so an American poet, whose name is too barbarous to be written in Greek, introduced the red man in picture drama. With regard to the hero and his bride, though the characters should, as in tragedy, be morally good, Christa, it is chiefly necessary that their persons should be kinematographically good, or good on the film. For at every peripety of the action they must become suddenly enlarged by the device of the photographer, so that every furrow of the knitted brow and every twitch of the agitated mouth is shown as large as life, if not larger. It is, in fact, by this photographic enlargement that the critical turns of the action are marked and distinguished in the absence of the tragic element of diction. Where the tragic actor talks big, the picture player looks big. Nevertheless, the element of diction is not entirely wanting. Sentences, which should comprise as many solecisms as possible, may be shown on the screen, descriptive of what the players are doing or saying, but the more skilful players habitually say something else than what is thus imputed to them, thereby giving the audience the additional interest of conjecturing what they actually do say, in place of what they ought to have said. Picture poetry is a more philosophical and liberal thing than history, for history expresses the particular, but picture poetry the not too particular. The particular is, for example, what Alcibiades did or suffered. The not too particular is what Charlie Chaplin did or suffered. But the moving pictures do to some extent show actual happenings, in order to reassure people by nature incredulous. For what has not happened we do not at once feel sure to be possible, but what has happened is manifestly possible, otherwise it would not have happened. On the whole, however, as the tragic poet should prefer probable impossibilities to improbable possibilities, the picture poet should go, as Agathon says, one better, and aim at improbable impossibilities. End of an Aristotelian Fragment.
Chapter 3 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bernadette Beiser. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 3 Mr. Shakespeare Disorderly. At the meeting preliminary to Warriors' Day, I was wending my way along the corridor of the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, when I encountered an amphibious-looking figure with the mien of one of Mr. W. W. Jacob's people, but attired in the classic tunic and sandals of a Greek of the best period. Knowing that the meeting was to include all sorts and conditions of theatrical men, I taxed him with being somebody out of Orphée aux Enfers, or La Belle Hélène. He said it was not a bad shot, but as a matter of fact he was a ferryman. "Saving your honour's reverence, name Charon." "A ferryman?" said I. "Then you must be from the upper river, Godstoway." "No, sir," he answered. "I ply my trade on the Styx, and I've brought over a boat full of our tip-toppers, or intelligents you are, they calls them in the Elysian fields, to this 'ere meetin'. Precious dry work it is too, sir," he added, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Where are they?" I asked in high excitement. In this here box, sir, where the management have allowed them to sit incog. And who, my good fellow, are they? Well, sir, let me see. There's Mr. William Shakespeare, one of the most popular of our gents and the neatest hand at nectar punch with a toast in it. Then there's Mr. David Garrick, little Davy as they calls him, though the other one, him who's always a-slinging stones at the giants, isn't no great size neither. And there's his friend, Dr. Samuel Johnson, a weary, arbitrary cove. And there's Mrs. Siddons, an holy terror of a woman, sir, as you might say. Likewise, there's Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Edmund Kean, both on 'em gents with a powerful thirst, just like mine this blessed morning, sir. At the second reminder, I gave him wherewithal to slake his thirst, directed him to the bar, and as soon as he was out of sight, slipped noiselessly into the back of the box where I hid behind the overcoats. Mr. Shakespeare was beckoning Mrs. Siddons to his side. "Come hither, good Mistress Sal," this to the majestic Sarah, the tragic muse, "and prithee, dearest Chuck, sit close, for 'tis a nipping and eager air, and poor Will's a cold." Mrs. S. "Sir, you are vastly obliging, but where's the chair?" Dr. Johnson. "Madam, you who have so occasioned a want of seats to other people will more easily excuse the want of one yourself." Mr. Shakespeare. "Marry, come up. Wouldst not sit in my lap, Sal? 'Tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but will serve." Mrs. S. Scandalized, but dignified. "Sir, I am sensible of the honour, but fear my train would incommode the immortal bard." Mr. Shakespeare. "Oh, immortal bard, be—" Mr. Garrick, hastily. "I perceive, sir, a stir among the company. The gentleman who is taking the chair has notable eyebrows. He must be." Mr. Shakespeare. "Master George Robbie. I've heard of him and his eyebrows." Mr. Garrick. No, 'tis Sir Arthur Pinero, an actor-dramatist like yourself, sir." Mr. Shakespeare. "Beshrew me, but I would hear the chimes at midnight with him, and drink a health unto his knighthood." Sings. "And let me the cannikin clink, clink, and—" The house, indignantly. "Shh." Mr. Shakespeare. "A murrain on these gallants. They have no ear for a catch and should get them to a monastery. But I'll sit like my grandsire, carved in alabaster. Who's the young spark now speaking?" Dr. Johnson, shocked. "The young spark, sir, is His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales." Mr. Sheridan. "Egad, this reminds me of old times, but the young man is not a bit like my friend Prinny, and though I managed Drury Lane, I never got Prinny on my stage." Dr. Johnson. "Sir, your Prinny never had so good a cause to be there. He only thought he fought in the wars, but this prince is a real ex-service man, pleading for the ex-service men, his comrades in arms. He has been a soldier, and not a man of us in this box, but wishes he could say as much for himself. Every man thinks meanly of himself for not having been a soldier, but he will think less meanly if he can help those who have. That is the very purpose of this numerous assembly." Mr. Shakespeare. "O most learned doctor, a Daniel come to judgment. A faith I am most heartily of thy mind, and would drink a loving toast to the young prince, and another to the ex-service fellows, and eke a third to this, how runs it, this numerous assembly." Sings. "And let me the cannikin clink, clink, and—" The house, in a frenzy of indignation. "Shh! Turn him out!" hisses. Mr. Shakespeare. "What? The bird? Well a day, this isn't the first time they've hissed my ghost." Mr. Kean. "Sir, they've hissed me." Mr. Shakespeare. "Ah, say'st thou, honest Ned, but thou wast a jacanapes to let thyself be caught with alderman's wife, and—" Mrs. Siddons, icily. "Mr. Shakespeare, there are ladies present." Mr. Sheridan, whispering to Dr. Johnson. "But what does little Davy here, doctor? He has always been represented as very saving." Dr. Johnson. "No, sir, Davy is a liberal man. He has given away more money than any man in England. There may be a little vanity mixed, but he has shown that money is not his first object." At this moment, Sharon popped his head in at the door, pulling his forelock, and said, "Time, gentlemen, time!" The house was rising, and I took the opportunity to step back, unperceived, into the corridor. Mr. Shakespeare led the procession out, declaring that, as he had come in a galliard, he must return in a coranto. and offering to dance with Mrs. Siddons, who, however, excused herself, saying that she knew no touch of it, though she had of old taken great strides in her profession. Dr. Johnson turned back, when halfway out, to touch the door-post. Mr. Garrick sailed forth arm in arm with Mr. Keene and Mr. Sheridan. "Egad!" chuckled Mr. Sheridan. "Garrick between tragedy and comedy!" and subsequently caused some confusion by tumbling down the stairs and lying helpless at the bottom. When the attendants ran to his assistance, they asked his name. He said he was Mr. Wilberforce, and they emerged under the portico. The crowd outside raised a loud cheer, and Mr. Shakespeare doffed his plumed cap and bowed graciously to right and left until they told him that the crowd were cheering the Prince of Wales, when he looked crestfallen and called those within earshot groundlings and lousy knaves. As he jumped into a taxi, I heard him direct the driver to the Mermaid, when Dr. Johnson, running up and puffing loudly, cried, "A tavern chair is the throne of human felicity, but the metre is the nearer. Let us go there, and I'll have a frisk with you." And as the taxi disappeared down Catherine Street, my ear caught the distant strain, "And let me the cannikin clink, clink." End of Chapter 3. Mr. Shakespeare Disorderly. Read by Bernadette Beiser.
Section 4 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katherine Edman. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 4. Sir Roger at the Russian Ballet. Number 1000, Wednesday, October 29th, 1900 and something. Saltari elegantius quam necesse est probei. Salust. My friend Sir Roger de Coverley, when we last met together at the club, told me that he had a great mind to see the Muscovite dancers with me, assuring me at the same time that he had not been at a playhouse these 20 years. When he learnt from me that these dancers were to be sought in Leicester Fields, he asked me if there would not be some danger in coming home late, in case the Mohocks should be abroad. "However," said the knight, "if Captain Sentry will make one with us tomorrow night, I will have my own coach in readiness to attend you, for John tells me he has got the fore-wheels mended." Thinking to smoke him, I whispered, "You must have care, for all the streets in the west are now up." But he was not to be daunted, saying that he minded well when all the west country was up with Monmouth, and the captain bid Sir Roger fear nothing, for that he had put on the same sword which he made use of at the battle of Steenkirk. When we had conveyed him in safety to Leicester Fields, and he had descended from his coach at the door, he straightway engaged in a conference with the doorkeeper, who is a notable prating gossip, and stroked the page-boy upon the head, bidding him to be a good child and mind his book. As soon as we were in our places, my old friend stood up and looked about him with that pleasure which a mind seasoned with humanity naturally feels in itself, at the sight of a multitude of people who seem pleased with one another, and partake of the same common entertainment. He seemed to be no less pleased with the gay silks and satins and sarcenets and brocades of the ladies, but pished at the strange sight of their bare backs. "Not so bare neither," I whispered to him, "for if you look at them through your spy-glass, you will see they wear a little coat of paint, which particularity has gained them the name of pits." "I warrant you," he answered with more than ordinary vehemence, "these naked ones are widows. Widows, sir, are the most perverse creatures in the world." Thinking to humour him, I said most like they were war-widows, whereon the good knight lifted his hat to our brave fellows who fought in the Low Countries, and offered several reflections on the greatness of the British land and sea forces, with many other honest prejudices, which naturally cleave to the heart of a true Englishman. Luckily, the Muscovites then began dancing and posturing in their pantomime, which they call Petrushka, and the old gentleman was wonderfully attentive to the antics of the 3 live fantoccini. When the black fellow, as he called the Moor, clove the head of his rival with the scimitar, the knight said he had never looked for such barbarity from a fellow who, but a moment ago, was innocently playing a game of ball, like a child. What strange disorders, he added, are bred in the minds of men whose passions are not regulated by virtue and disciplined by reason. But pray, you that are a critic, is this in accordance with your rules, as you call them? Did your Aristotle allow pity and terror to be moved by such means as dancing? I answered that the Greek philosophers had never seen the Muscovites, and that, in any case, we had the authority of Shakespeare for expecting murder from any jealous Moor. Moreover, these Muscovites dance murder as they dance everything. I love to shelter myself under the examples of great men, and let me put you in mind of Hesiod, who says, "The gods have bestowed fortitude on some men, and on others a disposition for dancing." Fortunately, the Muscovites have the more amiable gift. The knight, with the proper respect of a country gentleman for classic authority, was struck dumb by Hesiod. He remained silent during the earlier part of Scheherazade until Karsavina, as the favourite of the Sultan's harem, persuaded the chief eunuch to release her orange-tawny favourite, Monsieur Massine, at which the knight exclaimed, "On my word, a notable young baggage!" I refrained from telling my innocent friend that in the old Arabian tale these tawny creatures were apes. He mightily liked the Sultan's long beard. "When I am walking in my gallery in the country," says he, "and see the beards of my ancestors, I cannot forbear regarding them as so many old patriarchs, and myself as an idle smock-faced young fellow. I love to see your Abrahams and Isaacs, as we have them in old pieces of tapestry with beards below their girdles. I suppose this fellow, with all these wives, must be Solomon." And his thoughts running upon that king, he said he kept his book of wisdom by his bedside in the country, and found it, though apocryphal, more conducive to virtue than the writings of Monsieur La Rochefoucauld, or indeed of Socrates himself, whose life he had read at the end of the dictionary. Captain Sentry, seeing 2 or 3 wags who sat near us lean with an attentive ear toward Sir Roger, and fearing lest they should smoke the knight, plucked him by the elbow and whispered something in his ear that lasted until the Sultan returned to the harem and put the ladies and their tawny companions to the sword. The favourite's plunging the dagger into her heart moved him to tears. But he dried them hastily on bethinking him she was a Mohammedan, and asking us on our way home whether there was no playhouse in London where they danced true Church of England pantomimes. End of Section 4. Recording by Katherine Edman.
Section 5 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rich Burgess. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 5. Partridge at Julius Caesar. Mr. Jones, having spent 3 hours in reading and kissing Sophia's letter, and being at last in a state of good spirits, he agreed to carry an appointment, which he had before made, into execution. This was to attend Mrs. Miller and her youngest daughter into the gallery at St. James's Playhouse, and to admit Mr. Partridge as one of the company. For, as Jones had really that taste for humour which many affect, he expected to enjoy much entertainment in the criticisms of Partridge, from whom he expected the simple dictates of nature, unimproved, indeed, but likewise unadulterated by art. In the first row, then, of the first gallery did Mr. Jones, Mrs. Miller, her youngest daughter, and Partridge take their places. Partridge immediately declared it was the finest place he had ever been in. When the first music was played, he said it was a wonder how so many fiddlers could play at one time without putting one another out. As soon as the play, which was Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, began, Partridge was all attention. Nor did he break silence till the scene in Brutus's orchard, when he asked Jones, "What season of the year is it, sir?" Jones answered, "Wait but a moment, and you shall hear the boy Lucius say it is the 14th of March." To which Partridge replied with a smile, then I understand why that boy was asleep. Had it been in apple-harvesting time, I warrant you he would have been awake and busy, as soon as what's-his-name, Squire Brutus, had turned his back." And upon the entreaties of Portia to share Brutus's confidence, he inquired if she was not a Somersetshire wench. "For madam," said he, "is mighty like the housewives in our county, who will plague their husbands to death rather than let 'em keep a secret." Nor was he satisfied with Caesar's yielding to Calphurnia's objections against his going to the capital. "Aye, anything to please your wife, you old dotard," said he. "You might have known better than to give heed to a silly woman's nightmares." When they came to the forum scene, and with the speeches of Brutus and Antony, Partridge sat with his eyes fixed on the orators, and with his mouth open. The same passions which succeeded each other in the crowd of citizens succeeded likewise in him. He was at first all for Brutus, and then all for Antony, until he learned that Caesar had left 75 drachmas to every Roman citizen. "How much is that in our English money?" he asked Jones, who answered that it was about 2 guineas. At that he looked chapfallen, bethinking him that though a round sum, it was not enough to warrant the crowd in such extravagant rejoicing. "I begin to suspect, sir," said he to Jones, "this Squire Antony hath not been above hoodwinking us, but he seemed so much more concerned about the matter than the other speaker, Brutus, that I for one couldn't help believing every word he said. Yet I believed the other one too, when he was talking, and I was mightily pleased with what he said about liberty and Britons never being slaves." "You mean Romans?" answered Jones. "Not Britons?" Well, said Partridge. "I know it's only a play, but if I thought they were merely Romans and not Britons at heart, I should not care a hang about 'em, or whatever became of 'em. To say the truth, I believe honest Partridge, though a raw country fellow, and ignorant of these dramatic rules which learned critics from the Temple and the other Inns of Court have introduced, along with improved catcalls, into our playhouses, was here uttering the sentiments of nature. Should we be concerned about the fortunes of those ancient Romans? Were they utter strangers to us, and did we not put ourselves in their places, which is as much as to turn them all from Romans into Britons? To be sure, while our imagination is thus turning them, it will not forbear a few necessary amendments for the sake of verisimilitude. For, to name only one particular, no free and independent Briton could imagine himself bribed by so paltry a legacy as a couple of guineas. But he can multiply that sum in his mind until it shall have reached the much more considerable amount which he will consent to take for his vote at a Westminster election. And thus honour will be satisfied, and the critics aforesaid will then be able to point out to us the advantages of British over Roman liberty, being attended not only with the proud privileges of our great and glorious Constitution, but also with a higher emolument. Mr. Jones would doubtless have made these reflections to himself had he not, while Partridge was still speaking, been distracted by the sudden appearance in an opposite box of Lady Bellaston and Sophia. As he had only left her ladyship that very afternoon, after a conversation of so private a nature that it must on no account be communicated to the reader, he would have disregarded the imperious signals which she forthwith began making to him with her fan. But the truth is, whatever reluctance he may have felt to rejoin her ladyship at that moment was overborne by his eagerness to approach the amiable Sophia. Though he turned pale and his knees trembled at the risk of that approach, in circumstances so dangerous, as soon as he had recovered his composure, he hastened to obey her ladyship's commands. But on his entry into the box, his spirits were again confounded by the evident agitation of Sophia, and seizing her hand, he stammered, "Madam, I—" "Hoity-toity, Mr. Jones," cried Lady Bellaston. "Do you salute a chit of a girl before you take notice of a dowager? Are these the new manners among people of fashion? It is lucky for my heart that I can call myself a dowager, for I vow tonight you look like a veritable Adonis. And," she added in a whisper too low to be heard by Sophia, "your Venus adores you more madly than ever, you wicked wretch." Jones was ready to sink with fear. He sat kicking his heels, playing with his fingers, and looking more like a fool, if it be possible, than a young booby squire when he is at first introduced into a polite assembly. He began, however, now to recover himself, and, taking a hint from the behaviour of Lady Bellaston, who, he saw, did not intend openly to claim any close acquaintance with him, he resolved as entirely to affect the stranger on his part. Accordingly, he leaned over to Sophia, who was staring hard at the stage, and asked her if she enjoyed the performance. "Pray, don't tease Mrs. Western with your civilities," interrupted Lady Bellaston, "for you must know the child hath lost her heart this night to that ravishing fellow Annyiee, though I tell her to my certain knowledge he is a husband already, and what is more, a father. These country girls have nothing but sweethearts in their heads." "Upon my honour, madam," cried Sophia, "your ladyship injures me." "Not I, miss, indeed," replied her ladyship tartly. "And if you want a sweetheart, have you not one of the most gallant young fellows about town ready to your hand in Lord Fellamar? You must be an arrant mad woman to refuse him." Sophia was visibly too much confounded to make any observations, and again turned towards the stage. Lady Bellaston, taking the opportunity to dart languishing glances at Jones behind her back, and to squeeze his hand. In short, to practise the behaviour customary with women of fashion who desire to signify their sentiments for a gentleman without expressing them in actual speech. When Jones, who saw the agitation of Sophia's mind, resolved to take the only method of relieving her, which was by retiring. This he did as Brutus was rushing upon his own sword, and poor Jones almost wished the sword might spit him too, in his rage and despair at what her ladyship had maliciously insinuated about Sophia and Mr. Annyiee. End of section 5. Recording by Rich Burgess. Section 6 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rich Burgess. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Dr. Johnson at the Stadium. I am now to record a curious incident in Dr. Johnson's life, which fell under my own observation, of which pars magna fui, and which I am persuaded will, with the liberal-minded, be in no way to his discredit. When I was a boy in the year 1745, I wore a white cockade and prayed for King James, till one of my uncles gave me a shilling on condition that I should pray for King George, which I accordingly did. This uncle was General Cochrane, and it was with natural gratification that I received from another member of that family, Mr. Charles Cochrane, a more valuable present than a shilling. That is to say, an invitation to witness the great fight at the stadium and to bring with me a friend. "Pray," said I, "let us have Dr. Johnson." Mr. Cochrane, who is much more modest than our other great theatre manager, Mr. Garrick, feared that Dr. Johnson could hardly be prevailed upon to condescend. "Come," said I, "if you'll let me negotiate for you, I will be answerable that all shall go well." I had not forgotten Mrs. Thrale's relation, which she afterwards printed in her Anecdotes, that Mr. Johnson was very conversant in the art of attack and defence by boxing, which science he had learned from his Uncle Andrew, I believe, and I have heard him discourse upon the age when people were received, and when rejected, in the schools once held for that brutal amusement, much to the admiration of those who had no expectation of his skill in such matters, from the sight of a figure which precluded all possibility of personal prowess. This lively lady was, however, too ready to deviate from exact authenticity of narration, and, further, I reflected that whatever the propensities of his youth, he who had now risen to be called Dr. Smollett, the great sham of literature, might well be affronted if asked to countenance a prize fight. Notwithstanding the high veneration which I entertained from him, I was sensible that he was sometimes a little actuated by the spirit of contradiction, and by means of that I hoped I should gain my point. I therefore, while we were sitting quietly by ourselves at his house in an evening, took occasion to open my plan thus. Mr. Cochrane, sir, sends his respectful compliments to you, and would be happy if you would do him the honour to visit his entertainment at the Stadium on Thursday next. Johnson. Sir, I am obligated by Mr. Cochrane, I will go. Boswell. Provided, sir, I suppose that the entertainment is of a kind agreeable to you. Johnson. What do you mean, sir? What do you take me for? Do you think I am so ignorant of the world as to imagine that I am to prescribe to a gentleman what kind of entertainment he is to offer his friends? Boswell. But if it were a prize fight? Johnson. Well, sir, and what then? Boswell. It might bring queer company. Johnson. My dear friend, let us have no more of this. I am sorry to be angry with you, but really it is treating me strangely to talk to me as if I could not meet any company whatever occasionally. Thus I secured him. As it proved, however, whether by good luck or by the forethought of the ingenious Mr. Cochrane, Dr. Johnson could not have found himself in better company than that gathered round him in Block H at the Stadium. There were many members of the literary club, among them Mr. Beauclerk, Mr. Burke, Mr. Garrick, Mr. Gibbon, Sir Joshua Reynolds, and Mr. R.B. Sheridan. A gentleman present, who had been dining at the Duke of Montrose's, where the bottle had been circulated pretty freely, was rash enough to rally Dr. Johnson about his Uncle Andrew, suggesting that his uncle's nephew might now take the opportunity of exhibiting his prowess in the ring. Johnson. Sir, to be facetious, it is not necessary to be indecent. I am not for tapping any man's claret, but we see that thou has already tapped his graces. Burke. It is remarkable how little gore is ever shed in these contests. Here we have been for half an hour watching, let me see, what are their names? Eddie Feathers and Gus Platts, and not even a bleeding nose between them. Reynolds. In a previous contest, one boxer knocked the other's teeth out. Sheridan. Yes, but they were false teeth. At this moment, the talk was interrupted by the arrival of the prince. As His Highness passed, Dr. Johnson, my revered friend, made an obeisance, which was an even more studied act of homage than his famous bow to the Archbishop of York. And he subsequently joined in singing, "For he's a jolly good fellow," with the most loyal enthusiasm, repeating the word fellow over and over again, doubtless because it was the only one he knew. Like a word in a catch, Beauclerk whispered. I am sorry that I did not take note of an eloquent argument in which he proceeded to maintain that the situation of the Prince of Wales was the happiest of any persons in the kingdom, even beyond that of the sovereign. But there was still no sign of Becket and Carpentier, the heroes of the evening, and the company became a little weary of the preliminary contests. A hush fell upon the assembly, and many glanced furtively towards the alley down which the champions were to approach. Gibbon. We are unhappy because we are kept waiting. Man never is but always to be blessed. Johnson. And we are awaiting we know not what. To the impatience of expectation is added the disquiet of the unknown. Garrick, playing round his old friend with a fond vivacity. My dear sir, men are naturally a little restless when they have backed Becket at 70-40. Reynolds. But see, the lights of the kinematographers, we were all abashed by the word in the presence of the great lexicographer, are brighter than ever. I observe all of the contestants take care to smile under them. Sheridan. When they do agree, their unanimity is wonderful. Johnson. Among the anfractuosities of the human mind, I know not if it may not be one, that there is a morbid longing to attitudinize in the moving pictures. But at length Becket and Carpentier made their triumphal entry. Becket first, quietly smiling, with eyes cast down. Carpentier debonair, and lightly saluting the crowd with an elegant wave of the hand. After the pair had stripped, and Dr. Johnson had pointed out that the tenuity, the thin part, in Carpentier's frame indicated greater lightness, if Becket's girth promised more solid resistance, Mr. Angle invited the company to preserve silence during the rounds and to abstain from smoking. To add a last touch to the solemnity of the moment, Carpentier's supernumerary henchman, some 6 or 8 over and above his trainer and seconds, came and knelt by us, in single file, in the alley between Block H and Block E, as though at worship. What then happened in the twinkling of an eye, all the world now knows, and knows rather better than I knew myself at the moment, for I saw Beckett laying on his face in the ring without clearly distinguishing the decisive blow, while Carpentier was being carried around the ring on the shoulders of his friends, being kissed first by his trainer, and then by ladies obligingly held up to the ring for the amiable purpose. I confess that I watched Beckett, and was pleased to see he had successfully resumed his quiet smile, as I carried my revered friend home to Bolt Court in a taximetric cabriolet. I remarked to him that Beckett's defeat was a blow to our patriotic pride, whereupon he suddenly uttered in a strong determined tone an apothegm at which many will start. Patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel. And yet, said Beauclerk, when I told him of this later, he had not been kissed by Carpentier. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. My Uncle Toby puzzled. "'Tis a pity," cried my father one winter's night, after reading the account of the Shakespeare Memorial Meeting. "'Tis a pity," cried my father, putting my mother's thread paper into the newspaper for a mark as he spoke, "that Truth, brother Toby, should shut herself up in such impregnable fastness, and be so obstinate as to surrender herself up sometimes only upon the closest siege." The word siege, like a talismanic power in my father's metaphor, wafting back my Uncle Toby's fancy, quick as a note could follow the touch, he opened his ears. "And there was nothing to shame them in the truth neither," said my father, "seeing that they had many thousands of pounds to their credit. How could a bishop think there was danger in telling it?" "Lord bless us, Mr. Shandy," cried my mother, "what is all this story about?" "About Shakespeare, my dear," said my father. "He has been dead 100 years ago," replied my mother. My Uncle Toby, who was no chronologer, whistled Lillibullero. "By all that's good and great, ma'am," cried my father, taking the oath out of Ernulphus's Digest, "of course. If it was not for the aids of philosophy, which befriend one so much as they do, you would put a man beside all temper. He is as dead as a doornail, and they are thinking of building a theatre to honour his memory." "And why should they not, Mr. Shandy?" said my mother. "To be sure, there's no reason why," replied my father, "save that they haven't enough money left over after buying a plot of land in Gower Street to build upon." Corporal Trim touched his Montero cap and looked hard at my Uncle Toby. "If I durst presume," said he, "to give your honour my advice, and speak my opinion on this matter—" "Thou art welcome, Trim," said my Uncle Toby. "Why, then," replied Trim, "I think, with humble submission to your honour's better judgment, I think that had we but a rood, or a rood and a half, of this ground to do what we pleased with, I would make fortifications for you, something like a tansy, with all their batteries, saps, ditches, and palisadoes, that it should be worth all the world's riding 20 miles to go and see it." "Then thou wouldst have, Trim," said my father, "to palisado the Y.M.C.A." "I never understood rightly the meaning of that word," said my Uncle Toby, "and I am sure nothing of that name was known to our armies in Flanders." "'Tis an association of Christian young men," replied my father, "who for the present hold the Shakespeare Memorialists' ground in Gower Street. 'Twas no inconsistent part of my Uncle Toby's character that he feared God and reverend religion." So the moment my father finished his remark, my Uncle Toby fell a whistling Lillibullero with more zeal though more out of tune, than usual. "And the money these Christian youths pay for rents," continued my father, "is to be used to maintain a company of strolling players." Here my uncle Toby, throwing back his head, gave a monstrous long loud phew. "Who are to go up and down the country showing the plays of Shakespeare. Up and down. And that, by the way, is how their curtain went on 22 occasions in Romeo and Juliet." "Who says so?" asked my uncle Toby. "A parson," replied my father. "Had he been a soldier," said my uncle, "he would never have told such a taradiddle. He would have known that the curtain is that part of the wall or rampart which lies between the two bastions and joins them." "By the mother who bore us, brother Toby," quoth my father, "you would provoke a saint. Here have you got us, I know not how, souse into the middle of the old subject again. We are speaking of Shakespeare, and not of fortifications." "Was Shakespeare a soldier, Mr. Shandy, or a young men's Christian?" asked my mother, who had lost her way in the argument. "Neither one nor t'other, my dear," replied my father. My uncle Toby softly whistled Lillibuerlo. He was a writer of plays. "They are foolish things," said my mother. "Sometimes," replied my father, "but you have not seen Shakespeare's, Mrs. Shandy. And it is for the like of you, I tell you point blank." As my father pronounced the word point blank, my uncle Toby rose up to say something upon projectiles, but my father continued, "It is for the like of you that these Shakespeare memorialists are sending their strolling players around the country, to set the good wives wondering about Shakespeare, as they wondered about Diego's nose in the tale of the learned Haufen-Schlauchenbergens." "Surely the wonderful nose was Cyrano's," said my mother. "Cyrano's or Diego's, 'tis all one," cried my father in a passion. "Zooks! Cannot a man use a plain analogy but his wife must interrupt him with her foolish questions about it? May the eternal curse of all the devils in—" "Our army swore terribly in Flanders," cried my uncle Toby, "but nothing to this." "As you please, Mr. Shandy," said my mother. "Where was I?" said my father, in some confusion, and letting his hand fall upon my uncle Toby's shoulder in sign of repentance for his violent cursing. "You was at Schlauchenbergens," replied my uncle Toby. "No, no, brother, Shakespeare. I was speaking of Shakespeare, and how they were going to carry him around the country, because they had not money enough to build a theatre for him in London." "But could they not hire one?" said my uncle Toby. "No, for my Lord Lytton said that would be too speculative a venture." "'Tis a mighty strange business," said my uncle, in much perplexity. "They buy their land, as I understand it, brother, to build a house for Shakespeare in London, but lease it for a house for young Christians instead, and spend their money on sending Shakespeare packing out of London." "'Tis all the fault of the Londoners," replied my father. "They have no soul for Shakespeare, and for that matter, as I believe, no soul at all." "A Londoner has no soul, an' please your honour," whispered Corporal Trim doubtingly, and touching his Montero cap to my uncle. "I am not much versed, Corporal," quoth my uncle Toby, "in things of that kind, but I suppose God would not leave him without one, any more than thee or me." End of section 7. Recording by Annyiee.
Section 8 of Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is read by Teresa D. whose website is euphoric-designs.com. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 8. Lady Katherine and Mr. Collins. Elizabeth and Charlotte were seated one morning in the parlour at Hunsford Parsonage, enjoying the prospect of Rosings from the front window, and Mr. Collins was working in his garden, which was one of his most respectable pleasures, when the peace of the household was suspended by the arrival of a letter from London. Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, London, December 1900s. Dear Cousin William, we have long neglected to maintain a commerce of letters, but I have learned through the public prints of your recent union with an elegant female from Hertfordshire, and desire to tender you and your lady my respects in what I trust will prove an agreeable form. I am directing an entertainment at this theatre, which is designed to be in harmony with the general Christmas rejoicings, and you may rest assured in no way offends the principles of the church which you adorn. Will you not honour it by your presence, and thus confer an innocent enjoyment upon your lady? In that hope, I enclose a box ticket for the pantomime on Monday se'nnight, and remain you well-wisher and cousin, Arthur Collins. Smiling to herself, Elizabeth reflected that the two Messrs. Collins might certainly call cousins in epistolary composition, while Charlotte anxiously inquired if the proposal had her William's approval. I am by no means of opinion, said he, that an entertainment of this kind, given by a man of character, who is also my own second cousin to respectable people, can have any evil tendency. But, before accepting the invitation, it is, of course, proper that I should seek the countenance of Lady Katherine de Bourgh. Accordingly, he lost no time in making his way to Rosings. Lady Katherine, who chanced to be meditating that very morning on a visit to London for the purchase of a new bonnet and pelerine, was all affability and condescension. "To be sure you will go, Mr. Collins," said her ladyship. "I advise you to accept the invitation without delay. It is the duty of a clergyman of your station to refine and improve such entertainments by his presence. Nay," she added, "Sir Lewis highly approved them, and I myself will go with you." Mr. Collins was overwhelmed by civility far beyond his expectations, and hurried away to prepare Charlotte and Elizabeth for this splendid addition to their party. Early on the Monday se'nnight, they set out for London in one of her ladyship's carriages, for, as Mr. Collins took the opportunity of remarking, she had several, drawn by 4 post-horses, which they changed at the Bell at Bromley. On the way, her ladyship examined the young ladies' knotting work, and advised them to do it differently, instructed Elizabeth in the humility of deportment appropriate to the front seat of a carriage, and determined what the weather was to be tomorrow. When they were at last arrived and seated in their box, Lady Katherine approved the spacious dignity of the baronial hall, which, she said, reminded her of the great gallery at Pemberley, but was shocked at the familiarities which passed between the Baron and Baroness Beauchamp and their page-boy. "These foreign nobles!" she exclaimed. "Adventurers, I dare say. It was Sir Lewis's opinion that all foreigners were adventurers. No English baron, it is certain, would talk so familiarly to a common domestic, a person of inferior birth and of no importance in the world. Honour, decorum, prudence, nay, interest, forbid it. With such manners, I do not wonder that the domestic arrangements are in disorder, the very stair-carpet unfastened, and a machine for cleaning knives actually brought into a reception-room. See, they cannot even lay a tablecloth." And her ladyship advised Charlotte on the proper way of laying tablecloths, especially in clergymen's families. After a song of Miss Florence Smithson's, Charlotte talked in a low tone with Elizabeth, and her ladyship called out, "What is it you are saying, Mrs. Collins? What is it you are talking of? What are you telling Miss Bennet? Let me hear what it is." "We are speaking of music, madam," said Charlotte. "Of music! Then pray speak aloud. It is of all subjects my delight. I must have my share in the conversation if you are speaking of music. There are few people in England, I suppose, who have more true enjoyment of music than myself, or a better natural taste. If I had ever learnt, I should have been a great proficient." When Cinderella set out for the ball in her coach and six, with a whole train of running footmen, Lady Katherine signified her approbation. Young women should always be properly guarded and attended according to their situation in life. When my niece Georgiana went to Ramsgate last summer, I made a point of her having 2 men-servants go with her. I am excessively attentive to all those things. But now they were at the ball, and the box party was all attention. The prince, dignified and a little stiff, reminded Elizabeth of Mr. Darcy. But guests so strange as Mutt and Jeff, she thought, would never be allowed to pollute the shades of Pemberley. Mr. Collins's usually cold composure forsook him at the sight of the Baroness playing cards with the Baron on one of her panniers as a table, and felt it his duty to apologize to Lady Catherine for the unseemly incident. "If your ladyship will warrant me," he began, "I will point out to my cousin that neither a person of your high station nor a clergyman of the Church of England ought to be asked to witness this licentiousness of behaviour." "And advise him," said her ladyship, "on the authority of Lady Catherine de Bourgh, that panniers were never used for this disgraceful purpose. There is no one in England who knows more about panniers than myself, for my grandmother Lady Anne wore them, and some day Mrs. Jennings, the housekeeper, shall show them to Miss Bennet." For Elizabeth could not forbear a smile. "At Rosings." The party retired early, for Elizabeth had to be conveyed to her uncle's as far as Gracechurch Street, and Lady Catherine desired the interval of a long night before choosing her new bonnet. It was not until Mr. Collins was once more in his parsonage that he sent his cousin an acknowledgment of the entertainment afforded at Drury Lane as follows. Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent, January 1900. Dear Sir, we withdrew from your Christmas entertainment on Monday last with mingled feelings of gratification and reprobation. When I say we, I should tell you that my Charlotte and I not only brought with us a Miss Elizabeth Bennet, one of the friends of her maiden state, but were honoured by the company of the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh, whose bounty and beneficence have, as you know, preferred me to the valuable rectory of this parish, where it shall be my earnest endeavour to demean myself with grateful respect towards her ladyship, and be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies which are instituted by the Church of England. It is as a clergyman that I feel it my duty to warn you against the sinful game of cards exhibited in the scene of the Prince's ball. If it had been family whist, I could have excused it, for there can be little harm in whist, at least among players who are not in such circumstances as to make 5 shillings any object. But the Baroness Beauchamp is manifestly engaged in a game of sheer chance, if not of downright cheating. The admission of this incident to your stage cannot but have proceeded, you must allow me to tell you, from a faulty degree of indulgence. And I am to add, on the high authority of Lady Catherine, probably the highest on this as on many other subjects, that there is no instance on record of the panniers once worn by ladies being used as card tables. With respectful compliments to your lady and family, I remain, dear sir, your cousin, William Collins. End of Section 8. This recording has been read by Teresa D. Lee, whose website is euphoric-designs.com.
Section 9 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 9. Mr. Pickwick at the Play. "And now," said Mr. Pickwick, looking round on his friends with a good-humoured smile and a sparkle in the eye which no spectacles could dim or conceal, "the question is, where shall we go to-night?" With the faithful Sam in attendance behind his chair, he was seated at the head of his own table, with Mr. Snodgrass on his left and Mr. Winkle on his right, and Mr. Alfred Jingle opposite him. His face was rosy with jollity, for they had just dispatched a hearty meal of chops and tomato sauce, with bottled ale and Madeira, and a special allowance of milk punch for the toast. Mr. Jingle proposed Mr. Pickwick, and Mr. Pickwick proposed Mr. Jingle. Mr. Snodgrass proposed Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Winkle proposed Mr. Snodgrass, while Sam, taking a deep pull at the stone bottle of milk punch behind his master's chair, silently proposed himself. "And where," said Mr. Pickwick, "shall we go to-night?" Mr. Snodgrass, as modest as all great geniuses are, was silent. Mr. Winkle, who had been thinking of Arabella, started violently, looked knowingly, and was beginning to stammer something, when he was interrupted by Mr. Jingle. "A musical comedy, old boy. No plot, fine woman, gags, go bye-bye, wake up for chorus, entertaining, very." "And lyrics," said Mr. Snodgrass, with poetic rapture. "I was just going to suggest it," said Mr. Winkle, "when this individual," scowling at Mr. Jingle, who laid his hand on his heart with a derisive smile, "when, I repeat, this individual interrupted me." "A musical comedy, with all my heart," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sam, give me the paper. What's this? The Eclipse, a farce with songs. Will that do?" "But is a farce with songs a musical comedy?" objected Mr. Winkle. "Bless my soul," said Mr. Pickwick, "this is very puzzling." "Begging your pardon, sir," said Sam, touching his forelock, "it's a distinction without a difference, as the pork pieman remarked when they asked if his pork wasn't kittens." "Then," said Mr. Pickwick, with a benevolent twinkle, "by all means let us go to the Eclipse." "Beg pardon, sir," said Sam again, doubtfully. "There ain't no astronomies in it, is there?" Sam had not forgotten his adventure with the scientific gentleman at Clifton. But, as nobody knew, they set off for the Garrick Theatre, and were soon ensconced in a box. They found the stage occupied by a waiter, who was the very image of the waiter Mr. Pickwick had seen at the old Royal Hotel in Birmingham, except that he didn't imperceptibly melt away. Waiters, in general, never walk or run. They have a peculiar and mysterious power of skimming out of rooms, which other mortals possess not. But this waiter, unlike his kind, couldn't "get off" anyhow. He explained that it was because the composer had given him no music to get off with. "Poor fellow," said Mr. Pickwick, greatly distressed. "Will he have to stop there all night?" "Not," muttered Sam to himself, "if I was behind him with a bottle." However, the waiter did at last get off, and then came on again and sang another verse, amid loud hoorays, until Mr. Pickwick's eyes were wet with gratification at the universal jollity. "Fine fellow! Fine fellow!" cried Mr. Pickwick. "What is his name?" "Hush, my dear sir!" whispered a charming young man of not much more than 50 in the next box, in whom Mr. Pickwick, abashed, recognized Mr. Angelo Cyrus Bantam. "That is Mr. Alfred Lester." "A born waiter," interjected Mr. Jingle. "Once a waiter, always a waiter. Stage custom. Medes and Persians. Wears his napkin for a nightcap. Droll fellow, very." By and by, there was much talk of a mysterious Tubby Haig, and they even sang a song about him, but he did not appear on the stage, and Mr. Pickwick, whose curiosity was excited, asked who this Tubby Haig was. Sam guessed he might be own brother to Mr. Wardle's fat boy, Joe, or perhaps "the old gentleman as wore the pigtail, reg'lar fat man, as hadn't caught a glimpse of his own shoes for 45 year." But Mr. Bantam again leaned over from his box, and whispered, "Hush, my dear sir! Nobody is fat or old in literary circles. Mr. Tubby Haig is a popular author of detective stories, much prized, along with alitors and comedies, by the youth of his town." But a sudden start of Mr. Winkle's, and a rapturous exclamation from Mr. Snodgrass, again directed Mr. Pickwick's attention to the scene. He almost fainted with dismay. Sitting in the middle of the stage, in the full glare of the lights, was a lady with her shoulders and back, which she kept turning to the lights, bare to the waist. "Bless my soul!" cried Mr. Pickwick, shrinking behind the curtain of the box. "What a dreadful thing!" He mustered up courage, and looked out again. The lady was still there, not a bit discomposed. "Most extraordinary female, this!" thought Mr. Pickwick, popping in again. She still remained, however, and even threw an arch glance in Mr. Pickwick's direction, as much as to say, "You old dear." But," cried Mr. Pickwick, in an agony, "won't she catch cold?" "Bless your heart, no, sir," said Sam. "She's quite used to it, and it's done with the very best intentions, as the gentleman said ven he run away from his wife, 'cause she seemed unhappy with him." If Mr. Pickwick was distressed, very different was the effect of the lovely vision upon Mr. Winkle. Alas for the weakness of human nature! He forgot for the moment all about Arabella. Suddenly grasping his hat, he rose from his seat and said, "Good-bye, my dear sir," to Mr. Pickwick between his set teeth, added brokenly, "My friend, my benefactor, my honored companion, do not judge me harshly," and dashed out of the box. "Very extraordinary," said Mr. Pickwick to himself. "What can that young man be going to do?" Meanwhile, for Mr. Winkle to rush downstairs, into the street, round the corner, as far as the stage door, was the work of a moment. Taking out a card engraved Nathaniel Winkle, M.P.C., he hastily pencilled a few fervent words on it and handed it to the doorkeeper, requiring him instantly to convey it to Miss Teddy Gerard. "What now, imperence!" said the man, roughly pushing him from the door and knocking his hat over his eyes. At the same moment Mr. Winkle found his arms pinioned from behind by Sam Weller, who led him, crestfallen, back into the street and his senses. The public were now leaving the theatre, and Mr. Pickwick, beckoning Mr. Winkle to approach, fixed a searching look upon him, and uttered in a low, but distinct and emphatic tone, these remarkable words: "You're a humbug, sir." "A what?" said Mr. Winkle, starting. "A humbug, sir." With these words, Mr. Pickwick turned slowly on his heel, and rejoined his friends. End of Section 9. Recording by Todd. Section 10 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 10. Mr. Crichton and Mr. Littimer. They were seated together, Mr. and Mrs. Crichton, in the bar parlour of their little public house in the Harrow Road, at the more fashionable end, for which Mr. Crichton had himself invented the sign, in memory of his past experiences, of "The Case is Altered." Mr. Crichton, too, was altered, and yet the same. He wore one of the Earl's old smoking jackets, with a coronet still embroidered on the breast pocket. Not, he said, out of anything so vulgar as ostentation, but as a sort of last link with the upper house. But his patent leather boots had given place to carpet slippers, and his trousers, once so impeccable, were now baggy at the knees. Altogether he was an easier, more relaxed Crichton, freed as he was from the restraining, if respectable, criticism of the servants' hall. Indeed, Miss Fisher, who had always hated him, hinted that he had become slightly Rabelaisian, a reference which she owed to Mademoiselle, though she would not have dared to repeat the hint to Mrs. Crichton, nee Tweeny, for marriage had in no degree abated Tweeny's reverence for her Crichton, or rather, as old habit still impelled her to call him, her Gov. The Gov was at this moment comforting himself with a glass of port, from the wood, and thinking of that bin of 47 he had helped the Earl to finish in past days. And now he was inhabiting a road where, at least at the other, the unfashionable end, port was invariably port wine. Such are the vicissitudes of human affairs. Tweeny herself was guilty of the solecism, as was perhaps to be expected from a lady who, for her own drinking, preferred swipes. Although she had made great strides in her education under the Gov's guidance, she was now nearly into quadratic equations, and could say the dates of the session of the Kings of England down to James II. She still made sad havoc of her nominatives and verbs in the heat of conversation. "A gent as wants to see the Gov," said the pot boy, popping his head in at the bar parlour door. The pot boy, for Tweeny knew better than to have a barmaid about the place for the Gov to cast a favourable eye on. A not very clean card was handed in, inscribed "Mr. Littimer," and the owner walked in after it, or rather glided softly in, shutting the door after entry as delicately as though the inmates had just fallen into a sweet sleep on which their life depended. Mr. Littimer was an old-fashioned looking man, with mutton-chop whiskers, a stock tied in a large bow, a long frock-coat, and tight trousers, the whole suggesting nothing of recent or even modern date, but say 1850. It was an appearance of intense respectability, of super-respectability, of that 1850 respectability which was so infinitely more respectable than any respectability of our own day. Mr. Crichton stared, as well he might, and washed his hands with invisible soap. Though, in fact, now middle-aged, he felt in this man's presence extremely young. He clean forgot that he had been a king in Babylon. Indeed, for the first time in his life, he, the consummate, the magisterial, the admirable Crichton, felt almost green. "Mr. Crichton, sir," said the visitor, with an apologetic inclination of the head, "I have ventured to take the great liberty of calling upon you, if you please, sir, and," he added with another inclination of the head to Mrs. Crichton, who felt what she herself would have called flabbergasted, "if you please, madam, as an old friend of your worthy father. He was butler at Mrs. Steerforth's when I valeted poor Mr. James." His eye fell, respectably, on Mr. Crichton's port. "Ah!" he said, "his wine was Madeira, but—" A second glass of port was thereupon placed on the table, and he sipped it respectably. Mr. Crichton could only stare, speechless. All his aplomb had gone. He gazed at a ship's bucket, his most cherished island relic, which hung from the ceiling, as a shade for the electric light, one of his little mechanical ingenuities, and wondered whether he ever could have put anyone's head in it. His philosophy was, for sure, at fault. He knew, none better, that Nature had made us all unequal, dividing us up into earls, and butlers, and tweenies. But now for the first time it dawned upon him that Nature had made us unequally respectable. Here was something more respectable, vastly more respectable, than himself, respectable not in the grand, but in the sublime manner. He could not guess his visitor's thoughts, and it was well for his peace of mind that he could not, for Mr. Littimer's thoughts were, respectably, paternal. He thought of Mr. Crichton, senior, and still more of the senior Mrs. Crichton, once own woman to Mrs. Steerforth. Ah! those old days and those old loves! How sad and bad and mad it was, for Mr. Littimer's poet was Browning, as his host's was Henley, as suited the difference in their dates. And how they had deceived old Crichton between them. So this was his boy, his, Littimer's, though no one knew it save himself and the dead woman. As he gazed, with respectable fondness at this image, modernized, modified, subdued by his own respectability, he reflected that there was something in heredity after all. And he smiled respectably, as he remembered his boy's opinion that the union of butler and lady's maid was perhaps the happiest of all combinations. Perhaps, yes, but without any perhaps if the combination included the valet. Unhappily, on the other hand, were those combinations from which valets were pointedly excluded. There was that outrageous young person whom Mr. James left behind at Naples, and who turned upon him, the respectable Littimer, like a fury, when he was prepared to overlook her past in honourable marriage. His meditations were interrupted by Mrs. Crichton, who had been mentally piecing together her recollections of David Copperfield. Her Gov had given her a Dickens course, and had now arrived at a conclusion. "Asking your pardon, mister," she said, being still, as we have stated, a little vulgar when excited, "but if you was valet to Mr. James Steerforth, you're the man as helped him to ruin that poor gal, and afterwards went to quod for stealing. I blushes." Here her eye fell on the Gov, who quietly dropped the correction, blush. "I blush for yer, Mr. Littimer." "Ah, ma'am," Mr. Littimer respectfully apologized, "I attribute my past follies entirely to having lived a thoughtless life in the service of young men, and to having allowed myself to be led by them into weaknesses, which I had not the strength to resist." "And that, I venture to suggest, ma'am," he respectably continued, "is why your worthy husband has been so much more fortunate in the world than myself. We are both respectable, if I may say so, patterns of respectability." Crichton coloured with gratification at this compliment from the master. "And yet our respectability has brought us very different fates. And why, if you please, ma'am? Because I have served the young, while he has served the old. For I believe, ma'am, the most noble the Earl of Loam is long past the meridian. Besides, ma'am, we early Victorians had not your husband's educational advantages. There was no board schools for me. Not that I'm complaining, ma'am. We could still teach the young uns a thing or two about respectability." And so, with a proud humility, and an intuition that there was to be no more port, he took his leave, again shutting the door with the utmost delicacy. He was, in truth, well content. He had seen his boy. The sacred lamp of respectability was not out. But Mr. Crichton sat in amaze, still washing his hands with invisible soap. End of Section 10. Recording by Todd. Section 11 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 11. Henry James Repudiates the Reprobate. He had dropped, a little wearily, the poor dear man, into a seat at the shady end of the terrace, whither he had wended, or, it came over him with a sense of the best irony of vulgar misinterpretation, almost zigzagged his way after lunch. For he had permitted himself the merest sip of the ducal Yquem, or brain catanic, or whatever. He knew too well, oh, didn't he, after all these years of Scratch'em house parties, the dangerous convivialities one had better show for beautifully appreciating than freely partaking of. But he had been unable, in his exposure as the author of established reputation, the celebrity of the hour, the master, as chattering Lady Jemima would call him between the omelette and the chafroid, to take cover from the ducal dates. Well, the all clear was now sounded, but his head was still dizzy with the reverberating 87s and 90s and 96s and other such bombs of chronological precision that the host had dropped upon the guests as the butler filled their glasses. His subsequent consciousness was quite to cherish the view that dates which went thus distressingly to one's head must somehow not be allowed to slip out of it again, but be turned into copy for readers who innocently look to their favourite romancers for connoisseurship in wines. What Lady Jemima had flung out at lunch was true. Readers are a rum lot, and, hang it all, who says art says sacrifice. Readers were a necessary evil. The many-headed monster must be fed, and he'd be blessed if he wouldn't feed it with dates, and show himself, indulgently, richly, chronologically, rum. It marked, however, the feeling of the hour with him that this vision of future bluffing about vintages interfered not at all with the measure of his actual malaise. He still nervously fingered the telegram handed to him at lunch, and, when read, furtively crumpled into his pocket under Lady Jemima's celebrated nose. It was entirely odious to him, the cruel purport of the message, as well as the hideous yellow ochre of its envelope. "Confidently expect you," the horrid thing ran, "to come and see your own play." This stage society, if that was its confounded name, was indeed of a confidence. Yes, and of the last vulgarity. His conscience was not void, but, on the contrary, quite charged and brimming with remembered lapses from the ideal life of letters. It was the hair shirt he secretly wore even in the Scratch'em world under the conventional garment which the Lady Jemimas of that world teased him by calling a boiled rag. But the expected, that, thank goodness, he had never been guilty of. Nay, was it not his note, as the reviewers said, blithely and persistently, to balk expectation? Had he not, in every book of his, successfully hugged his own mystery? Had not these same reviewers always missed his little point with a perfection exactly as admirable when they patted him on the back as when they kicked him on the shins? Did a single one of them ever discover the figure in the carpet? How many baffled readers hadn't written to him, imploring him to divulge what really happened between Milly and Densher in that last meeting at Venice? Certainly he was in no chuckling mood under the smart of the telegram, but it seemed to him that he could almost have chuckled at the thought that he beautifully didn't know what happened in that Venetian meeting himself. And this impossible stage society, with that collective fatuity which seems always so much more gross than any individual sort, confidently expected him to come. What was it, please? He put the question to himself with a heat which seemed to give even the shady end of the terrace the inconvenience of an exposure to full sun. They expected him to come to, or, still worse, for having probed the wound he must not flinch with a scalpel, to come for. Oh, no, he had not forgotten the Reprobate, and what angered him was that they hadn't either. He had not forgotten a blessed one of the plays he had written for the country towns a score of years ago, when he had been bitten by the tarantula of the theatre, and remembering them, he felt now viciously capable of biting the tarantula back. He had written them, God forgive him, for country towns. He positively shuddered when he found himself in a country town to this day. The terrace at Scratcham notoriously commanded a distant prospect of at least 3, in as many counties, with cathedrals, famous inns, theatres, the whole orthodox equipment, he summed it up vindictively in cheap journalese, of country towns. Vindictive, too, was his reflection that these objects of his old crazy solicitude must have been revolutionized in 20 years, their cathedrals restored, their inns, the ABC vouched for it, entirely refitted with electric light, their theatres turned into picture palaces. All the old associations of the Reprobate were extinct. It was monstrous that it should be entirely refitted with electric light. And in the crude glare of that powerful illuminant, with every switch, or whatever mercilessly turned, didn't they call it on? He seemed to see the wretched thing, bare and hideous, with no cheap artifice of make-up, no dab of rouge or streak of burnt cork, spared the dishonour of exposure. The crack in the golden bowl would be revealed, his awkward age would be brought up against him. What Maisie knew would be nothing to what everybody would now know. His agony was not long purely mental. It suddenly became intercostal. A sharp point had dug him in the ribs. It was Lady Jemima's, it couldn't not be Lady Jemima's, pink parasol. Aware of the really great ease of really great ladies, he forced a smile as he rubbed his side. Ah, Olympians were unconventional indeed. That was a part of their high bravery and privilege. "Dear master," she began, and the phrase hurt him even more than the parasol, "won't you take poor little me?" The great lady had read his telegram. Olympian unconventionality was of a licence. "Yes," she archly beamed, "I looked over your shoulder at lunch, and—" "And," he interruptingly wailed, "you know all." "All," she nodded. "Toute la tremblante, the whole caboodle. Now be an angel and take me." "But, dear lady," he gloomed at her, "that's just it. The blessed play is so naively, so vulgarly, beyond all redemption, though not, thank heaven, beyond my repudiation, caboodle." "Oh, fiddlesticks!" she playfully rejoined, and the artist in him registered for future use her rich Olympian vocabulary. "You wrote it, master. Anyhow, we've all been young once. Take me, and we'll both be young again." She gave it to him straight. "Together." Ah, then the woman was dangerous. Scratcham gossip had, for once, not overshot the mark. He would show her, all Olympian that she was, that giving it straight was a game two could play at. "Dear lady," he said, "you're wonderful, but I won't take you. What's more, I'm not," and he had it to himself surprisingly ready, "taking any." End of section 11. Recording by Todd.
Section 12 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Monsieur Bergeret on film censoring. A late October sun of unusual splendour lit up the windows of Monsieur Payot's bookshop at the corner of the Place Saint-Exupère and the Rue des Tintelleries, but it was sombre in the back region of the shop where the second-hand bookshelves were, and Monsieur Mazure, the departmental archivist, adjusted his spectacles to read his copy of Le Phare, with one eye on the newspaper and the other on Monsieur Paillot and his customers. For Monsieur Mazure wished not so much to read as to be seen reading, in order that he might be asked what the leading article was and reply, "Oh, a little thing of my own." But that question was not asked, for the only other habitué present was the lecturer in Latin at the Faculty of Letters, who was sad and silent. Monsieur Bergeret was turning over the new books and the old with a friendly hand, and though he never bought a book for fear of the outcries of his wife and 3 daughters, he was on the best of terms with Monsieur Paillot, who held him in high esteem as the reservoir and alembic of those humaner letters that are the livelihood and profit of booksellers. He took up volume 38 of l'Histoire générale des voyages, which always opened at the same place, page 212, and he read Vers un passage au nord. C'est à cet échec, dit-il, que nous devons n'avoir pu visiter les îles Sandwich et enrichir notre voyage d'une découverte qui... For 6 years past, the same page had presented itself to Monsieur Bergeret as an example of the monotony of life, as a symbol of the uniformity of daily tasks, and it saddened him. At that moment, Monsieur de Termondre, president of the Society of Agriculture and Archaeology, entered the shop and greeted his friends with a slight air of superiority of a traveller over stay-at-homes. "I've just got back from England," he said, "and here, if either of you have enough English to read it, is today's Times." Monsieur Mazure hastily thrust Le Phare into his pocket and looked askance at the voluminous foreign journal, wherein he could claim no little thing of his own. Monsieur Bergeret accepted it and applied himself as conscientiously to construing the text as though it were one of those books of the Aeneid from which he was compiling his Virgilius Nauticus. "The manners of our neighbours," he presently said, "are as usual more interesting to a student of human nature than their politics. I read that they are seriously concerned about the ethical teaching of their kinematography, and they have appointed a film censor, the deputy T.P. O'Connor." "I think I have heard speak of him over here," interrupted Monsieur de Termondre. "They call him familiarly Tippy." "A mysterious name," said Monsieur Bergeret, "but manifestly not abusive, and that of itself is a high honour. History records few nicknames that do not revile, and if the deputy O'Connor or Tippy can successfully acquit himself of his present functions, he will be indeed an ornament to history, a saint of the positivist calendar, which is no doubt less glorious than the Roman, but more exclusive." "Talking of Roman saints," broke in Monsieur Mazure, "the Abbé Lantaigne has been spreading it abroad that you call Joan of Arc a mascot." "By way of argument merely," said Monsieur Bergeret, "not of epigram. The Abbé and I were discussing theology, about which I never permit myself to be facetious." "But what of Tippy and his censorial functions?" asked Monsieur de Termondre. "They are extremely delicate," replied Monsieur Bergeret, "and offer pitfalls to a censor with a velleity for nice distinctions. Thus I read that this one has already distinguished, and distinguished con allegrezza, between romantic crime and realistic crime, between murder in Mexico and murder in Mile End, which I take to be a suburb of London. He has distinguished between guilty love and the pursuit of lust. He has distinguished between a lightly clad lady swimming and the same lady at rest. Surely a man gifted with so exquisite a discrimination is wasted in rude practical life. He should have been a metaphysician." "Well, I," confessed Monsieur de Termondre, "am no metaphysician, and it seems to me murder is murder all the world over." "Pardon me," said Monsieur Bergeret, But there I think your TP is quite right. Murder is murder all the world over if you are on the spot. But if you are at a sufficient distance from it in space or time, it may present itself as a thrilling adventure. Thus, the Mexican film censor will be right in prohibiting films of murder in Mexico, and not wrong in admitting those of murder in Mile End. Where would tragedy be without murder? We enjoy the murders of Julius Caesar or of Duncan because they are remote. They gratify the primeval passion for blood in us without a sense of risk. But we could not tolerate a play or a picture of yesterday's murder next door, because we think it might happen to ourselves. Remember that murder was long esteemed in our human societies as an energetic action, and in our manners and in our institutions there still subsist traces of this antique esteem. And that is why I approve the English film censor for treating with a wise indulgence one of the most venerable of our human admirations. He gratifies it under conditions of remoteness that deprive bloodshed of its reality while conserving its artistic verisimilitude. But bless my soul, said Monsieur de Termontre, how does the man distinguish between guilty love and lust? It is a fine point, said Monsieur Bergeret. The fathers of the Church, the schoolmen, the Renaissance humanists, Descartes and Locke, Kant, Hegel and Schopenhauer, have all failed to make the distinction, and some of them have even confounded with the two what men today agree in calling innocent love. But is love ever innocent? Unless it be that love Professor Bellac in Pailleron's play described as l'amour psychique, the love that Petrarch brought to Laura? If I remember aright, interposed Monsieur Mazure, someone else in the play remarked that Laura had 11 children. Just then Madame de Grosmans passed across the place. The conversation was suspended while all three men watched her into the pâtissier's opposite, elegantly hovering over the plates of cakes and finally settling on a baba au rhum. Sapristi! exclaimed Monsieur de Termontre. She's the prettiest woman in the whole place. Monsieur Bergeret mentally went over several passages in Aeneid, Book 4, looked ruefully at his frayed shirt cuffs, and regretted the narrow life of a provincial university lecturer that reduced him to insignificance in the eyes of the prettiest woman in the place. Yes, he said with a sigh, it is a very fine point. I wonder how on earth Tippy manages to settle it. End of section 12. Recording by Ulrike Denis.
Section 13 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Penn. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 13. The Chocolate Drama. Civilization is a failure. That we all knew, even before the war, and indeed ever since the world first began to suffer from the intolerable nuisance of disobedient parents. But the latest and most fatal sign of decadence is the advent of a paradoxical Lord Chancellor. I read in a Times leader, quote, when the Lord Chancellor ponderously observes in the House of Lords that the primary business of theatres is not to sell chocolates but to present the drama, he is making a statement which is too absurd to analyze. End quote. The Times, I rejoice to see, is living up to its high tradition of intrepid and incisive utterance. I should not myself complain if the Lord Chancellor was merely ponderous. As the dying Heine observed, when someone wondered if Providence would pardon him, c'est son métier. What is so flagrant is the Lord Chancellor's ignorance of the commanding position acquired by chocolate in relation to the modern drama. Let me not be misunderstood. I am not a chocolatier. I have no vested interest in either Meunier or Marquis. But I am a frequenter of the playhouse, and live, therefore, in the odour of chocolate. I know that without chocolates our womenkind could not endure modern drama, and without womankind the drama would cease to exist. The question is, therefore, of the deepest theatrical importance. I feel sure the British Drama League must have had a meeting about it. The advocates of a national theatre have probably considered it in committee. The two bodies, if they are not one and the same, should arrange an early deputation to the Food Controller. Meanwhile, the Lord Chancellor wantonly paradoxes. Evidently he is no playgoer. That is a trifle, and since the production of Iolanthe, perhaps even, in the phrase of a famous criminal lawyer, a amiable weakness. But, evidently also, he is not a chocolate eater, and that is serious. I suppose, after all, you are not allowed to eat chocolates on the woolsack. But there is the petty bag. It would hold at least 2 pounds of best mixed. Why not turn it to a grateful and comforting purpose? The Great Seal, too, might be done in chocolate, and, as I understand, the Lord Chancellor must never part with it, day or night. He would have a perpetual source of nourishment. It is time that the symbols of office ceased to be useless ornaments. Stay! I believe I have stumbled incidentally on a secret of Lord Halsbury's splendid longevity. Ask Meunier or Marquis. But the present Chancellor has clearly missed his opportunities. Let him visit our theatres, and there recognize the futility of his pretense that their primary business is to present drama. He will see at once that what he put forward as a main business is in reality a mere paragon. Drama is presented, but only as an agreeable, not too obtrusive accompaniment to the eating of chocolate. The curtain goes up, and the ladies in the audience, distraits, and manifestly feeling with Mrs. Gamp, or was it Betsy Prigg, a sort of sinking yawn through the first scene or two. Then there is a rustle of paper wrappings. Little white cardboard boxes are brought out and passed from hand to hand. There is a dainty picking and choosing of round and square and triangular, with a knowing rejection of the hard toffee-filled ones. And now the fair faces are all set in a fixed smile of contentment, and the fair jaws are steadily, rhythmically at work. To an unprepared observer it cannot be a pretty sight. Fair Americans chewing gum are nothing to it. There are superfine male voluptuaries who do not much care to see women eat, even at the festive board. But to see scores of women simultaneously eating chocolates at the theatre is an uncanny thing. They do it in unison, and they do it with an air of furtive enjoyment, as though it were some secret vice and all the better for being sinful. The act drop goes up and down, actors are heard talking or the orchestra playing, men pass out for a cigarette and repass, but the fair jaws never cease working. The habit of needlework, lace-making, and perhaps war knitting has given lovely woman that form of genius which has been defined as a long patience. They eat chocolates with the monotonous regularity with which they hem-stitch linen or darn socks. It has been said that women go to church for the sake of the hymns, but they go to the theatre for the sake of chocolates. And the Lord Chancellor, good, easy man, says the primary business of the theatre is to present drama. No, its primary business is to provide comfortable and amusing surroundings for fair chocolate eaters. The play is there for the same reason as the coon band is at a restaurant, to assist mastication. That is the real explanation of recent vicissitudes in the dramatic genres. Why has tragedy virtually disappeared from the stage? Because it will go with neither fondants or pralines. Why the enormous vogue in reviews? Because they suit every kind of chocolate, from 4s. to 6s. per pound. Why is Mr. George Robey so universal a favourite? Because he creates the kind of laughter which never interferes with your munching. The true, if hitherto secret, history of the drama is a history of theatrical dietary. Why is the Restoration drama so widely different from the Victorian? Because the first was an accompaniment to oranges and the second to pork pies. We live now in a more refined age, the age of chocolate, and enjoy the drama that chocolate deserves. There has been what the vulgar call a slump in the theatrical world, and all sorts of far-fetched explanations have been offered, such as the dearth of good plays and the dismissal of the temporary ladies from the government offices, with consequent loss of pocket money for the playgoing. The real cause is quite simple, as real causes always are. Chocolate has gone up. And that is the secret of all the agitation about the 8 o'clock rule. The purveyors know that, once in the theatre, ladies must eat chocolate, whatever its price. It is a necessity for them there, not a luxury, and after 8 p.m., when the imported supplies are running low, almost any price might be obtained for the staple article of food on the spot. But why, it may be asked, are the imported supplies, in present circumstances, insufficient for the whole evening's consumption? Simply because the chocolates eaten by women are purchased by men, and men are so forgetful. Besides, they have an absurd prejudice against bulging pockets. Clearly, Dora ought gracefully to withdraw the 8 o'clock prohibition. It would not only be a kindness to those meritorious public servants, the chocolate vendors, but also be a great lift to the languishing drama. Ladies who have emptied their chocolate boxes are apt to become peevish, and then woe to the last act, with still another smooth round tablet to turn over on the tongue, especially if it is the delightful sort that has peppermint cream inside. The play might be followed to the very end with satisfaction and even enthusiasm. The Lord Chancellor may ignore these facts, but they are well known to every serious student of the chocolate drama. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Grok. There must be a philosophy of clowns. I would rather find it than look up their history, which is older than any history that is written in any book. Though the respectable compilers of the encyclopedia, I feel sure without looking, must often have written it in their books. I have, however, been reading Croce's history of Pulcinella, because that is a history written by a philosopher. It's also a work of formidable erudition, disproving, among other things, the theory of the learned Dietrich, that he was a survival from the stage of ancient Rome. No, he seems to have been invented by one Silvio Fiorillo, a Neapolitan actor who flourished nigli ultimi decenni del Cinquecento inni primi del Seicento. In fact, was a contemporary of an English actor, one William Shakespeare. Pulcinella, you know, transmogrified and spoiled for us as Punch, was a sort of clown, and it is interesting to learn that he was invented by an actor all out of his own head. But I, for one, should be vastly more interested to know who invented Grok. For Grok also is a sort of clown, yet, no, one must distinguish. There are clowns, and there is Grok. For Grok happens to be an artist, and the artist is always an individual. After all, as an individual artist, he must have invented himself. It was a remarkably happy invention. You may see that for yourselves at the Colosseum. Generally, though true clown lovers follow it about all over the map, wherever it is to be seen. Victor Hugo, and the theme would not have been unworthy of that lyre, would have described it in a series of antitheses. It is genial and macabre, owlishly stupid and Machiavellianly astute, platypode and featherlight, cacophonous and divinely musical. Grok's first act is a practical antithesis, a strange creature with a very high and very bald cranium. You think of what Fitzgerald said of James Speeding's, "No wonder no hair can grow at such an altitude," and in very baggy breeches waddles on in an enormous portmanteau, which proves to contain a fiddle no larger than your hand. The creature looks more simian than human, but is graciously affable. Another Sir Oran Houghton, in fact, with fiddle substituted for Sir Oran's flute and French horn. But Sir Oran was dumb, whereas Grok has a voice which reverberates along the orchestra and seems almost to lift the roof. He uses it to counterfeit the deep notes of an imaginary double bass, which he balances himself on a chair to play. And he uses it to roar with contemptuous surprise at being asked if he can play the piano. But it is a good-humored contempt. Grok is an accommodating monster, and at a mere hint from the violinist waddles off to change into evening clothes. In them he looks like a grotesque beetle. Then his antics at the piano. His chair being too far from the keyboard, he makes great efforts to push the piano nearer. When it is pointed out that it would be easier to move the chair, he beams with delight at the cleverness of the idea and expresses it in a particularly bland roar. Then he slides, in apparent absence of mind, all over the piano case and, on finally deciding to play a tune, does it with his feet. Thereafter, he thrusts his feet through the seat of the chair and proceeds to give it a performance of extraordinary brilliance on the concertina. But I am in despair, because I see that these tricks, which in action send one into convulsions of laughter, are not ludicrous, are not to be realized at all in narrative. It is the old difficulty of transposing the comic from 3 dimensions into 2. And when the comic becomes the grotesque, and that extreme form of the grotesque which constitutes the clownesque, then the difficulty becomes sheer impossibility. Why does this queer combination of anthropoid appearance, unearthly noises, physical agility, and musical talent, so flat in description, make one laugh so immoderately in actual presentation? Well, there is at first the old idea of the parturient mountains and the ridiculous mouse. Of the many theories of the comic, all, according to Jean-Paul Richter, themselves comic, the best known perhaps is the theory of suddenly relaxed strain. Your psychic energies have been strained, say by Grock's huge portmanteau, and are suddenly in excess and let loose by an inadequate sequel, the tiny fiddle. Then there is the old theory of Aristotle that the comic is ugliness without pain. That will account for your laughter at Grock's grotesque appearance, his baggy breeches, his beetle-like dress clothes, his hideous mouth giving utterance to harmless sentiments. Again, there is the pleasure arising from the discovery that an apparent idiot has wholly unexpected superiorities, acrobatic skill, and virtuosity in musical execution. But not such a fool as he looks is the class badge of clowns in general. There is something still unexplained in the attraction of Grock. One can only call it his individuality, his benign, bland outlook on a cosmos of which he seems modestly to possess the secret hidden from ourselves. One comes, in the end, to the old helpless explanation of any individual artist. Grock pleases because he is Grock. And now I think one can begin to see why literature, or, if you think that too pretentious a word, say letterpress, fails to do justice to clowns. Other comic personages have their verbal jokes, which can be quoted in evidence, but the clown, certainly the clown of the Grock type, is a joke confined to appearance and action. His effects, too, are all of the simplest and broadest, the obvious things, obvious when he has invented them, which are the most difficult of all to translate into prose. You see, I have been driven to depend on general epithets like grotesque, bland, macabre, which fit the man too loosely, like ready-made clothes cut to fit innumerable men, to give you his exact measure. My only consolation is that I have failed with the best. Grock, with all his erudition, all his nicety of analysis, has failed to realize Pulcinella for me. And that is where clowns may enjoy a secret, malign pleasure. They proudly confront a universe which delights in them, but cannot describe them. A critic may say to an acrobat, for instance, "I cannot swing on your trapeze, but I can understand you. Well, you cannot understand me." But Grock seems to understand everything, and he could do no less with that formidable forehead. Probably even critics, well, they, poor souls, can only struggle helplessly with their inadequate adjectives, and give him up. But if he condescended to criticism, be sure he would not struggle helplessly. He would blandly thrust his feet through the seat of his chair, and then write his criticism with them. And, Grock is a Frenchman, it would be better than Sainte-Beuve. End of section 14. Recording by Jason Wright.
Section 15 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 15. The Function of Criticism. Every critic or would-be critic has his own little theory of criticism, as every baby in Utopia Limited had its own ickle prospectus. This makes him an avid, but generally a recalcitrant, student of other people's theories. He is naturally anxious, that is, to learn what the other people think about what inevitably occupies so much of his own thoughts. At the same time, as he cannot but have formed his own theory after his own temperament, consciously or not, he must experience a certain discomfort when he encounters other theories based on temperaments alien from his own. You have, in fact, the converse of Stendhal's statement that every commendation from confrère to confrère is a certificate of resemblance. Every sign of unlikeness provokes the opposite of commendation. So I took up with somewhat mixed feelings an important leading article in the Literary Supplement on the function of criticism. Important because its subject is, as Henry James said once in a letter to Mrs. Humphrey Ward, among the highest speculations that can engage the human mind. Oho, I should like to hear Mr. Bottles or any other homme sensuel moyen on that. Well, after reading the article, I have profoundest respect for the writer, whoever he may be. He knows what he is talking about au fond, and can talk admirably about it. But then comes in that inevitable recalcitrancy. It seems to me that if the writer is right, then most art and criticism are on the wrong tack. Maybe they are. The writer evidently thinks they are. But one cannot accept that uncomfortable conclusion offhand, and so one cannot but ask oneself whether the writer is right, after all. He is certainly wrong about Croce. The ideal critic, he says, will not accept from Croce the thesis that all expression is art, for he knows that if expression means anything, it is by no means all art. Now, the very foundation stone of the Crocian aesthetic is that art is the expression of intuitions. When you come to concepts, or the relations of intuitions, though the expression of them is art, the concepts themselves, what expression means, are not. You will have passed out of the region of art. Thus your historian, logician, or zoologist, say, has a style of his own. That side of him is art. But historical judgments, logic, or zoology are not. Croce discusses this distinction exhaustively, and I should have thought clearly. Yet here our leader writer puts forward as a refutation of Croce a statement carefully made by Croce himself. But this is a detail which does not affect the writer's main position. I only mention it as one of the many misrepresentations of Croce which students of that philosopher are, by this time, used to accepting as, apparently, inevitable. Now, says the writer, the critic must have a philosophy, and, what is more, a philosophy of a certain sort. That the critic must have a philosophy we should, I suppose, all agree, for the critic is a historian, and an historian without a theory of realities, a system of values, that is, a philosophy, has no basis for his judgments. He is merely a chronicler. And a chronicler, let me say in passing, is precisely what I should call the writer's historical critic, who, essentially has no concern with the greater or less literary excellence of the objects whose history he traces. Their existence is alone sufficient for him. But what particular philosophy must the critic have? It must be, says the writer, a humanistic philosophy. His inquiries must be modulated and subject to an intimate organic governance by an ideal of the good life. Beware of confusing this ideal of good life with mere conventional morality. Art is autonomous and therefore independent of that. No, an ideal of the good life, if it is to have the internal coherence and the organic force of a true ideal, must inevitably be aesthetic. There is no other power than our aesthetic intuition by which we can imagine or conceive it. We can express it only in aesthetic terms. And so we get back to Plato and the Platonic ideas and generally to the Greeks for the principles of art and criticism. The secret of the humanistic philosophy lies in Aristotle. But is not this attempt to distinguish between conventional morality and an ideal of the good life, aesthetically formed, rather specious? At any rate, the world at large, for a good many centuries, has applauded or discountenanced Greek criticism as essentially moralistic, as importing into the region of aesthetics the standard of ordinary conventional morality. That is, surely, a commonplace about Aristotle. His ideal tragic hero is to be neither saint nor utter villain, but a character between these two extremes. Further, he must be illustrious, like Oedipus or Thyestes. Poetics, edition Butcher, 13.3. Again, tragedy is an imitation of persons who are above the common level. 15.8. It seems to me that the standards applied here are those of our ordinary or conventional morality, and I am only confused by the introduction of the mysterious ideal of the good life. It seems to me, that may be my stupidity, but it seemed so also to our forefathers, for it was this very moralism of Greek criticism that led men for many centuries to demand instruction from art. And that is why it was such a feather in Dryden's cap, Dryden of whom our leader writer has a poor opinion, as a critic without a philosophy, to have said the memorable and decisive thing, "Delight is the chief, if not the only end of poesy. Instruction can be admitted, but in the second place, for poesy only instructs as it delights." This ideal of good life leads our leader writer far, away up into the clouds. Among the activities of the human spirit art takes the place of sovereignty. It is the manifestation of the ideal in human life. This attitude, of course, will not be altogether unfamiliar to students of aesthetics. Something not unlike it has been heard before from the mystic aestheticians of a century ago. It leaves me unconvinced. I cannot but think that that philosophy makes out a better case which assigns to art, as intuition expression, not the place of sovereignty, but the place of foundation in the human spirit, for which it is not flower nor fruit, but root. You see, Croce, like cheerfulness in Boswell's story of the other philosopher, will come breaking in. End of section 15. Section 16 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Coterie Criticism. A young critic was recently so obliging as to send me the proof of an article in the hope that I might find something in it to interest me. I did, but not, I imagine, what was expected. The article discussed a modern author of European reputation, and incidentally compared his mind and his style with that of Mr. X, Mrs. Y, and Miss Z. These three, it appeared, were contemporary English novelists, and here was the interesting thing to me in our young critic's article, I had never heard of one of them. They were evidently intellectuals. The whole tenor of the article showed that. The idols of some young and naturally solemn critical school, familiar classics, I dare say, in Chelsea studios and Girton or Newnham rooms. One often wonders what these serious young people are reading, and here, it seemed, was a valuable light. They must be reading, at all events, Mr. X, and Mrs. Y, and Miss Z. Otherwise our young critic would never have referred to them with such gravity and with so confident an assumption that his particular set of readers would know all about them. And yet the collocation of these three names, these Coterie Classics, with that of the great European author, famous throughout the whole world of polite letters, struck one as infinitely grotesque. It showed so naive a confusion of literary values, so queer a sense of proportion and congruity. It was, in short, Coterie Criticism. There seems to be a good deal of that about just now. One sees innumerable reviews of innumerable poets, which one supposes to be written by other poets, so solemnly do the writers take their topic and their author and themselves. And for the most part this writing bears the mark of green, unknowing youth, the bland assumption that literature was invented yesterday, and that, since the armistice, we cannot but require a brand new set of literary canons, estimates, and evaluations. Evidently our young warriors have come back from the front with their spirit of camaraderie still glowing within them. Well, youth will be served, and we must resign ourselves, with a helpless shrug, to a deluge of crude overestimates, enthusiastic magnifications of the ephemeral, and solemn examinations of the novels of Mr. X, Mrs. Y, and Miss Z. And we must be prepared to see the old reputations going down like a row of ninepins. We shall have to make a polite affectation of listening to the young gentlemen who dismiss Meredith as pretentious, and tell us that Hardy can't write, and that Anatole France is vieux jeu. For if you are always adoring the new because it is new, then you may as well make a complete thing of it by decrying the old because it is old. The breath you can spare from puffing the Georgians up you may as well use for puffing the Victorians out. And thus the world wags. What is more, it is thus that the history of literature gets itself evolved. For it is time that I tried to see what good can be said of the coteries, as well as what ill. And this, I think, can be said for them, that they keep the ball rolling. It is they, with their foolish face of praise, who discover the new talents and begin the new movements. If you are always on the pounce for novelties, you must occasionally spot a winner, and find a novelty that the outer world ratifies into a permanency. The minor Elizabethan dramatists were once the darlings of a coterie, but Webster and one or two others still survive. The Lakists were once coterie poets, and, if Southey has petered out, Wordsworth remains. Of course they make awful howlers. A coterie started the vogue of that terribly tiresome Jean Christophe of Romain Rolland, and where is it now? On the other hand, a coterie discovered Pater, and it was a real find. The world will not willingly let die Marius or the Renaissance. Henry James began as the idol of a coterie, and the golden bowl is not yet broken. It may be, who knows, that the novels of Mr. X, Mrs. Y, and Miss Z will by and by range themselves proudly on our shelves alongside Fielding, and Jane, and Meredith, and Hardy. But while these young reputations are still to make in the great world, let us not, as Mrs. Gamp says, proticipate. Let us keep our high estimate of them modestly to ourselves, and not stick them up on the classic shelf among the best bindings before their time. What makes it worse is that the coteries are apt to have no classic shelf. Their walls are lined and their boudoir tables littered with new books, and nothing but new books. Women are great offenders in this way, especially the women whom American journals call society ladies, who are accustomed, in the absence of contradiction and criticism and other correctives, tabooed as bad form, to mistake their wayward fancies for considered judgments. We want a modern Molière to write us another Femmes Savantes. I present the idea to Mr. Bernard Shaw. They have dubbed him the English Molière. Well, here's a chance for him to make good. There is Lady Dulcibella. She is always recommending you a new book that nobody else has ever heard of.
Oh, how perfectly sweet of you to call on this horrid wet afternoon. Have you read Mes Larmes? It's written by a Russian actress with such wonderful red hair you can't think, and they say she was a princess until those dreadful Bolshevists, you know. We met her at Florence in the winter, and everybody said she was just like one of the Botticellis in the Accademia. They do say that Guido da Verona, or D'Annunzio, or somebody, don't you think that horrid little D'Annunzio is just like a frog? Was quite mad about her. But Mes Larmes is perfectly sweet. And don't forget to order it. 2 lumps or 3? And listen to the chatter of some of those wonderfully bedizened ladies who variegate, if they don't exactly decorate, the stalls of one of our Sunday coterie theatres. The queer books they rave about, the odd Moldo-Wallachian or Syro-Phoenician dramatists they have discovered. All this, it is only fair to remember, may leave our young critic inviolate. After all, he may belong to no coterie, or only to a coterie of one. He may have sound critical reasons for the faith that is in him about Mr. X, and Mrs. Y, and Miss Z. And even if he does represent a coterie, he might, I suppose, find a fairly effective retort to some of my observations. You talk of our love of novelties for novelty's sake, but you have to admit that, if we always go for the new, we must sometimes light on the true. What we really go for is life. The new is more lively than the old. The actual, the present, the world we are at this moment living in, has more to say to us in literature than the old dead world, the 60 years since of your classic Scott. The classic, as Stendhal said, is what pleased our grandfathers, but I am out to please my grandfather's grandson. And our coteries, I dare say, are often kept together by the mere docility of the mind, the imitative instinct of their members. But is there not a good deal of mere docility among the old fogey party, the people who reject the new because it is new and admire the old because it is old? Is not this mere imitative instinct at work also among the upholders of literary traditions and the approved classics? Absurdity for absurdity, the youthful coterie is no worse than the old fogey crowd. To put all straight, I will now go and read the novels of Mr. X, Mrs. Y, and Miss Z. End of section 16. Section 17 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham Walkley. Criticism and Creation. A play of Dryden's has been successfully revived by the Phoenix Society. One or two others might be tried, but not many. For most of Dryden's plays, as the curious may satisfy themselves by reading them, are as dead as a doornail. They bore us in the reading, and would simply drive us out of the theatre. Some of Dryden's non-dramatic poems still permit themselves to be read, but the permission is rarely sought by modern readers, apart from candidates for some academic examination in English literature, who have no choice. Yet we all render him lip service as a great poet. How many are there to pay him proper homage as a great critic? For a great critic he was, and, moreover, our first dramatic critic in time as well as in importance. He discussed not the details of this or that play, but the fundamental principles of drama. He abounded in ideas, and expressed them with a conversational ease which, in his time, was an entirely new thing. But it would be impertinent to praise Dryden's prose style after Johnson's exhaustive eulogy and the delicate appreciations of Professor Kerr. What I would point out is that all Dryden's critical work can still be read with pleasure, while most of his dramatic work cannot be read at all. And the humor of it is that I shall at once be told the dramatic work was creative, while the critical was not. This distinction, an essentially false one, as I shall hope to show, is still a great favorite with our authors of fiction. They create, their critics do not. Authors who write in Flaubert's phrase like cochers de fiacre, and who are particularly given to this contrast, it would be cruel to deprive of a comforting illusion. But authors of merit and repute also share it, and to them I would urge my modest plea for a reconsideration of the matter. What does the dramatist, or writer of fiction in general, create? Actions and characters? Not so, for these are only created in real life, by the contending volitions of real men and the impact between their volitions and external reality. The author creates images of actions and characters, or, in other words, expresses his intuitions of life. When the intuition is vivid, when the image is of Falstaff, a Baron Hulot, a Don Quixote, a Colonel Newcome, we are apt to think of it as a real person. And they are, in truth, as real to us as anybody in the actual world whom we have never met, but only know of. For the historic person, unmet, is, just like the imaginary person, only a bundle for us of our intuitions. Julius Caesar was a real person, but we can only know of him, as we know of Mr. Pickwick, by hearsay. These vivid intuitions are what your author likes to call creations. So they are. That is the magic of art. And because to the vast majority of men their intuitions, in the case of actual reality encountered, their perceptions, of other men and their actions, are their most interesting experience, art is allowed without challenge to arrogate to itself this quality of creation. There is a biographical dictionary of Balzac's personages, some 2000 if I remember rightly, of whom a few are actual historical people. But in fact you make no distinction. The one set are as real to you as the others. In this way the Comédie Humaine does, as its author said, compete with the État civil. There are few ideas, speculations, judgments in Balzac that are worth a rap. When he tried abstract thought, he was apt to achieve nonsense. But very few readers want abstract thought. They want to know people, to see people. Balzac makes people, tells you all about their families, their incomes, their loves and hates, splendors and miseries, their struggles, their orgies, their squalor, their death. That is creative art. Let us admire it. Let us revel in it. Let us be profoundly thankful for it. But when, as so frequently happens, one hears some 14th-rate yarn spinner, who also makes people, but people who were not worth making, people who are puppets, or the mere phantoms of a green-sick brain, when one hears this gentleman claiming kinship with Balzac, or with my friend the distinguished novelist and real artist already mentioned, as a creator one is inclined to smile. Creation is a blessed word, but the thing created may be quite valueless. And so it is precisely with criticism. For criticism is also creative, but it does not create images of people or their lives. It creates thought, ideas, concepts. That is, it builds up something new out of the artist's intuitions and exhibits the relations between them. Here, in the conceptual world, we are in a different region from the intuitional world of the artist. Those who care to enter it, who feel at home in it, are comparatively few. The absence of personal interest, of people, makes it seem cold to the average gregarious man. People are a natural, ideas an acquired taste. But the one set are just as much a creation as the other. And in the one set just as in the other, the thing created may not be worth creating. Ideas, expositions, illustrations in criticism have a distressing habit of being as poor and conventional and mechanical as many a novelist's or playwright's characters and life histories. There is not a pin to choose between them, for as the one thing that matters in art is the artist behind it, so the critic behind it is the one thing that matters in criticism. These are elementary commonplaces, but they need restating from time to time, for the average man, with all his interest in life fixed on people, is always falling into the error that the novelist or playwright makes something, while the critic makes nothing. And your 14th-rate author, sharing the temperament of the average man, falls into the same error and seems, indeed, inordinately proud of it. He seems to say, "Why you, good master critic, couldn't even begin to do what I, the creative artist, do." And he would probably be surprised by the answer that it is the critic's very critical faculty, his endowment of judgment and taste, which makes the writing of bad plays or novels impossible, because repugnant to him. It is precisely because the critical faculty is so rare a thing that so many bad novels and plays get themselves written. But enough of these sharp distinctions between the creation of images and the creation of concepts. Is not a union of the two, like the union of butler and lady's maid, as described by Mr. Crichton, the happiest of all combinations? Who does not feel how immensely the mere story part of Tom Jones gains by the critical chapter introductions? And, on the other hand, how the mere critical part of Dryden's Essay of Dramatic Poesy gains by the little touches of story, from the opening moment when they ordered the watermen to let fall their oars more gently, to the close at Somerset Stairs, where they went up through a crowd of French people, who were merrily dancing in the open air? End of section 17. Section 18 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Acting and Criticism. A veteran who has been regaling the readers of the Times with his recollections of the London stage has dropped by the way a remark on modern theatrical criticism. For it, he says, the play is everything, and the leading actor or actress has often to be content with a few lines. Dean Gaysford began a sermon. St. Paul says, and I partly agree with him. I partly agree with the veteran. Criticism has occasionally to deal with plays that cannot be everything for it. There are new plays that are merely a vehicle for the art of the actor, who must then get more than a few lines. There are old plays revived to show a new actor in a classic part, and the part is then greater than the whole. This, I think, accounts for the space devoted to the acting in London criticisms at the time Henry Irving rose to fame. Either he appeared in new plays of little intrinsic merit, like The Bells, or else in classic parts of melodrama, made classic by Frédéric Lemaître, or of Shakespeare. In these conditions, criticism must always gravitate towards the acting. It did so long before Irving's time, with Hazlitt over Edmund Kean. It has done so since Irving's time over Sarah and Dewes, and must do so again over every new Shylock, or Millamant, or St. Peter. But these conditions are exceptional, and it is well for the drama that they are. For the vitality of the drama primarily depends not upon the talent of its interpreters, but on that of its creators, and a new image or new transposition of life in a form appropriate to the theatre is more important than the perfection of the human instrument by which it is made flesh. If criticism, then, has of late years, and on the whole, been able to devote more attention to the play than to the playing, I suggest to our veteran that the fact is a healthy sign for our drama. It shows that there have been plays to criticize, and that criticism has done its duty. But that, I hasten to add, is its luck rather than its merit. One must not ride the high ethical horse, and I should be sorry to suggest that good criticism is ever written from a sense of duty, any more than a good play or any other piece of good literature. Good criticism is written just because the critic feels like that, and bad, it may be added, generally because the critic has been trying to write something which he supposes other people will feel like. The good critic writes with his temperament, and here is a reason why, in the long run, plays will interest him more than players. For are we not all agreed about the first principle of criticism? Is it not to put yourself in the place of the artist criticized, to adopt his point of view, to recreate his work within yourself? Well, the critic can put himself in the place of the playwright much more readily than into that of the actor. The playwright and he are working in different ways, with much the same material, ideas, and images, or if you like, concepts and intuitions mainly expressed in words, which is only a long way of saying that they are both authors. And they have in common the literary temperament. Now the literary temperament and the histrionic are two very different things. The actor, as his very name imports, is an active man, a man of action. At his quietest he perambulates the stage, but violent physical exercise is a part of his trade. He fights single combats, jumps into open graves, plunges into lakes, is swallowed down in quicksands, sharpens knives on the sole of his boot, deftly catches jewel caskets thrown from upper windows, wrestles with heavyweight champions, knouts or is knouted, stabs or is stabbed, rolls headlong down staircases, writhes in the agonies of poison, and is, or at any rate in the good old days was, kicked, pinched, and pummeled out of the limelight by the "star." And all this under the handicap of grease paint and a wig. It must be very fatiguing. But then he enjoys the physical advantages of an active life. He has Sir Willoughby Patterne's leg, under trousers that never bag at the knee and terminating in boots of the shiniest patent leather, and all the rest to match. As becomes a man of action, he is no reader. I have heard the late Mr. Henry Neville declare that an actor should never be allowed to look at a book. This may seem to the rest of us a sad fate for him, but look at his compensations. He spends much, if not most, of his stage life making love to pretty women, wives, widows, or ingenues. Frequently he kisses them, or seems to, for he will tell you, the rogue, that stage kisses are always delivered in the air. Let us say then that he is often within an inch of kissing a pretty woman, which is already a considerable privilege. When he is not kissing her, or the air as the case may be, he is sentimentally bidding her to a nunnery go, or dying in picturesque agonies at her feet. Anyhow he goes through his work in the society and with the active cooperation of pretty women. And note, for it is an enormous advantage to him, that that work is a fixed, settled thing. His words have been invented for him and written out in advance. He has rehearsed his actions. He knows precisely what he is going to do. Contrast with this alluring picture the temperament and working habits of the critic. He is a man, not of action, but of contemplation. His pursuit is sedentary, and with his life of forced inaction he risks becoming as fat as Mr. Gibbon, without the alleviation of the Gibbonian style. Personal advantages are not aids to composition, and he may be the ugliest man in London, like G.H. Lewes, whose dramatic criticisms nevertheless may still be read with pleasure. His fingers are inky. His face is not made up, but sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. No pretty women help him to write his criticisms. Indeed, if Helen of Troy herself, or Aphrodite new arisen from the sea, came into his study, he would cry out with writer's petulance, a far more prevalent and insidious disease than writer's cramp. "Oh, do please go away! Can't you see I'm not yet through my second slip?" She will return when he is out, and tidy up his desk for him, a really fiendish revenge. Books, forbidden to the actor, are the critic's solace, and also his despair, because they have said all the good things and taken the bread out of his mouth. And, unlike the actor, he is working in the unknown. His head is filled with a chaos of half-formed ideas and the transient, embarrassed phantoms of logical developments. Will he ever be able to sort them out and to give them at any rate a specious appearance of continuity? Nay, can he foresee the beginning of his next sentence, or even finish this one? Thus he is perpetually on the rack. Luke's iron crown and Damien's bed of steel are nothing to it. It is true that his criticism does, mysteriously, get itself completed, mysteriously, because he seems to have been no active agent in it, but a mere looker-on while it somehow wrote itself. Is it surprising that it should generally write itself about the play, which I dare say writes itself, too, and with the same tormenting anxiety, rather than about the playing, which proceeds from so different a temperament from the critic's, and operates in conditions so alien from his? But, let me add for the comfort of our veteran, there are critics and critics. If some of us displease him by too often sparing only a few lines for the leading actor or actress, there will always be plenty of others who are more interested in persons than in ideas and images, who care less for transpositions of life than for Sarah's golden voice and Dewes's limp, and Quin's high plume and Oldfield's petticoat. These will redress the balance. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stuart Parton. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 19. Acting as Art. Nothing could be more characteristically English than the circumstances which gave rise the other day to the singular question, is acting an art? There was a practical issue whether the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art was or was not entitled to exemption under an Act of 1843 from the payment of rates. Sir John Simon argued it, of course, as a practical question. He dealt with custom and precedent and authority, dictionary definitions and judicial decisions. He had to keep one eye on aesthetics and the other on the rates. This is our traditional English way. We drive at practice. Nevertheless, the question whether acting is an art is really one of pure aesthetics and is in no way affected by any decision of the Appeal Committee of the London County Council. You cannot answer it until you've made up your mind what you mean by art. Sir John Simon seems to have suggested that art was something primarily directed to the satisfaction of the aesthetic sense. But is there any such thing as a special aesthetic sense? Is it anything more than a name for our spiritual reaction to a work of art, our response to it in mind and feeling? And are we not arguing the circle when we say that art is what provokes the response to art? Perhaps it might amuse, perhaps it might irritate, perhaps it might simply bewilder the Appeal Committee of the London County Council to tell them that art is the expression of intuitions. They might reply that they cannot find intuitions in the rate book and that the Act of 1843 is silent about them. Yet this is what art is. And you have to bear it in mind when you ask, is the actor an artist? Art is a spiritual activity, and the artist's expression of his intuitions, the painter's vision, the actor's conception of his part, is internal. When he wishes to externalize his expression, to communicate it to others, he has to use certain media, paint and canvas, marble and brick, musical notes, words and gestures. But it is the spiritual activity, the intuition expression, that makes the artist. The medium is no part of his definition. And yet, I suggest, it is the peculiarity of the actor's medium that has often withheld from him, at any rate with unthinking people, his title to rank as an artist. He is his own medium, his own paint and canvas, his own brick and marble. The works of other artists, the picture, the poem, the sonata, have an independent life. They survive their authors. The actor's works are inseparable from his actual presence, and die with him. Hence a certain difficulty for the unsophisticated in distinguishing the artist from what philosophers call the empirical man. The Edmund Kean, whose genius is illuminating and revitalizing Shylock, from the Edman Kean who was notoriously fond of the bottle and who has lately got in trouble with an alderman's wife. The physique, the temperament of the empirical man furnish the medium for the artist. He arrives at the theatre in a taxi or his own Rolls-Royce, smoking a big cigar, every inch of him a man of today. The next moment he is pretending to be an old mad king of Britain. This confusion is behind Johnson's fellow who claps a hump on his back and calls himself Richard III. It leaves out of account the imaginative side of him, the artist. Johnson might just as well have dismissed Shakespeare as a fellow who supposed a hump clapped on the back of one of his fancies, which he calls Richard III. Lamb raised another objection, that the bodily presence of the actor materialized, coarsened the finer elements of the part, hid from sight the lofty genius, the man of vast capacity, the profound, the witty, accomplished Richard. The medium, in other words, is a hindrance to the art, not so much a medium as a nuisance. These are the objections of ignorance, or of whim. Certainly the peculiarity of his medium imposes peculiar restrictions on the actor. If the painter lacks a certain pigment, he can get it at the colorman's. If the composer needs a certain timbre, he can add the necessary instrument to his orchestra. All the quarries are open to the architect. But no makeup box will furnish a resonant voice to a shrill-piped actor, or make Garrick 6 feet high. An actress may be at the height of her powers, and yet too old to play Juliet. Sir Henry Irving's physical oddities went far to ruin some of his impersonations. But these limitations of the medium do not affect the actor's status as an artist. They only restrict the range in which he may exercise his art. And can it be gainsaid that what he exercises is true art, a spiritual activity, the expression of his intuitions? People, comparing his work with the creations of the playwright, are apt to speak of him as a mere interpreter. He has his words given him, they say, and his significant acts prescribed for him in advance. The truth is, creation and interpretation are figurative terms. It would be quite reasonable to interchange them. Shakespeare interprets life by giving form to it, by piecing together, say, certain scraps of actual observation, along with the image of his fancy, into the character of Falstaff. With the printed words and stage directions as data, the actor reimagines Falstaff, brings his own temperament and feelings and sympathetic vision to the service of Shakespeare's indications, and creates the living, moving man. True, the processes are at different stages and may be of different importance. Shakespeare has intuited and expressed life. The actor has intuited and expressed Shakespeare. But both expressions are art. And note that while Shakespeare created Falstaff, no playgoer has ever seen or ever will see Shakespeare's Falstaff, for the image formed in Shakespeare's mind has always on the stage to be translated for us in terms of other minds which can never be identical with his, is in fact recreated by each actor in turn. It is the actor who converts the cold print of the text into vivid, concrete life. Life, that is the secret of the actor's following, a much more notable fact in the world of the theatre than the following of this or that playwright. The actor, like all who, in Buffon's phrase, parler à corps par le corps, expresses a temperament, a personality, himself, imposes himself on his part and on us. People follow a favorite actor in all his impersonations because his art gives them more pleasure than the playwright's, or because his art must be added to the playwright's before they will care about that. When I say people, I don't mean literary gents. The typical playgoer prefers life to literature. He is, as a rule, no great reader. Nor are the actors. There has always been a certain coolness between the men of letters and the actors. Their temperaments are so opposed. I quoted from Lamb. Anatole France said much the same thing of the Comédie Française. Leur personne efface l'œuvre qu'ils représentent. Views like this merely express a preference for one art over another. They do not contest the actor's right to rank as an artist. That, to speak rigorously, is a rank held by many people for the duration, i.e., while and whenever they express their intuitions. But it would be impolitic to insist on this strict view. The ratepayers' list might be seriously affected, and much uneasiness occasioned to the Appeal Committee of the London County Council.
End of section 19.
Section 20 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keir. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 20. Audiences. Audiences may be divided into first-nighters, second-nighters, and general playgoers. All audiences are important, but first-nighters most of all. Without them, the acted drama would not begin to exist. For obvious reasons, I have nothing but good to say of them. I wish to live at peace with my neighbours, and I do not believe the malicious story told about a manager, now dead, that he liked to fill the second rows of his stalls on first nights with his superannuated sweethearts. Nobody is fat or old in Bath, and there are no superannuitants among first-nighters. I find, from Mr. Max Beerbohm's entirely delightful book, 7 Men, that it's possible to get tired of first-nighters. I should never have guessed it myself, but this is what he says. I was dramatic critic for the Saturday Review, and, weary of meeting the same lot of people over and over again at first nights, had recently sent a circular to the managers, asking that I might have seats for second nights instead. But mark what follows. I found that there existed as distinct and invariable a lot of second-nighters as of first-nighters. The second-nighters were less showy, but then they came more to see than to be seen. And there was an air that I liked of earnestness and hopefulness about them. I used to write a good deal about the future of the British drama, and they, for their part, used to think and talk a great deal about it. Those second-nighters do come to see, they remain rather to hope and pray. Because I've quoted, I must not be understood as accepting Mr. Beerbohm's implied aspersion on first-nighters. It's all very well for him. He is retired, the more's the pity, from dramatic criticism. But I take his account of second-nighters on trust, because the exigencies of a daily newspaper prevent me from observing them for myself. Evidently they, no more than first-nighters, are average playgoers. Not that I would disparage the general playgoer. Indeed, I'm not sure that he's not, in another sense than Labiche's le plus heureux de trois. I can speak for myself. Mind, I am saying nothing against first-nighters. They are entirely admirable persons. I could never bring myself, like Mr. Beerbohm, to call them a lot. But oh, the joy of being, on holiday occasions, a general playgoer, of throwing one's considering cap over the mills, of garnering no impressions for future copy, of blithely ignoring one's better judgment, of going comfortably home from the play, like everybody else, instead of dashing madly into a taxi for the newspaper office. The play will be well on in its run, the comedian will have polished up his jokes, the superfluities will have been cut out, the programme girls will long since have given up leading the applause. You won't know a soul, and you won't even bother to look at the author's name. You surrender your individuality and drift with the crowd, or in more pretentious language, merge yourself in the collective consciousness. Which reminds me, the general playgoer, just because he is general, is what Henry James called George Sand, remarkably accessible. Everybody knows him. He's a public theme. Theorists won't leave him alone. In particular, the collective psychologists have marked him for their prey. For them, he typifies the theatrical crowd with the peculiar crowd characteristics these theorists profess to have scientifically classified. Scarcey began it, Lemaître followed, and comparatively obscure scribes have devoted attention to the general playgoer. They have said that he is no philosopher. He cannot adopt a detached, impersonal, disinterested view of life. He must take sides. Hence the convention of the sympathetic personage. He has not the judicial faculty, is not accustomed to sift evidence, or to estimate probabilities. Hence the convention of the long arm of coincidence, and the convention that the wildest improbability may be taken as the starting point of a play. The general playgoer, as such, is virtuous and generous, for we are all on our best behaviour in public, and he insists upon a strict separation of virtue and vice. He wants his personages all of a piece. The composite characters, blends of good and evil, he refuses to recognise. Hence the conventions of hero and villain, of poetic justice, and of living happy ever afterwards. Further, it has been suggested that a crowd of general playgoers, having an individuality of its own, cannot but be interested in that individuality, apart from all reference to the cause which brought it together. Once assembled, it becomes self-conscious, self-assertive. It finds itself an interesting spectacle, and the general playgoer is not of the cloistered, but of the gregarious type of mankind. He must have bustle, the sense of human kinship brought home to him by sitting elbow to elbow with his neighbours. The faculty of intellectual attention is seldom high in such a temperament as this. Hence, the playwright has to force the attention of a temperamentally inattentive audience. Mark once more that I'm not speaking of first-nighters. Their individuality is too strong to be crowd-immersed. I would not for worlds speak of them as a crowd at all. They are an assemblage, a constellation, a galaxy, admirable persons. But there is one thing for which I envy the general playgoer above all. I mean his freedom and pungency of criticism. Anonymity gives him irresponsibility, and his resentment at being bored, not being subject to the cooling process of literary composition, his language is apt to be really terrible. Talk of printed criticism. Actors and authors do talk of it often enough, and on the whole don't seem to like it, but let them mingle with the general playgoer and keep their ears open. Who was the man in Balzac who said that it was absurd to speak of the danger of certain books when we all had the corrupt book of the world open before us, and beyond that another book 1,000 times more dangerous? All that is whispered by one man to another, or discussed behind ladies' fans at balls. So, the general playgoer is the great purveyor of secret criticism. Disraeli, or another, said that the secret history of the world, which never got into the history books, was the only true history. Let us hope that secret criticism is not the only true sort, but is certainly the most live. It is free from the literary bias, the cant of criticism, the smell of the lamp, and it is the most potent of persuasives. Published criticism is powerless against it. The fate of a play is not decided by newspaper criticism, thank goodness, I should be miserable if it were, but by what the general playgoers say to one another, and pass on to their friends. How many plays with record runs have been dismissed by the newspapers on the morrow of the first night with faint praise or positive dispraise? The general playgoer has said his say, and what he says goes. I know he is giving many worthy people just now much uneasiness. They form little theatrical societies à côté to keep him out. They deplore his taste and organize leagues for his education and improvement. I rather fancy he's like the young lady in the play who didn't want to have her mind improved. But that's another story. What I have been envying for him is not his taste, but the heartiness with which he abounds in his own sense, and his freedom in expressing it. After all, perhaps criticism that is so free and so pervasive and so potent is not exactly to be called secret. I seek the mot juste, or I would, if that were not a back number. Has not Mr. Beerholm finally put it in its place as the holy grail of the 90s? End of section 20, recorded by Keir.
Section 21 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 21. First Nights. There is a movement, I am told, in certain critical circles in favor of the system which obtains in Parisian theatres of the Repetition Générale. This, as most playgoers know, is a final dress rehearsal held on the evening at the François, where evening performances must be continuous on the afternoon of the day before the actual first night production or premiere of the play. The seats, including the exceptionally large number allotted in Paris to the press, are filled by invitation. It is the real first night, only there is no money in the house. Notoriously there is a formidable cohort of Parisians who regard their seat at a Repetition Générale as a kind of vested interest, and who would be affronted by having to put up with the premiere. A very remarkable public this is, the public of the Repetition Générale, with its members virtually all known to one another, filling the foyer with chatter and much scent, and patiently sitting through a performance which is apt to begin a good half hour after the advertised time, and to end in the small hours of the morning. The interacts are of inordinate length, perhaps in the interest of the buffet, more likely because of the inveterate leisureliness of the Parisians. The whole thing, at any rate, as I have found it, is a weariness to English flesh. But then the gentlemen and ladies of the press have the advantage of being able to go home straight to bed, and of having all next day to think over their notices. That is the reason, I suppose, why some critics would like to see the system introduced in London. They want more time. They want to sleep on it. They would write, they think, better in the morning. Let me leave that point, however, for the moment, to turn to what an incorrigibly commercial world will probably think a more important one, the question of finance. To the theatrical manager, the introduction of this system would mean the loss of a whole night's receipts. With theatre rents and expenses at their present height, could they possibly contemplate so heavy a sacrifice? They are already complaining that theatre seats at their present prices do not pay, and here they would be giving away for one night the whole house. Further, however, they might gratify the friends whom they invited. Nothing could save them from the wrath of those who were left over. Some of these perhaps might be mollified by a subsequent invitation, for the deadhead habit becomes an insidious disease, and, I am told, the Paris theatres groan under the hordes of playgoers who consider themselves entitled to gratuitous admission. On the whole, I think, our managers would be ill-advised to countenance the suggested change. Another thing. The Repetition Générale is a trial performance. Effects which don't tell, incidents which shock or provoke ridicule, are often cut out next morning, so that the play actually presented at the premiere differs, sometimes vitally, from that presented to the critics, so that the notice not seldom describes and criticizes various matters which the public are never shown. If the English manager imitated this example, and, as a practical man of business, he would be sure to imitate it, the unhappy critic, after writing his notice, would have to go to the play again before printing it, in order to assure himself that it still represented the facts. It would have to be 2 bites at a cherry. Now, new plays are often produced on 2 nights running, in which case 2 bites at the same cherry would be impossible. In the most favourable case, 2 successive visits to a play would be a heavy addition to the burden of life. But would criticism benefit in quality? I venture to doubt that, too. I think that theatrical notices are all the better for being piping hot. One's impressions of the play are stronger, more definite in outline, richer in colour, when one leaves the theatre than the next morning, when they have had time to cool and to fade into second thoughts, which in criticism are far from being always the best. When Jules Lemaître went from the Débats to the Domans, he found that his thoughts about the play, instead of maturing with the longer interval for writing, were apt to become simply vague and general. If the play happened to be one of ideas, not so much harm was done, because ideas stick in the mind and are revolved there. But a play of emotion, or a play dependent on fine shades of acting, is bound to suffer by the gradual waning of the first impression. And my own experience is that in writing about a play of which one has lost the first hot impression, and which one has to recall by an effort of memory, the proportions get altered, so that the criticism is thrown out of gear. Some point, a mere minor point perhaps, that attracted one's attention, remains in the mind and assumes an undue importance in relation to other details that have faded. I went to see Grierson's Way revived the other night after a quarter of a century. When I asked myself beforehand what I remembered of it, I could only answer that I had been originally much struck by its merits, but that the only one of these merits that remained in my mind was a conversation wherein, under a surface of small talk, two people were revealing depths of tragic emotion. I had forgotten the characters, the motif, the very story, and when my conversation turned up, in Act 3, though I was as delighted as ever, I saw, of course, that it was only an item, not the sole memorable thing in the play. An interval of 1/4 of a century is rather different from one of 24 hours, undoubtedly, but my point is that one's impressions began to wane and to alter in values from the very outset. After all, it is the business of critics not merely to criticize, analyze, and judge a play, to try and place it in the realm of art. They have also the perhaps minor but still important duty of acting as public tasters. They have to represent facts, to give the public a reasonably accurate notion of what they are likely to see. And they are in a much better position for doing this if they set down their facts and their views of the facts at once, while they are still quivering with the excitement, or yawning with the boredom, of them. End of section 21. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 22 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 22. Plays within plays. Representative arts will represent everything they can, including themselves. The theatre likes to show an image of its own life, life behind the scenes, actors acting on the stage, audiences listening, applauding, or interrupting in front. Hence the plays within plays which Shakespeare found so alluring. It was a comparatively simple problem of technique in his time because of the simplicity of the platform stage and of the Elizabethan playhouse. A standing audience, as his for the most part was, is obviously easier to represent than a seated audience. It is just a crowd of citizens, like any other stage crowd. The only important question for the stage manager was the relative position of the mimic players and the mimic public. Clearly your mimic players must be seen by the real public, or what becomes of your play within a play? The position of your mimic public must have been more or less dependent on their importance in the action. But, I take it, the Elizabethan arrangement, in any case, must have been a pre-Raphaelite symmetry. I presume the play scene in Hamlet must have taken place in the lower part of the permanent erection at the back of the stage, and that the mimic public was ranged down each side of the stage. The old arrangement has remained essentially unaltered. The mimic players are generally shown in some raised, arcaded terrace at the back of the stage. The King and Queen face Hamlet and Ophelia, in profile with respect to the real public, in front. It would obviously never do to let Hamlet and the King face the performers in the rear, and so turn their backs on the real public, for the whole point of the scene is the effect of the mimic play on the King and on Hamlet watching the King. But I do not, for my part, see why more might not be made out of this psychologic effect by an arrangement which placed the mimic players nearer the front of the actual stage, on one side, so that the King might be turned full face towards us as he watched them. If the King were played by an actor of the first importance, which he seldom or never is, with a gift of facial play, we may be sure that this would be done. There is a somewhat similar scene in the first act of Cyrano de Bergerac. The chief centre of attraction here is not the mimic play itself, but the behaviour of the audience, disturbed by Cyrano's interruption of the players. That is why I think that Coquelin's arrangement with the players on one side and the audience in profile was better than Mr. Lorraine's, with the players in the rear and the mimic audience turning its back to the real one. But it is a point of comparative insignificance. As it was the old playhouse and the old standing audience that was being represented,
The stage management was essentially as simple as that of the play scene in Hamlet. So soon, however, as you come to represent the very different modern picture stage and the modern seated audience, you see at once that the problem becomes immensely more difficult. Accordingly, you find a revolution in the method of treating a play within the play. I do not know whether the Guitries invented it, or Reinhardt, or whoever, but certainly the most conspicuous illustration we have had of it has been presented by the Guitries. It is something much more than a mechanical change. It is psychological as well. The mimic stage, the stage of the play within the play, now occupies the whole of the actual stage, and the mimic audience is identified with the real audience. We saw this startling innovation first in Pasteur. Pasteur is supposed to be addressing a meeting of the French Academy of Medicine. His rostrum is at the footlights, and he addresses us, the real audience. We have to suppose ourselves the Academy of Medicine. To help us to this illusion, one or two actors are scattered about the house, who interrupt, argue with Pasteur, and are personally answered by him. We find ourselves, in fact, at once listening to a debate, as real audience, and in the thick of it, taking part in it, as supposed audience. There is a French proverb which says you cannot both join in a procession and look out of the window, but this experience upsets it. The result is a curious blend of sensations. You feel yourself both spectator and actor at a play and in a play, but there is no doubt that the effect is much more vivid and exciting than that which would have attended the mere spectacle of Pasteur addressing a crowd upon the stage itself. You have, by the way, exactly the same effect in Mr. Galsworthy's Skin Game, where an auctioneer addresses us, the public, who are supposed to represent the competing purchasers. A still more striking instance has been seen in L'Illusionniste. Here the first act shows the stage of a music hall and presents three actual turns. We, the actual audience, become the music hall audience, and again there are actors scattered among us to help the illusion. They are addressed by the conjurer and answer him. A lady in a box throws him ardent glances, which are returned with interest. But one of the turns, an act by acrobatic clowns, has absolutely nothing to do with the play. It is there purely for its own interest, a substantive performance. This shows, what we knew before, that revolutions run to excess. We are so engrossed by the clowns that we are tempted to forget what we are there for, to see a play. Anyhow, it is a most amusing innovation, this conversion of the actual stage into an imaginary stage within the play, and of the actual public into an imaginary public taking part in the play. It is a real enrichment of stage resources. But there are obvious dangers. One I have just pointed out, the danger of introducing irrelevancies for their own intrinsic interest, which tend to impair the artistic unity of the play. Another is the danger of applying this method to cases, as in Hamlet and Cyrano, where the real centre of interest is not the mimic play, but the mimic audience. Imagine the whole stage given up to the mousetrap, with the front row of stalls occupied by the courtiers, and Hamlet and Ophelia in one box, watching the King and Gertrude in the opposite box. That is an extreme instance, which traditional respect for Shakespeare will probably save us from. But some ambitious producer will probably try this game with some modern play, and then I predict disaster. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. 23 Plays of Talk. The production on 2 successive nights of 2 plays so violently contrasted in method as Mr. Harwood's Grain of Mustard Seed and Mr. Galsworthy's Skin Game, the first a play mainly of talk, the second a play entirely of action, sets one thinking. According to the orthodox canons, the second is the right, nay, the only method. Drama, we are told, is a conflict of wills, and all the interest is in the action, the external manifestation of the conflict. There should be just enough talk to carry that on, and not an idle word should be spoken. Diderot, indeed, professed to think that words were almost superfluous, and went to the play with cotton wool in his ears, in order to judge its merits on the dumb show. Yet he wrote the most wordy and tedious plays. And there is, or was, a certain school of theatrical criticism which forever quotes the old Astley maxim, "Cut the cackle and come to the osses," which was, no doubt, a most appropriate maxim for quadrupeds. Others have mistaken action for physical, preferably violent action. Maldonado sweeping the crockery off the chimney-piece, or Lady Audley pushing her husband down the well, and have ignored the fact that talk also may be action, and much the noblest, as Dryden says. Every alteration or crossing of a design, every new-sprung passion and turn of it, is a part of the action, and much the noblest, except we perceive nothing to the action till they come to the blows, as if the painting of the hero's mind were not more properly the poet's work than the strength of his body. How often we were told in the old days that Dumas fils and Ibsen were too talky, when their talk was mainly psychological action. But this demand for action and nothing but action, so persistently uttered of late years, would deprive the world of much of its best entertainment. Apply it to Congreve, cut the cackle of his plays, and you come to the osses, spavined hacks of plots childishly complicated and perfunctorily wound up. Would any one of taste suppress the cackle of Sheridan's scandalous college? Is not, in short, much of the pleasure of comedy in resting from the action, in getting away from it, in the relief of good talk? Yes, and often enough the pleasure of tragedy too. There is a bustling, melodramatic action in Hamlet, but with what relief Hamlet gets away from his revenge mission at every moment, puts it out of sight, forgets it. His interview with the players and advice to them on histrionics, his chat with the gravedigger, what else are these but the sheer delight of good talk? For him the joy of living is the joy of talking, and with the chance of these before him, his revenge mission may go hang. Obviously, we never get so near Shakespeare and Shakespeare's natural temperament as in these moments of talk for its own sake, talk unfettered by the exigencies of the plot. For that talk wells up spontaneously and is not turned on to order. The poet has something interesting in his mind which he is bursting to say, and if to say it will keep the plot waiting, why, so much the worse for the plot. And here is the reason, I think, in favour of plays of talk. We get nearer the author in them. In good talk, the author is expressing a pleasure so strong as to override the objection of irrelevance, and in sharing that pleasure, we get the best of him, the spontaneous element in him, the man himself. On the other hand, mere yarn spinning, mere plot weaving may be an almost mechanical exercise. Not necessarily, of course. I should be sorry to call Mr. Galsworthy's Skin Game a mechanical bit of work. The will conflict there has an intense reality and is fought tooth and nail. Irrelevant talk in such a white-hot play would obviously be fatal. Everybody speaks briefly, plainly, and to the point. Artistic work of any kind gives pleasure, and it is possible to be as delighted with Mr. Galsworthy's kind as with Mr. Harwood's. I'm not comparing two artists of two different kinds, which would be absurd. I'm only pleading for a kind which is not what a vain people supposeth, and which is apt to be stupidly condemned. Not that it would be fair either to call Mr. Harwood's brilliant task irrelevant. It helps to paint character. Thus, parents expect their son to have returned from the war a compound of Sir Galahad and Mr. Bottomley, and instead of that, he is only a good bridge player after 4 hours bridge a day for 4 years. These witticisms help to tell you something about the young man whose family reputation gives rise to them in the family circle. When the old parliamentary hand compares government to bus driving, seeking to get through the traffic with a minimum of accident, or remarks on the reputation Canute would have made had he only waited for high tide, he is telling us something about himself and his political principles. But primarily, these things are enjoyable for their wit and not for their relevance. In a play of fierce will conflict, they would have been impossible. These plays of brilliant talk belong to the quiet genre, and quiet in the theatre, as in art generally, is perhaps an acquired taste. Punch, we are constantly being told by the natural, unsophisticated man, is what is wanted. The word itself is the invention of an unquiet people. Well, give me wit, and let who will have the punch. The occasional tendency in the theatre to revolt against the restraint of the action and to play lightly round it has its counterpart in criticism. What is it gives so peculiar a charm to the criticism of Dryden? It is not his discursiveness, his little descriptive embellishments, as for example in the Essay of Dramatic Poesy, the river trip, the listening for the distant thunder of the Dutch guns on that memorable day, the moonlight on the water, the landing at Somerset Stairs among the crowd of French dancers. I have elsewhere said how Hazlitt's theatrical criticisms lose in readableness by their strict attention to business, compared with his miscellaneous essays where he permits himself to wander all over the place. George Henry Lewes's theatrical criticisms can still be read with pleasure for the very reason that they were diversified with deliberate, almost frivolous irrelevancies. And then there was Jules Lemaître with his perpetual moi, which provoked the austere Brunetière to quote Pascal's Le moi est haïssable. Yet where will you find more enjoyable criticism than Lemaître's? But I must keep off Lemaître and the charm of him, or I shall become what he never was, tiresome. Even as it is, I may resemble the parson who said he had aimed at brevity in order to avoid tediousness, and was answered, "You were brief, and you were tedious." End of section 23. Recording by Ulrike Denis.
Section number 24 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. The Beggar's Opera. One of Boswell's projected works was a history of the controversy over the Beggar's Opera. The best known of the works he actually did write contains several references to this controversy. Reynolds said it afforded a proof how strangely people will differ in opinion about a literary performance. Burke thought it had no merit. Johnson thought very much the opposite, but said characteristically, "There is in it such labification of all principles as may be injurious to morality." Gibbon suggested that it might refine the manners of highwaymen, making them less ferocious, more polite, in short, more like gentlemen. It is noteworthy that the work was half a century old when these observations were made about it. It had become a classic, and later generations treated it as a classic, that is to say, keep on refashioning it to the taste of their own time. The version, for instance, that Hazlitt was so fond of writing about, in the second decade of the last century, was a sad mangling of the original. Even so, it represented for Hazlitt the high-water mark of theatrical enjoyment, just as the original did for Boswell, who said, "No performance which the theatre exhibits delights me more." You cannot take up a volume of Swift's correspondence, or Horace Walpole's, or Arbuthnot's, without mention of the Beggar's Opera. It even got into Grimm. It was the HMS Pinafore of the time. And that reminds me, as I sat at Hammersmith Lyric listening to the dialogue between Peachum and Mrs. Peachum on the question whether Polly was Macheath's wife or his mistress, the thing seemed strangely modern, and not only modern, but Gilbertian. I am speaking, of course, of the tone, not of the sentiment. Gilbert was a very Victorian of propriety. Peachum is Gilbertian. Do you think your mother and I should have lived comfortably so long together if ever we had been married? Baggage! Mrs. Peachum is Gilbertian. If you must be married, could you introduce nobody into our family but a highwayman? Why, thou foolish jade, thou wilt be as ill-used and as much neglected as thou hast married a lord. Again, if she had only an intrigue with the fellow, why the very best families have excused and huddled up a frailty of that sort. 'Tis marriage, husband, that makes it a blemish. Once more, love him, worse and worse. I thought the girl had been better bred. Polly herself is Gilbertian. Methinks I see him already in the cart, sweeter and more lovely than the nosegay in his hand. I hear the crowd extolling his resolution and intrepidity. What volleys of sighs are sent from the windows of Holborn, that so comely a youth should be brought to disgrace! I see him at the tree. The whole circle are in tears. Even butchers weep. Lucy is Gilbertian. When Macheath is at the tree, her comment is, "There is nothing moves one so much as a great man in distress." And not only the tone, but the very principle of the play is Gilbertian. Gilbert took some typical figure of the social hierarchy, a Lord Chancellor, a First Lord of the Admiralty, and set the Chancellor capering and the First Lord singing about the handle of the big front door. He put a familiar figure in unfamiliar postures. Gay took a typical figure of his own time, the highwayman, and showed him, not at work on the highway, but enjoying an elegant leisure, behaving like a Chesterfield or one of Congreve's fine gentlemen. It was the realism, the actuality of the subject, combined with the burlesque of the treatment, that delighted the London of 1728 as it delighted the London of a century and a half later. At each date it was a new experiment in opera libretto. Boswell specified the attraction of gay realism, the real pictures of London life. Johnson singles out the novelty of the treatment. But it is time that I said something about Mr. Nigel Playfair's revival. This is a remarkable success from every point of view, for the original attraction of realism is, of course, no longer there. We have to take it all historically, and the revival has been particularly careful of historical accuracy. Just as Gay's dialogue prompts you to say Gilbert, so Mr. Lovett Fraser's scenery and costumes prompt you to exclaim Hogarth. By the way, on one of Hazlitt's visits he records the exclamation of an old gentleman in the pit, after the scuffle between Peachum and Locket, Hogarth, by God! This was no doubt a tribute to the grim, ugly squalor of that particular scene, but the whole décor and atmosphere of the present affair are Hogarthian. The stiff, flattened hoops of the women, the tatterdemalion aspect of Macheath's rabble, Peachum's dressing-gown, which I suppose is documentary, Macheath's scarlet coat and flowing wig, and the dresses are accurately simple. The women wear plain stuffs. Polly alone is allowed a little finery. Indeed, there is an almost austere simplicity about the whole affair. One scene, with just the alteration of a few accessories, serves for Peachum's house, for a tavern, and for Newgate. There is an orchestra of 5 strings, a flute, an oboe, and a harpsichord. It seems to me that their playing has the delicate charm of chamber music rather than the power and colour of orchestral, but I must not stray out of my province. Hazlitt indulged in raptures over Miss Stephens, the first Polly he heard, and never failed to contrast with her less pleasing successors. He had evidently lost his heart to her, a somewhat susceptible heart, if you think of the limber Amoris. I have no Miss Stephens to compare Miss Arkady with, and can only say the songstress is quite sweet enough for my taste, and the actress a charming little doll. Miss Marquista, the Lucy, is good contrast, a voluptuous termagant. Boswell says of Walker, the original Macheath, that he acquired great celebrity by his grave, yet animated performance of it. Mr. Ranelagho's Macheath is decidedly more grave than animated, is in fact a little solemn long before he gets to the condemned hold. There is an almost oriental impassiveness about him, something of the jaded sultan, which, after all, is not an appropriate suggestion, surrounded as the poor man is by his seraglio of town ladies. Miss Elsie French bravely makes a thorough hag of Mrs. Peachum. The Peachum and Locket of Mr. Wynne and Mr. Rawson are properly Hogarthianly crapulous, and Mr. Scott Russell makes a good vociferous filch, leading with a will that the fine drinking song, Women and Wine, and the still finer Let Us Take the Road, to the tune of Handel's March in Rinaldo. Although a delicious entertainment, gay despite the solemn deportment of Macheath, and dainty despite the sordid crapule of Newgate, yes, my final impression of the affair is one of daintiness. Even the women of the town are dainty. They might almost be Dresden china shepherdesses, which would be bearing out the original suggestion of a Newgate pastoral very literally, for the sordid milieu is so remote from us as to have become fantastically unreal. The Peachums and the Lockets are no longer ugly men, but have been turned into grotesque gargoyles. The rabble round Tyburn Tree has lived to see a Russian ballet and learnt to move in its elegant arabesques. It is a Hogarth retouched by a Shepperton, or rather, to speak by the card, by a Lovett Fraser. End of section 24. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 25 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Grand Guignolism. Dandin, the judge in Racine's comedy of Les Plaideurs, offers to amuse Isabelle by the spectacle of a little torturing. "Eh, monsieur!" exclaims Isabelle. "Eh, monsieur, put en voir ce four de malheur." And Dandin, in his reply, speaks for by no means negligible proportion of the human race. "Bon, cela fait toujours passer une heure ou deux." Dandin was a Guignolite. We all have our Guignolite moments, moments of Taine's ferocious gorilla surviving in civilized man, when we seek the spectacle of torture or physical suffering or violent death, but we are careful to aesthetize them, refine them into moments of poetry or art. The pleasure of tragedy is aesthetic. Nevertheless, tragedy involves violent death, and without that would be an idle tale. So Rousseau was not altogether wrong when he said we go to a tragedy for the pleasure of seeing others suffer, without suffering ourselves. Your true Guignolite simply prefers his tragedy neat, without aesthetic dilution. But I think it is unfair to charge him, as he is so often charged, with a love of the horrible for its own sake. I think rather that he is moved a little more actively than the rest of the world by curiosity. It is customary to talk of curiosity as though it were essentially ignoble. Children, women, and savages are said to have most of it. It accounts for fortune-telling, prophetic almanacs, spiritualistic seances, and other forms of alleged communication with the dead. But the truth is, curiosity, the desire to enlarge experience, is a highly valuable, or rather indispensable human attribute. Without it, there could be no science, no progress, and finally no human life at all. And you cannot restrict it. It must crave for all forms of experience. Some of us will be sweeping the heavens for new stars, and others will want to peep into Bluebird's cupboard. More particularly, we are curious to know what is already known to others. We desire to see with our own eyes what others have seen and reported to us. That is why so many people have gone to Chu Chin Chow. We wish to realize for ourselves, by the direct aid of our own senses, what it's like. And the more difficult it is to see, the greater the secrecy, the intimacy of its actual happening in life, the greater our curiosity to see a picture or other representation of it. Hence the vogue of stage bedroom scenes, newspaper portraits of the victim and the place of the crime, and Tussaud's chamber of horrors. I believe that is why cela, the horrible, the dreadful, the gruesome, fait toujours passer une heure en deux. For your Guignolite, it satisfies his curiosity about an experience which in real life is rare or difficult to obtain. For instance, they have been showing at the London Grand Guignol a representation of a criminal's last half hour before execution. Time was when you could see that for yourself, follow the prisoner in the cart to Tyburn, and offer him nosegays or pots of beer. In that time, enjoying the real thing, you wanted no mimic representation of it. For stage purposes you only cared to have it fantasized, as in the Beggar's Opera. Today you cannot, unless you are a prison official or the hangman himself, enjoy the real thing. The press is excluded, so you see the next best thing, a realistic stage picture of it. Realistic, I say, that is the merit of Mr. Reginald Berkeley's 8 o'clock, wherein there is not a trace of stageness or imported sentiment. He gives you what you are looking for, the nearest substitute for the real thing. You are shown, as accurately as possible, what it's like. You see how the warders behave, and how the chaplain, and how the prisoner, with the result that you feel as though, for that terrible half hour, you have been Newgate yourself. You have gone through an experience which in actual life, let us hope, you will never have. Your curiosity has been satisfied. And I think realism will have to be the mainstay of the grand Guignol programmes. There is another shocker in the bill, Private Room No. 6, by the French author Monsieur Delord, which seemed to have me not half so effective as the other because it was largely tinged with romance. Here again was an attempt to gratify curiosity about an unusual experience. The incident was distinctly private and confidential. How many of us have had the chance of seeing a fiercely whiskered Muscovite kissing and biting a conveniently décolletée lady on the shoulder, subsequently swallowing a tumblerful of kummel at a draught, and presently being strangled by the lady's glove? This, you may say, was realistic enough, but what made it romantic, theatrical, was the obviously artificial arrangement of the story, the preparations, the conventional types. You knew at once you were in the theatre and being served with carefully calculated thrills. That is to say, your curiosity was solely about what was going to happen next in the playwright's scheme, the common interest of every stage plot, which is a very different thing from curiosity about strange, rare experiences in actual life. You felt that Mr. Berkeley had really shown you what it's like. You felt that Monsieur Delord had only shown you what his skills in theatrical invention was like. And there, I suspect, we reach a limitation of grand Guignolism. The art of drama at its best, shall we call it grand art, as distinguished from grand Guignol art? Does it not exist to gratify curiosity? The best drama does not provoke the spectator's curiosity about what is going to happen so much as excite in him a keen desire that a certain thing shall happen and then satisfy that desire to the full. The Greek tragedians did not scruple to announce their plot in advance. Lessing, in his Hamburg Dramaturgy, maintains that the dramatic interest is all the stronger and keener the longer and more certainly we have been allowed to foresee everything, and adds, so far am I from holding that the end ought to be hidden from the spectator, that I don't think the enterprise would be a task beyond my strength were I to undertake a play of which the end should be announced in advance, from the very first scene. The truth is, in the fine art of drama, we are seeking what we seek in every fine art, beauty, a new form and colouring to be given to the actions and emotions of the real world by the artist's imagination. But even on the lower plane of realism, grand Guignolism has ample scope. The one-act formula has clear technical advantage in the single scene and strict coincidence of supposed with actual time. Great helps both to unity of impression. One counted the minutes in 8 o'clock almost as anxiously as the condemned man did. And it has The immense fun of theatrical experiment, of seeing how far you can go, what shocks the public can stand and what it can't, the joy of adventurously exploring the unknown and the in-depth. After all, if it is wise it will remember that, as I believe at any rate, its public does not yearn for this shocking incident merely as such, but as representing a rare experience, and it will look for some rarities that are not shocking. End of section 25. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 26 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. A Theatrical Forecast. Newspapers periodically publish their review of the past theatrical year. But it is always a sad thing to recall the past, especially the immediate past, which is too recent to be history, and only old enough to be stale. Why not, then, let bygones be bygones, and turn to the future, about which hope springs eternal, and which gives free scope to the imagination instead of imposing the tedious labor of research? What are our leading dramatists going to give us next year? The question might be treated in a matter-of-fact way by just going and asking them, and perhaps getting very disappointing answers. It seems more sportsmanlike to guess. Besides, it leaves room for some piquant surprises when one is by and by confronted with the actual. These, then, are one or two guesses for next season. It is long, too long, since London had a play from Sir Arthur Pinero. When he writes a play he gives you a play, not a symposium or a sermon or a piece of propagandism, but a dramatic action which interests you in its story, makes you wonder what is going to happen next, and takes care that something does happen, striking at the moment, and worth thinking about afterwards. His characters are presented in strong relief. There is always a dramatic conflict of wills. His women are never insipid, are sometimes deliciously perverse, and, if not past redemption, in which case they commit suicide, are saved by the nearest Anglican bishop or dean. His forthcoming play will ignore the church and will deal with a household divided on the spiritualistic question. The husband, who suffers from mild shell-shock and saw the Angels of Mons, will have come back from the war a devoted follower of Sir Oliver Lodge and Sir Conan Doyle. The wife, Miss Irene Vanbrugh, will be a pretty skeptic, adoring her husband, but impatient of his credulity and determined to laugh him out of it. An opportunity occurs. The young pair have been having a sarcastic scene, a fine opportunity for Miss Irene's merry ringing laugh, about the husband's bosom friend Jack, whom he had left for dead on the field at Mons. The husband eagerly hopes to get into communication with Jack on the other side. The wife only remembers with twinges of conscience certain love passages she had before her marriage with the said Jack, of which she has never told her husband. Now Jack is not dead, but on his way to his bosom friend when the wife meets him. She sees at once a chance of opening her husband's eyes. "We'll have a séance," she says to Jack. "You shall pretend to be your own spirit, and then suddenly reveal yourself as flesh and blood, and Tom will be forever cured of his foolishness." Jack agrees, but he also is suffering from shell-shock. Two in one play! You can imagine how clever the critics will be over this. It will have to be made clear that it was the same shell. Forgets himself at the séance, and at sight of his old lady love cries "Darling!" Then, horrified at his own misbehaviour, disappears, and the same night is either run over by a motor car or tumbles into a canal. The wife's reputation is saved by another lady present, who takes the darling to herself. It is not yet settled whether this shall be a comic amorous dame, really self-deceived, say Miss Lottie Venn, or a shrewd, kindly woman of the world, Miss Compton, for choice, who promptly sees how the land lies and sacrifices herself for her little married friend. In either case, the wife has to keep up the illusion that the voice came from the other side, while the husband, though confirmed in his spiritualism, is secretly disgusted to discover that the spirits can be such bad form. Thus the final situation is an ironic transmutation of the first. The divided pair are now united, the merry skeptic being frightened into simulating belief, while the believer ruefully finds belief without zest. Much will depend on the acting of this final situation. Miss Irene may safely be trusted to transfer her laugh adroitly to the wrong side of her mouth, but great subtlety will be required from the actor who has to convey the mixed joy and pain of a belief proved at once true and not worth having. It may, perhaps, count among Mr. Henry Ainley's triumphs. Mr. Gerald du Maurier will play Jack the Friend, another triumph, for even in his moment of breakdown he will still keep the sympathy of the audience. Sir James Barrie has not yet exhausted the variations on his enchantment theme. After the enchanted wood of Dear Brutus, where people get a second chance in life, and the enchanted island of Mary Rose, where time stands still with you, he will with his next play sound enchanted bagpipes. These will be heard as a weird obbligato, whenever any one of the characters falls into insincerity, from pianissimo, amiable taradiddle, to fortissimo, thumping lie. And, while they are playing, the character will talk broad Scotch and sketch the postures of, or, in extreme cases, wildly dance a Highland reel. As the characters will be drawn exclusively from the Holland House set, the scene throughout will be one of the famous breakfasts. The extravagance of the compulsory fits of Caledonianism can be seen a mile off. The dismay of the poet Rogers, Mr. George Robey, specially engaged, at finding his best méchanceté, in his notoriously low voice, unexpectedly uttered in the broadest Scotch, will only be equalled by the surprise of Sidney Smith at hearing his choicest witticisms in the same lingo. At one supreme moment the whole party will be joining in a reel, led recalcitrantly but majestically by Lady H. fashionable dames. A great opportunity for the costumier, and fabulous sums will be spent on the wardrobe, will suddenly change from lisping, "Vastly amusing, I declare," and rolled-collared beaux from murmuring, "Monstrous fine women, egad," to "Aiblins, hoots, Hetchsers," etc. The situation will ultimately be saved by a little Scottish maiden, in a plaid, Miss Hilda Trevelyan, who, being sincerity itself, will never speak anything but the purest English, and a baby in a box nailed against the wall, who will not speak at all. For the enchanted bagpipes a squad of pipe majors of the Black Watch, splendid fellows in review order, will be kindly lent from the Edinburgh garrison. Mr. Maugham has been to China, and has brought back a play which will aim at being as unlike Mr. Wu as possible. In fact, no Chinaman will figure in it. Mr. Maugham would never do anything so artistically vulgar as that, nor anything Chinese except a little porcelain curio of the best period. This will be sold by auction in a scene, it will be the talk of London, faithfully reproducing a celebrated establishment in King Street, St. James, with Mr. Hawtrey and Miss Gladys Cooper as the rival bidders. It will serve later for chief pièce justificative in a divorce case between the same parties, with a really witty judge, for he will have the wit of Mr. Maugham, who will make a certain actual humorist on the bench green with envy, and in the end will be broken by an excited counsel, played by the famous crockery-smashing artist from the music halls. Mr. Shaw, but no, it is impossible for Mr. Shaw himself, let alone anyone else, to guess beforehand what Mr. Shaw will do. Finally, it may be conjectured that the rank and file of our playwrights will write for us precisely the same plays they have written before, under new titles. It would be an agreeable innovation if they would keep the old titles and write new plays for them. End of section number 26.
Section number 27 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. A Theory of Brunetière. There is a theory of the late Ferdinand Brunetière about the periods of dramatic activity which the time we are now passing through ought to put to the test. Brunetière was an incorrigible generalizer, first because he was a Frenchman, and next because he was a born critic. Criticism without general ideas, without a substructure of principle and theory to build upon, is an idle thing, the mere expression of likes and dislikes, or else sheer verbiage. This French critic was always throwing theories at the drama, and some of them have stuck. Perhaps the soundest of them and the most lasting was his theory of the drama as the spectacle of the struggle of will against obstacles. There has been much controversy about it. There has been no difficulty in instancing cases which it fails to cover, but I venture to think that as a rough generalization it still holds good. I am not, however, concerned with that famous theory for the moment. I am thinking of another theory, a historical one. Brunetière asserted that every outburst of dramatic activity in a nation will be found to have followed upon a great manifestation of national energy. Greek tragedy, for instance, after the Persian War, Cauldron and de Vega after the Spanish conquests, in the New World, Shakespeare after the Armada, the French romantic drama after the Napoleonic campaigns. He might have added that the War of 1870 was followed by the best work of Dumas Phil, by the Theatre Libre, by Ibsen and Björnson, Hauptmann and Söderman, and the Russo-Japanese War by the Moscow Art Theatre and Tchekhov. I confess then my doubts about the soundness of this theory. Throughout the past history of any nation wars have been of so constant occurrence that it would be difficult not to find one preceding, by a fairly short term, any particular outburst of dramatic activity you like to fix upon. One is always post the other, it is not necessarily propter, and instances to the contrary will readily occur. Periods of dramatic activity that were not immediately preceded by, but rather synchronized with, great manifestations of national energy. For instance, the period of Corneille, Racine, and Molière, and sometimes when you look for your dramatic sequel to your national energizing, you only draw a blank. Did any outburst of the dramatic production follow the American Civil War? The theory, in short, is an easy one, relying on lucky coincidence and ignoring inconvenient exceptions. In any case, we ought to be able now, if ever, to put it to the acid test. The leading nations of the world have just fought the biggest of all their wars. Has the promised sequel followed? Is there any sign at home or abroad of a fresh outburst of dramatic energy? In Germany they seem to be merely carrying on, or tending to be a little more pornographic than usual. In Vienna they are still translating Mr. Shaw. No new dramatic masterpiece is reported from Italy, D'Annunzio being otherwise engaged. Mr. Boffin. Paris is still producing its favourite little spiciness, or, for the highbrow, translating Strindberg. Outside the theatres the effect of the war on Paris seems not merely negative but stupefying. They have achieved Dadaism and, so I read in a recent literary supplement, a distaste for the works of Monsieur Anatole France. In America the drama is no better case than before the war. And what about London? An absolute unprecedented dearth of not merely good but of actable plays. People will give you other causes, mainly economic, for the theatrical slump. They will tell you, truly enough, that playgoers have less money to spend, and that the cheaper cinema is diverting more and more money from the theatre. And yet, whenever the managers produce anything really worth seeing, there is no lack of people to see it. There is nothing, then, to discourage the aspiring dramatist, only he won't aspire, or his aspiration is not backed by talent. It seems as though the war, instead of stimulating dramatic energy, had repressed and chilled it. What on earth, if I may use a colloquialism condemned by Dr. Johnson, would poor Monsieur Brunetière have said if he had lived to see his pet theory thus falsified? Probably he would have invented a new one. He would have said that wars mustn't be too big to fit into a law devised only for usual sizes. Also he might have said, "Wait and see. The war is only just over. Give your young dramatists a little breathing time." Shakespeare's plays didn't immediately follow the Armada. The French romantic drama didn't begin till a good dozen years after Waterloo. Well, we can't afford to wait. While we playgoers are waiting for good plays, our young men are all frittering away their talent in minor poetry, which war seems to bring as relentless in its train as shell-shock. But the victims of both maladies ought by now to be on the high road to recovery, and it is that time that the young minor poets turn their attention to something useful. Example, the reintroduction of the British drama. They have a capital opportunity, since most of our old stalwarts seem to have left the field. Sir Arthur Pinero gives us nothing. Mr. Arthur Henry Jones gives us nothing. Mr. Maugham is, I am told, far away in Borneo, so now is the chance for the younger aspirants. The world is all before them where to choose. Of course it is understood that they will drop their verse. That used to be the natural form for plays over 2 centuries ago. It may come into fashion again, you can never tell, but quite clearly the time is not yet. I have heard people ask, what are the chances for a revival of poetic drama? They really mean verse drama. But the answer is that the essence of poetry is not verse, which is merely ornament, but the expression of a certain spiritual state, a certain état d'âme, and that there is always room for poetic plays. Dear Brutus contain much of the poetic essence, so does Mary Rose, but their language is prose, and our young aspirants may be recommended to write in prose, for which their previous verse exercises will have been a useful preparation. Only let them hurry up. let their hearts swell with the proud hope of creating that magnificent affair, which demands capital letters, the drama of the future. Mr. Bergson told us at Oxford that when an interviewer invited him to forecast the drama of the future, he answered, "If I could do that, I'd write it." So we can only wonder what it will be like. "Sir," said Dr. Johnson to Boswell, who was wondering, "you may wonder." End of section 27. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 28 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Disraeli and the Play. We have all been reading Mr. Buckle's concluding volumes, and when we have recovered from the fascination of the great man and the splendid historical pageant they present to us, we dip into them again in search of trifles agreeable to our own individual taste. And I shall make no apology for turning for a moment from Disraeli in robes of ceremony, the friend of sovereigns, the hero of congresses, the great statesman and great parliament man, to Disraeli the playgoer. That dazzling figure is not readily thought of as a unit in the common playhouse crowd, yet it is with a feeling of relief from the imposing spectacle of great mundane affairs that you find Disraeli, after receiving in the afternoon the awful news of the Russian ultimatum to Turkey, October 1876, going in the evening with his Stafford House hosts to see Peril at the Haymarket, and pleased with the acting of Mrs. Kendall. The play, he tells his correspondent, Lady Bradford, is "an adaptation from the French Nos Intimes, not over moral, but fairly transmogrified from the original, and cleverly acted in the chief part, a woman whom, I doubt not, you, the habitué of the drama, know very well, but quite new to me. Now, she is married, but she was a sister of Robertson, the playwright. She had evidently studied in the French school. The whole was good and the theatre was ventilated, so I did not feel exhausted, and was rather amused, and should rather have enjoyed myself had not the bad news thrown its dark shadow over one's haunted consciousness. Mrs. Kendall's training was, I fancy, entirely English, but her acting was on a level with the best of the French school. Disraeli was an old admirer of French acting, as we know from Coningsby, and I think it is pretty clear from the same source that he particularly liked Dejazet. For he had Dejazet in mind, I guess, in the member of Vielbeck's troupe of French comedians engaged for the delectation of Lord Monmouth, a lady of maturer years, who performed the heroines, gay and graceful as May. This was the lady, it will be remembered, who saved the situation when Mademoiselle Flora broke down. The failure of Flora had given fresh animation to her perpetual liveliness. She seemed the very soul of elegant frolic. In the last scene she figured in male attire, and in air, fashion, and youth beat Vielbeck out of the field. She looked younger than Coningsby when he went up to his grandpapa. This is Dejazet to the life. The whole episode of the French players in Coningsby shows Disraeli as not only an experienced playgoer, but a connoisseur of the theatre. His description of the company is deliciously knowing. From the young lady who played old women's parts, nothing could be more garrulous and venerable, and the old man who was rather hard but handy, could take anything either in the high serious or the low droll, to the sentimental lover who was rather too much bewigged, and spoke too much to the audience, a fault rare with the French. But this hero had a vague idea that he was ultimately destined to run off with a princess. In Tancred there is another, and an entirely charming, glimpse of French strolling players, or strollers who played in French, the Baroni family. Baroni, that is, the son of Aaron, the name of old clothesmen in London, and of caliphs in Bagdad. There is no more engaging incident in the romantic career of Sidonia than his encounter with this family in a little Flanders town. They played in a barn, to which Sidonia had taken care that all the little boys should be admitted free, and Mademoiselle Josephine advanced warmly cheered by the spectators, who thought they were going to have some more tumbling. It was Racine's Andromaque, however, that she presented, and it seemed to Sidonia that he had never listened to a voice more rich and passionate, to an elocution more complete. He gazed with admiration on her lightning glance and all the tumult of her noble brow. Sidonia played fairy godmother to the whole family, and Mademoiselle Josephine is at this moment (1849) the glory of the French stage, without any question the most admirable tragic actress since Clarion, and inferior not even to her. If for Josephine we read Rachel, we shall not be far wrong. Anyhow, it is evident that, when Disraeli thought that Mrs. Kendal must have studied in the French school, he was paying her the highest compliment at his disposal. It is disappointing that we have no criticism from Disraeli of Sarah Bernhardt. Matthew Arnold said that Sarah left off where Rachel began. Disraeli says nothing, which is perhaps significant, for he did see Sarah. He was first asked to see her play at a party at Lord Dudley's, but declined, as he could not forego country air. A few weeks later, however, he was at the Wiltons, where the principal saloon, turned into a charming theatre, received the world to witness the heroine of the hour, Sarah Bernhardt. And that is all. A playgoer of 75 is hardly disposed to take up with new favourites, which accounts, perhaps, for Disraeli's verdict on Irving. "I liked the Corsican Brothers as a melodrama," he writes to Lady Bradford (November 1880), "and never saw anything put cleverer on the stage. Irving, whom I saw for the first time, is third rate, and will never improve, but good enough for the part he played, though he continually reminded me of Lord Dudley." Why though? On another popular favourite he was even harder. Writing again to Lady Bradford, he says, "Except at Wycombe Fair, in my youth, I have never seen anything so bad as Pinafore. It was not even a burlesque, a sort of provincial black-eyed Susan. Princess Mary's face spoke volumes of disgust and disappointment, but who could have told her to go there?" Staying later at Hatfield, however, he found all the Cecil youngsters singing the Pinafore music. A few years earlier he tells Lady Bradford a story he had just heard from a friend of a visit paid by a distinguished opposition party to the heir at law at the old Haymarket. Into one of the stalls came Lord Granville, then in a little time Gladstone, then, at last, Hearty Tarty. Gladstone laughed very much at the performance. H.T. never even smiled. 3 conspirators. Another remarkable trio figures in another story. Disraeli had been to the aquarium to see a famous ape and the lady who used to be shot out of a cannon. Chaffed, if the word is not improper, about this by the Queen at the royal dinner table, Disraeli said, "There were 3 sights, madam, Zazel, Pongo, and myself." It will be seen that there are few records of Disraeli's playgoing or show-going in his old age. Gladstone, we know, was to the last a frequent playgoer, and, I believe, an enthusiastic admirer of Irving. Disraeli, I take it, had become rather the book-lover than the playgoer. The humblest of us may share that taste with the great man, and even take refuge in his illustrious example for the habit, denounced by the austere, of reading over solitary meals. Mr. Buckle tells us that, over his solitary and simple dinner, he would read one of his favourite authors, mostly classics of either Latin, Italian Renaissance, or English 18th century literature, pausing for 10 minutes between each course. That passage will endear Disraeli to many of us, simple, home-keeping people, unacquainted with courts and parliaments, who feel, perhaps, a little bewildered amid the processional drums and tramplings and the gorgeous triumphs of his public career. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Henry James and the Theatre. Are not the friends of Henry James inclined to be a little too solemn when they write about him, perhaps feeling that they must rise to the occasion, and put on their best style, as though he had his eye on them, and would be down on any lapses? An admirable reviewer of the letters in the Literary Supplement seemed, indeed, to overcome by his subject as to have fallen into one of Henry James's least amiable mannerisms. His introduction of elaborate figures relentlessly worked out, and at last lagging superfluous, and the editor of the letters, admirably too, as he has done his work, is just a little bleak, isn't he? Wearing the grave face of the historian, and mindful never to become familiar. Thank heaven, one seems to hear these writers saying to themselves, even he could never have called this vulgar. Such as the posthumous influence of the fastidious master. I dare say I am captious. One is never quite satisfied with what one sees in print about people one loved. One always thinks it is, at any rate, a pleasing illusion, that one has one's own key to that particular cipher, and to see the thing not merely given away but authoritatively expounded in print is rather a nuisance. Look at the number of fair ladies to whom Henry James wrote letters rich in intimate charm. Oh, and as he would have said of a decorum, perhaps each of them thought she had the best corner of his heart. The most immaculate of women, young and old, matrons and maidens, will sentimentalize their men friends in this way. How could Henry James have escaped? Well, if any one of these ladies had edited the letters or reviewed them, wouldn't each of the others have said, "No, that isn't my Henry James. She never understood him, poor dear." I apologize for this flippant way of putting it to the two refined writers I begin with mentioning, but as the lady says in the Spoils of Poynton, I'm quite coarse, thank God. Henry James, unfortunately for his theatrical ambitions, never was. You must not only be coarse in grain, but tough in hide, for success in the theatre. Everybody knows that Henry James achieved only failure there, either crushing failure amid hootings and yells, as with Guy Domville, or that very significant failure which is called a success of esteem, as with his stage versions of The American and Covering End. But not everybody knows how he positively yearned for the big popular success, and for that biggest, loudest, and most brazen trumpeted of successes, success in the theatre. He talks in his letters as though he actually needed the money, but it was really not so. He looked round the world and found it teeming with best-sellers, idols of the multitude, who by any standards of his simply couldn't write, didn't artistically exist. And the most pathetic thing in his letters is their evidence that he began A, and went on with the illusion that he, such as he was, the absolute artist, might some day become a best-seller. Even so late as the days of his collected edition, it came as a shock to him that the great public wouldn't buy. It is evident that he had good hopes beforehand of Guy Domville, and yet he hated the actual process of production. The rehearsal, he says, is as amazing as anything can be for a man of taste and sensibility in the odious process of practical dramatic production. I may have been meant for the drama, God knows, but I certainly wasn't meant for the theatre. And when dire failure came, it wasn't, he says, from any defect of technique. I have worked like a horse, far harder than anyone will ever know, over the whole stiff mystery of technique. I have run it to earth, and I don't in the least hesitate to say that, for the comparatively poor and meagre, the piteously simplified purpose of the English stage, I have made it absolutely my own, put it into my pocket. No, the fault must be in his choice of subject. The question of realizing how different is the attitude of the theatre-goer towards the quality of things which might be a story in a book from his attitude toward the quality of thing that is given to him as a story in a play is another matter altogether. That difficulty is portentous, for any writer who doesn't approach it naively, as only a very limited and simple-minded writer can. One has to make oneself so limited and simple to conceive a subject, see a subject simply enough, and that, in a nutshell, is where I have stumbled. And yet, he adds, pathetically enough, writing to his brother, if you were to have seen my play. He knew he had done good work, in his own way, and the plain fact that his way was a way which the gross theatre public would not understand or sympathize with was a terrible blow to him. The process of turning himself into a simple-minded writer, that is, of making a sow's ear out of a silk purse, was, of course, impossible. One doesn't want to wallow in the obvious, but doesn't it leap at the eyes that an artist who seeks to abandon his own temperament and point of view for another's will forfeit all chance of that spontaneous joy without which there is no artistic creation? Fortunately, this theoretical malady of Henry James, though he had one or two recurrent twinges of it, never became chronic. The history of his real work is a history of not self-renunciation, but of self-development, of abounding, as the French say, in his own sense. As to the theatrical technique which he had put into his pocket, he certainly kept it there. Like most laboriously acquired alien techniques, it was too technical, too architectural, as any one can see who dips into his two forgotten volumes of theatricals. His own proper technique was a very different thing, an entirely individual thing, and no reader of his books can have failed to notice how he gradually perfected it as he went along. It reached its highest point, to my thinking, in The Ambassadors, surely the greatest of his books, though over this question the fierce tribe of Jacobites will fight to their last gasp, when everything, absolutely everything, is shown as seen through the eyes of Strether. To see a thing so done, as he would have said, an artistic difficulty so triumphantly mastered, is among the rarest and most exquisite pleasures of life. That was Henry James's function, to give us rare and exquisite pleasures, of a quality never to be had in the modern theatre. He was no theatrical man, but he could, when he chose, be the most delicate of dramatic critics. Read what he says in these letters about Ronstadt's L'Aiglon. The man really has talent like an attack of smallpox. About Bergson's Le Secret as a case. About Ibsen, bottomlessly bourgeois, and yet of his arts he's a master, and I feel in him, to the pitch of almost intolerable boredom, the presence and the insistence of life. End of section 29. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Section 30 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Charlotte. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Theatrical Amorism. The stage is more beholding to love than the life of man, for as to the stage, love is ever matter of comedies, and now and then of tragedies, but in life it doth much mischief, sometimes like a siren, sometimes like a fury. It is one of the few things the general reader is able to quote from Bacon, who goes on to make some pointed remarks about love in life, but drops all reference to love on the stage, which he would hardly have done had he been Shakespeare. But the converse question, how far love is beholding to the stage, what treatment it has received there, what justice the stage has done to it, is certainly not without interest. Life is not long enough to deal with the whole question, ranging through the ages, but it may be worth while to consider for a moment what our contemporary English stage is doing with the theme. Are our playwrights addressing themselves to it with sincerity, with veracity, with real insight? Or are they just muddling through with it, repeating familiar commonplaces about it, not troubling themselves to see the thing as it really is? These questions have occurred to me in thinking over Mr. Arnold Bennett's Sacred and Profane Love. Thinking it over, interrupts the ingenuous reader. But have you not already reviewed it? So it may be well to explain that one notices a play and then thinks it over. True, one's notice, the virtually instantaneous record of one's first impressions, sometimes wears a specious appearance of thought. But that is one of the wicked deceptions of journalism, mainly designed to appease eager people of the sort who rush up to you the moment the curtain is down on the first act to ask, "Well, what do you think of it?" In reality, as the wily reader knows, it is at best only thought in the making, a casting about for thought. Not until you have read it yourself next morning can you begin, if you ever do begin, to think. So, as I say, I have been thinking over Mr. Bennett's Sacred and Profane Love. It is not what used to be called a well-made play. Its main interest is not cumulative, but is suspended for a whole act and, at its most critical point, relegated to an interact. In Act 1, the young Carlotta gives herself to Diaz. In Act 2, 7 years later, Diaz has dropped clean out. Carlotta, now a famous novelist, is in love with somebody else and shows herself strong enough to renounce her love. Act 3 resumes the Carlotta Diaz story. He has become an abject morphinomaniac. She heroically devotes herself, body and soul, to the terrible task of reclaiming him. Between Acts 3 and 4, 14 months, this terrible task is accomplished. We have to take it on trust, a rather large order. Act 4 ends the Carlotta Diaz story in marriage. Obviously, it is not a well-told story. It has a long digression, and the spectator's attention is misled. It assumes a miracle behind the scenes, and the spectator's credulity is overtaxed. Act 2 is a play within a play, how Carlotta nearly ran away with her publisher. In Act 4, you cannot accept the alleged recovery of the morphinomaniac. You expect him to break out again at any moment. Of course, the story being what it is, there was no help for it. Years of rising to fame as a novelist, months of struggling with the drug victim, cannot be shown on the stage. Only writers of well-made plays do not choose such stories. But is this treating the play fairly? Is it just a story, the story of Carlotta and Diaz? Suppose we look at it in another way. Suppose we consider it as a study of modern love, or more particularly, of the modern woman in love. Then the play at once looks much more ship-shape. It is the éducation sentimentale of Carlotta. The second act ceases to be episodical. It is one of the stages in Carlotta's love life, as Ibsen's Ella Rentheim calls it. The miracle of Diaz's reclamation between the acts ceases to worry us. It only prepares another stage in Carlotta's love life. And, from this point of view, I think Mr. Bennet has achieved something much better than the construction of a well-made play. He has given us, in his downright matter-of-fact way, a close study of modern love in the case of a woman made for love, living for it, able to dominate it and to turn it to a heroic purpose. She starts her career of love by giving herself to a man who is almost a stranger. I suppose this is considered a bold scene, but it is evidently there from no cheap purpose of audacity. It is no calculated fling at the proprieties. Mr. Bennet, it is his way, indifferently depicts human nature as he sees it, and the girl's fall is natural enough. In a milieu of prosaic provincialism, if one may venture so to qualify the Five Towns, she is thrown into contact with a romantic figure from the great world, a famous pianist who has just enraptured her with his music, the embodiment of all her artistic ideals. She is of an amorous temperament, and since Mr. Bennet is undertaking a study of love, it would be no use choosing an ascetic heroine. The inevitable happens. When next seen, she has not seen or heard of the man for years since their one meeting. They have been years of strenuous labour, and she is a successful novelist. But she has not parted with her temperament, and she falls in love with, so to speak, the nearest man. He seems a poor creature for so superior a woman to choose, but such a choice is one of the commonplaces of life. When she realizes the misery she is causing to the man's wife, she promptly renounces him. The wife has a little past love history of her own. Mr. Bennet neglects no facet of his subject. Then Carlotta hears of Diaz and his morphinomania, conceives forthwith her heroic project of rescuing him, takes up her lot with him again, and pulls him through. When he is himself again, he reveals the egoism of the absolute artist. Carlotta must not accompany him to the concert, because she would make him nervous. She obeys and is left in an agony of suspense at home. When the concert has ended in triumph, he must be off, without his wife, to an influential patron's party. She acquiesces again, not without tears. The men she loves are not worthy of her, but she must love them. She was made for love. There is talk of marriage at the end. It seems an anticlimax. I find that I have been discussing Mr. Bennet's play instead of the general question into which I proposed to inquire. the treatment of love by our dramatists of today. It looks, I fear, like the familiar device of a reviewer for running away from his subject. Unfortunately, our space will not permit, etc. Always very useful when the subject is getting ticklish. But the fact that I have had to dwell on Mr. Bennet's case rather shows how rare that case is with us. The general treatment of love on our stage is, it seems to me, inadequate. Either it is a mere ficelle, an expedient for a plot, or it is apt to be conventional, second-hand, unobserved. We want fresh, patient, and fearless studies of it on our stage. I am not asking for calculated audacity or salacity. There has never been any dearth of that, but for veracity. Though the subject is the oldest in the world, it is always becoming new. There are subtleties, fine shades in our modern love that cannot have been known to the Victorians. Yet most of our stage love today remains placidly Victorian. Was it Rochefoucauld or Chamfort who spoke of the many people who would never fall in love if they hadn't heard it talked about? But think how we of today have all heard it talked about, what books we have read about it. The old passion has put on a new consciousness and calls for a new stage treatment. Where is our Donnay or our Porto Riche? They perhaps pursue their inquiries a little farther than would suit our British delicacy. But our playwrights must at least take a leaf out of their book in the matter of veracity, instead of mechanically repeating the old commonplaces. End of section 30. Recording by Emma Charlotte.
Section 31 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY, H.B. Irving. There is a commonplace about the evanescent glory of actors that will hardly bear close scrutiny. It is said that as they live more intensely than other men, enjoying their reward on the spot, so they die more completely and leave behind nothing but a name. Even so are they worse off than the famous authors whom nobody ever reads, or than the famous painters whose works have disappeared. Which is the more live figure for us today, John Kemble, who played in the Iron Chest, or William Godwin, who wrote the original story? Is Zeuxis or Apelles anything more than a name? It is said that whereas other artists survive in their work, the actor dies with him, but we make of every work of art a palimpsest, and it is for us what we ourselves have written over its original text, so that the artist only lives vicariously through our own life, while the dead actor's work stands inviolate, out of our reach, a final thing. Lamb says of Dodd's ague cheek, a part of his forehead would catch a little intelligence, and be a long time in communicating it to the remainder. Nothing can alter that forehead now, but if Dodd could have left it behind him, we should be all agog to revise the verdict. So Mrs. Siddons was famous for her graceful manner of dismissing the guests at Macbeth's banquet. Nothing can impair that grace now. Could it have been handed down, we should be having two opinions about it. Dead actors, then, live again in the pages that commemorate them, and they live more securely than the artists whose works survive. They are no longer the sport of opinion. But this is only casuistry, the vain effort to seek consolation for the death of a friend. I am not speaking of a boon companion, but of something much better, of that ideal disinterested friend which every actor is for us on the stage, giving us his mind and heart and temperament and physical being, immolating his very self for us. And at the end I can see Henry Irving, the elder, standing before the curtain as he uttered the words, "Our obliged, respectful, loving servant." This is pure friendship, purer than any private intimacy, with its inevitable contacts and reserves of different egoisms. Why does my mind go back to the elder Irving? Because I am thinking of his son Harry, who was so like him, too like him. It was a perpetual handicap, and never more like him than in that pride which does not ape humility, but feels it. The pride of the artist in his art, and the humility of the devotee in the temple of art. Indeed, I think Harry Irving had an almost superstitious reverence for his profession. He had it perhaps not merely because he was his father's son, but also because he was his father's son with a difference, an academic difference. He was one of a little band of Oxford men whose adoption of the stage was in those days a breach with orthodox Oxford tradition. All that, I dare say, is altered now. In an Oxford which has widened Magdalen Bridge and built itself new schools, anything is possible. But in those days undergraduates were not habitually qualifying for the stage. Indeed, the old Vic in term time was out of bounds. The old Vic had only just disappeared when I went up to see young Irving as Decius Brutus in Julius Caesar, and H.B. was still very much an undergraduate. Heavens! The pink and green sweets we ate at supper not far from Tom Tower after the show, the sweets that only undergraduates can eat. If I remember the sweets better than the Decius Brutus, it will be indulgent to infer that Harry Irving's debut was not of the most remarkable. But his reverence for the histrionic art was, even then. I teased him, youthful critics have a crude appetite for controversy, by starting an assault, entirely theoretical and Pickwickian, on that reverential attitude. We beat over the ground from Plato to Bossuet, and I think it took him some time to forgive me. In his earlier years on the stage he was a little stiff and formal, characteristics which were not at all to his disadvantage in the young prig of The Princess and the Butterfly, and the solemn young man-about-town of Letty, though the smart Bond Street suit and patent leather shoes of the man-about-town were obviously a sore trial to a boy who, from his earliest years, dressed after his father. I imagine his Crichton, 1902, was his first real success in London, and an admirable Crichton it was, standing out, as the play demanded, with that vigour and stamp of personal domination which he had inherited from his father. His Hamlet, though his most important, was hardly his best part. It was too cerebral. But is not Hamlet, someone will ask, the very prince of cerebrals? Yes, but Hamlet has grace as well as thought, sweetness as well as light. Harry Irving's Hamlet of 1905, he softened much in the later revival, was a little didactic, almost donnish. He hardened the hardness of Hamlet, particularly his hardness to women, Ophelia and Gertrude, which we need not be sickly sentimentalists to dislike, seeing emphasized. In a word, he was impressive rather than charming, was perhaps almost harsh after the conspicuously charming Hamlet of Forbes Robertson. Nevertheless, if Harry Irving's Hamlet was second to Forbes Robertson's, it was a very good second. He had his father's rather Mephistophelian humour, but I am annoyed to find myself always harping on his father. It is a tiresome obsession. None suffered from it more than the son himself, at once hero and martyr of filial piety. He invited comparison, playing as many as possible of his father's old parts, all ragged and threadbare as they had become. But he lacked the quality which originally saved them, the romantic, flamboyant, baroque quality of his father's genius. Sir Henry impressed himself upon his time by sheer force of individuality, and by what Byron calls operation. He was a great manager as well as a great actor, doing everything on a gigantic scale and in the grand style. He was a splendid figure of romance, off as well as on the stage. It was hopeless to provoke comparison with such a being as this. Though the son showed the family likeness, he was naturally a reasonable man, a scholar, a man of discursive, analytic mind, rather than of the instinctive, perfervid, histrionic temperament. It was always a pleasure to swap ideas with him, to talk to him about the principles of his art, the great criminals of history, or the latest murder trial he had been attending at the Old Bailey. But I suspect, I never tried, conversation with his father, in Boswell's phrase, a tremendous companion, must have been a rather overwhelming experience. And after all, the wonderful thing is that the son stood the comparison so well, that he was not utterly crushed by it, that the successor of so exorbitant an artist could maintain any orbit of his own. That is a curious corner of our contemporary society, the corner of the second generation, where the son mentions my father quickly, with a slight drop of the voice, out of a courteous disinclination to let filial respect become a bore to third parties. There is an academician of the second generation in Pailleron's play who is always alluding to mon illustre père, and as the ill-natured say, jus du cadavre. In our little English corner there is never any such lapse from good taste. Harry Irving was greatly loved there, and will be sadly missed. End of section 31. Section 32 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. The Puppets. At the corner of a Bloomsbury Square, I found my path blocked by a little crowd of children who were watching a puppet show of an unusual kind. The usual kind, of course, is Punch and Judy, which has become a degenerate thing with its puppets grasped in the operator's hand. These puppets were wired in the grand manner of the art, and had a horse and cart, no less, for their transport. The show, though lamentably poor in itself, the puppets merely danced solemnly round and round, without any attempt at dramatic action, was rich in suggestion. Do we not all keep a warm corner of our hearts for the puppets, if only for their venerable antiquity and their choice literary associations? Why, in the grave pages of the Literary Supplement, learned archaeologists have lately been corresponding about the Elizabethan motions, and Sir William Ridgway has traced the puppets back to the Syracuse of Xenophon's day, and told us how that author, in his Symposium, makes a famous Syracusan puppet player say that he esteems fools above other men because they are those who go to see his puppets, nevropasta. My own recollections connect Xenophon with parasangs rather than puppets, but I am glad to be made aware of this honourable pedigree, though I strongly resent the Syracusan's remark about the amateurs of puppets. I share the taste of Partridge, who loved a puppet show of all the pastimes upon earth, and I sympathize with the showman in Tom Jones, who could tolerate all religions save that of the Presbyterians, because they were enemies to puppet shows. And so I lingered with the children at the corner of the Bloomsbury Square. Puppets, someone has said, have the advantage over actors. They are made for what they do. Their nature conforms exactly to their destiny. I have seen them in Italy performing romantic drama with a dash and a panache that no English actor in my recollection, save perhaps the late Mr. Lewis Waller, could rival. Actors being men as well as actors, and therefore condemned to effort in acting, if only the effort of keeping down their consciousness of their real total self cannot attain to this clear-cut definiteness and purity of performance. But the wire-puller must be a true artist, his fingertips responsive to every emotional thrill of the character and every nuance of the drama. Indeed, the ideal wire-puller is the poet himself, expressing himself through the motions of his puppets and declaiming his own words for them. It was with this thought in my mind that I ventured, when Mr. Hardy first published the Dynasts, to suggest that the perfect performance of that work would be as a puppet show, with Mr. Hardy reading out his own blank verse. I pointed out the suggestive reference to puppets in the text. One of the spirits describes the human protagonists as mere marionettes, and elsewhere you read, forgetting the prime mover of the gear, as puppet watchers him who moves the strings. Further, at the very core of Mr. Hardy's drama is the idea that these Napoleons and Pitts and Nelsons are puppets of the immanent will. If ever there was a case for raising a puppet show to the highest literary dignity, this was one. But it was all in vain. Either Mr. Hardy was too modest to declaim his own verse in public, or else the actors pushed in, as they will wherever they can, and laid hands on as much of his work as they could manage. And so we had Mr. Granville Barker's version early in the war, and only the other day the performance at Oxford, and I have nothing to say against either, save that they were, and could only be, extracts, episodes, fragments, instead of the great epic drama in its panoramic entirety. A puppet show could embrace the whole, and one voice declaiming the poem would, to be sure, not give the necessary unity of impression. That singleness must be first of all in the work itself, but would incidentally emphasize it. The puppet presentation would, however, do much more than this. It would clarify, simplify, attenuate the medium through which the poem reaches the audience. The poet and his public would be in close contact. It is, of course, for many minds, especially for those peculiarly susceptible to poetry, a perpetual grievance against the actors that these living, bustling, solid people get between them and the poet, and substitute fact, realism, flesh and blood, for what these minds prefer to embody only in their imagination. There is the notorious instance of Charles Lamb, with his objection to seeing Shakespeare's tragedies acted. He complained that the gay and witty Richard III was inevitably materialized and vulgarized by the actor. Lamb, as we all know, was capricious, and indeed made a virtue of caprice. But what do you say to so serious and weighty a critic as Professor Raleigh? Talking about the Shakespearean boy actors of women, he commits himself to this: "It may be doubted whether Shakespeare has not suffered more than he has gained by the genius of later-day actresses, who bring into the plays a realism and a robust emotion which sometimes obscure the sheer poetic value of the author's conception." The boys were no doubt very highly trained and amenable to instruction, so that the parts of Rosalind and Desdemona may well have been rendered with a clarity and simplicity which served as a transparent medium for the author's wit and pathos. Poetry, like religion, is outraged when it is made a platform for the exhibition of their own talent and passions by those who are its ministers. With the disappearance of the boy players, the poetic drama died in England, and it has had no second life. A little steep, is it not? Logically, it is an objection to all acting of poetic drama. Boy players of girls are only a halfway house. The transparent medium for the author's wit and pathos would be still more transparent if it were merely the medium of the printed page. Now this much is certain: Shakespeare conceived his plays, whatever poetry or wit or pathos he put into them, in terms of men and women, not boy women. The ideal performance of Shakespeare would be by the men and women who grew in Shakespeare's imagination. But they unfortunately do not exist in flesh and blood, but only in that imagination, and to bring them on the stage you have to employ ready-made men and women, who at the very best can only be rough approximations to the imaginary figures. In this sense, it is not a paradox, but a simple commonplace to say that no one has ever seen Shakespeare's Hamlet on the stage, or ever will see. And the greater the genius of the actor, the more potent his personality, though he will be the darling of the majority, thirsting for realism, the immediate sense of life, the more will he get between the poet and imaginative students like Lamb and Professor Raleigh, who want their poetry inviolate. This seems like a digression, but is really to my purpose. Flesh and blood actors we shall always have with us. They will take good care of that themselves. But for the imaginative souls who are for compromise, who are for halfway houses, and look back fondly to the boy players, I would say, why not try the puppets? These also present a transparent medium for the author's expression, and further, the purely lyrical passages in which Shakespeare abounds, and which seem so odd in the realism of the human actors, for example, the Queen's description of Ophelia's death, would gain immensely by being recited by the poet, or wire puller. A puppet show Hamlet might be an exquisite experiment in that highest art, whose secret is suggestion. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 33, Vicissitudes of Classics. Of Webster's Duchess of Malfi, revived by the Phoenix Society, I said that it was a live classic no longer, but a museum classic, a curio for connoisseurs. Its multiplication of violent deaths in the last act, 4 men stabbed and 1 courtesan poisoned, could no longer be taken seriously, and in fact provoked a titter in the audience. This sudden change of tragic into comic effect was fatal to that unity of impression without which not merely a tragedy but any work of art ceases to be an organic whole. The change was less the fault of Webster than of the time spirit. Apparently, the early Jacobeans could accept a piled heap of corpses at the end of a play without a smile, as all very capital. Violent death was not so exceptional a thing in their own experience as it is in ours. They had more simplicity of mind than we have, a more childlike docility in swallowing whole what the playwright offered them. But Webster was not without fault. One assassination treads so hastily upon the heels of the other, the slaughter is wholesale. Hamlet closes with several violent deaths, yet Shakespeare managed to avoid this pell-mell wholesale effect. But there is another element in Webster's workmanship which I think has helped to deprive the play of life. I mean his obtrusive ingenuity. I am not referring to the ingenuity of the tortures practised upon the unhappy Duchess, the severed hand thrust into hers, the wax figure purporting to be her slain husband, and so forth. This fiendish ingenuity is proper to the character of the tyrant Ferdinand, and its exercise does add a grisly horror to the play. I mean the ingenuity of Webster himself, a perverted, wasted ingenuity in his play construction. He seems to have ransacked his fancy in devising scenic experiments. There is the echo scene. It is theatrically ineffective. It gives you no tragic emotion, but only a sense of amused interest in the author's ingenuity, and you say, "How quaint!" Then there is the little device for giving a touch of irony to the cardinal's murder. He has warned the courtiers, for purposes of his own, that if they hear him cry for help in the night, they are to take no notice, he will be only pretending. And so, when he cries for help in real earnest, he is hoist with his own petard, and the courtiers only cry, "Fie!" upon his counterfeiting. Again, the theatrical effect is small. You are merely distracted from the tragic business in hand by the author's curious ingenuity. For anyone interested in the theatrical cuisine, these experiments of course have their piquancy. Webster seems to have been perpetually seeking for new thrills, like the Grand Guignol people in our own day. He had some lucky finds. The Mask of Madmen, for instance, is a tremendous thrill, one of the biggest, I dare say, in the history of tragedy. But there were experiments that didn't come off. At any rate, they fail with us. Webster, no doubt, had his true posterity. Was it perchance contemporary with Pepys? But we are his post-posterity. In a sense, every masterpiece is in advance of its time. The reason, says Marcel Proust, à l'ombre des jeunes filles en fleurs, the reason why a work of genius is admired with difficulty at once is that the author is extraordinary, that few people resemble him. It is his work itself that, in fertilizing the rare minds capable of comprehending it, makes them grow and multiply. Beethoven's quartets, 12, 13, 14, and 15, have taken 50 years to give birth and growth to the Beethoven quartet public, thus realizing, like every masterpiece, a progress in the society of minds, largely composed today of what was not to be found when the masterpiece appeared, that is to say, of being capable of loving it. What we call posterity is the posterity of the work itself. The work must create its own posterity. Assuredly, we of today can see more in Hamlet than its first audience could. But the curve of posterity is really a zigzag. Each generation selects from a classic what suits it. Few of the original colors are fast. Some fade, others grow more vivid, and then fade in their turn. The Jacobean playgoer was impressed by Webster's heaped corpses, and we titter. He probably revelled in the mad scene of the lycanthropic Ferdinand, where we are bored. The taste for mad scenes was long-lived. It lasted from the Elizabethans, on through Betterton's time, see Valentine in Love for Love, and Garrick's time, as we know from Boswell's anecdote about Irene, down to the moment when Tilburina went mad in white satin. On the other hand, a scene which has possibly gained in piquancy for us of today, the proud contemporaries of Mr. Shaw, in that wherein the Duchess woos the coy Antonio and weds him out of hand. When we chance upon a thing like this in a classic, we are apt, fatuously enough, to exclaim, "How modern!" No one is likely to make that exclamation over another classic of momentary revival, Le Malade Imaginaire. There is not a vestige of modernity in Molière's play. It is absolutely primitive. Or rather, it seems, in all essentials, to stand outside time, to exhibit nothing of any consequence that dates. It has suffered no such mishap as has befallen Webster's tragedy, a change of mental attitude in the audience which has turned the author's desired effect upside down. At no point at which Molière made a bid for our laughter are we provoked, contrariwise, to frown. You cannot, by the way, say this about all Molière. Much, e.g., of the fun in Georges Dandin strikes a modern audience as merely cruel. Both in Alceste and Tartuffe there has been a certain alteration of values in the progress of the centuries. But Le Malade Imaginaire is untouched. We can enjoy it, I imagine, with precisely the same delight as its first audience felt. Some items of it, to be sure, were actual facts for them which are only history for us. The subservience of children to parents, for instance, and though Mr. Shaw will not agree, the pedantic humbug of the faculty. But the point is that the things laughed at, though they may have ceased to exist in fact, are as ridiculous as ever. And note that our laughter is not a whit affected by childish absurdities in the plot. Argan's little girl shams dead, and he immediately assumes she is dead. Argan shams dead, and neither his wife nor his elder daughter for a moment questions the reality of his death. His own serving wench puts on a doctor's gown, and he is at once deceived by the disguise. These little things do not matter in the least. We are willing to go all lengths in make-believe, so long as we get our laughter. Here, then, is a classic which seems to be outside the general rule. It has not had to make, in M. Proust's phrase, its own posterity. It has escaped those vicissitudes of appreciation which classics are apt to suffer from changes in the general condition of the public mind. But stay! If it has always been greeted with the same abundance of laughter, has the quality of that laughter been invariable? Clearly not, for Molière is at pains to apologize in his play for seeming to laugh at the faculty, whereas, he says, he has only in view le ridicule de la médecine. Between half resentful, half fearful laughter at a Pergin or Diafoirus, who may be at your bedside next week, and light-hearted laughter at figures that have become merely fantastic pantaloons, there is a considerable difference, and so we re-establish our general rule. End of section 33. Section 34 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 34, Perverted Reputations. Sir Henry Irving used to tell how he and Toole had gone together to Stratford, and fallen into talk with one of its inhabitants about his great townsman. After many cross questions and crooked answers, they arrived at the fact that the man knew that Shakespeare had written for Summit. For what? They inquired. Well, replied the man, I do think he wrote for the Bible. This story illustrates a general law which one might perhaps, if one were inclined to pseudo-scientific categories, call the law of perverted reputations. I am thinking more particularly of literary reputations, which are those I happen chiefly to care about. And literary reputations probably get perverted more frequently than others, for the simple reason that literature always has been, and despite the cheap manuals, board schools, and modern improvements, still is an unfathomable mystery to the outer busy world. But to get perverted, the reputations must be big enough to have reached the ears of that outer world. What happens thereafter seems to be something like this. The man in the back street understands vaguely that so-and-so is esteemed a great man. Temperamentally and culturally incapable of appreciating the works of literary art for which so-and-so is esteemed great, the back streeter is driven to account for his greatness to himself on grounds suitable to his own comprehension, which grounds, in the nature of the case, have nothing to do with the fine art of literature. The general tendency is to place these grounds in the region of the marvellous, for the capacity for wonder is as universal as the capacity for literature is strictly limited. Thus you have the notorious instance of Virgil figuring to the majority of men in the Middle Ages not as a poet but as a magician. Appreciation of his poetry was for the happy few. By the rest, his reputation was too great to be ignored, so they gave it a twist to accommodate it to the nature of their own imaginations. In more recent times, indeed in our own day, there is the equally notorious instance of Shakespeare. The Stratford rustic knew nothing of Shakespeare's plays, but did know, 1, that there was a great man called Shakespeare, and 2, that there was a great book called the Bible. He concluded that Shakespeare must have written for the Bible. But I am thinking of a very different perversion of Shakespeare's reputation. I am thinking of the strange people, exponents of the backstreet mind, who, being incapable of appreciating Shakespeare's poetry and dramatic genius, having in fact no taste for literature as such, have assigned his greatness to something compatible with their own prosaic pedestrian taste, and turned him into a contriver of cryptograms. Again, you see the old appetite for wonder reappearing. The imputed reputation, as in Virgil's case, is for something abscons, as Rabelais would have said, something occult. It is the old story. Superstition comes easier to the human mind than artistic appreciation. But superstition has played an odd freak in the case of Shakespeare. It is actually found side by side with artistic appreciation, of which it presents itself as the superlative or ecstatic degree. There is, for instance, an Oxford professor to whom the world is indebted for the most delicate, the most sympathetic, as well as the most scholarly appreciation of Shakespeare in existence. Yet this professor is so affronted by the flesh and blood domination of the actresses who play Shakespeare's heroines, the dangerous competition of their personal charm with the glamour of the text, that he has committed himself to the startling proposition that poetic drama perished with Shakespeare's boy actors. Jealousy for Shakespeare's individual supremacy in artistic creation, which must brook no rival near the throne, has turned the professor into a misogynist. This I venture to call Shakespearean superstition. And there is another Oxford professor, O home of lost causes and forsaken beliefs, who assures us that we can unravel all Shakespearean problems by a careful study of the text alone. Don't trouble your minds about the actual facts in view of which the text has been written, and in which it was spoken. Don't ask where Shakespeare's theatres were, and what the audiences were like, and what kind of shows they were used to and continued to expect. Don't bother about the shape of the stage or its position in regard to the public. Stick to the text, and nothing but the text, and all shall be made plain unto you. It is this same professor who occasionally treats Shakespeare's imaginary characters as though they were real persons, with independent biographies of their own. He obliges us with conjectural fragments of their biographies. Doubtless, in happier days, he, Hamlet, was a close and constant observer of men and manners. All his life he had believed in her, Gertrude, we may be sure, as such a son would. Shakespearean superstition, again, you see, not merely alongside, but actually growing out of artistic appreciation. Literary critics, as a rule, have suffered less than so-called literary creators from perverted reputations. The reason is plain. The man in the back street has never heard of criticism. But what, it will be asked, about the strange case of Aristotle? Well, I submit that in his case the perversion arose from the second cause I have indicated, not from the ignorance of the multitude, but from the superstitious veneration of the few. Who was it who began the game by calling Aristotle the master of those who know? A poet who was also a scholar. Who declared Aristotle's authority in philosophy to equal St. Paul's in theology? Roger Bacon. They say. I have not myself asked for this author at Moody's or the Times Book Club. Who said there could be no possible contradiction between the Poetics and Holy Writ? Dacier, an eminent Hellenist. Who declared the rules of Aristotle to have the same certainty for him as the axioms of Euclid? Lessing, an esteemed highbrow. The gradual process, then, by which the real Aristotle, pure thinker, critic investigating and coordinating the facts of the actual drama of his time, was perverted into the spurious Aristotle, mumbo-jumbo of criticism, mysteriarch, depositary of the tables of law, was the same process that we have seen at work in the case of Shakespeare, enthusiastic appreciation toppling over into superstition. But none of us can afford to put on airs about it. Mutato nomine de te. For after all, what are these various cases but extreme instances of the personal equation that enters into every, even the sanest, opinion? Can any one of us do anything else towards appreciating a work of art than remake it within himself? So if we are to avoid these absurd extremes, let us look to ourselves, do our best to get ourselves into harmony with the artist, and clear our minds of cant. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Penn. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 35. The Secret of Greek Art. Mathematics may be great fun. Even simple arithmetic is not without its comic side, as when it enables you to find, with a little management, the number of the beast in the name of any one you dislike. Then there is the low cunning of algebra. It became low cunning indeed when Euler drove, so the anecdotist relates, Diderot out of Russia with a sham algebraic formula. Monsieur, said Euler gravely, A plus B exposant n divisé par n égale x. Donc, Dieu existe. Répondez. Diderot, no algebraist, could not answer, and left. But geometry furnishes the best sport. Here is a learned American archaeologist, Mr. J. Hambidge, lecturing to that august body, the Hellenic Society, and revealing to them his discovery that the secret of classic Greek art, of the best period, is a matter of two magic rectangles. I understand that the learned gentleman himself did not make this extreme claim about the secret of art, but it was at any rate so described in the report on which my remarks are based. Mr. Hambidge appears to have devoted years of labor and ingenuity to his researches. The result is, in any case, of curious interest. But how that result can be said to be the secret of Greek art revealed, I wholly fail to see. Let us look first at his rectangles. His first is 2 by the square root of 5. It is said that these figures represent the ratio of a man's height to the full span of his outstretched fingers. But what man? Of what race and age? Well, let us say an average Greek of the best period, and pass on. Mr. Hambidge has found this rectangle over and over again in the design of the Parthenon. Closely akin to it, says the report, is another fundamental rectangle of which the two dimensions are in the ratio of Leonardo's famous golden section. That ratio is obtained by dividing a straight line so that its greater is to its lesser part as the whole is to the greater. Let us give a mathematical meaning to the closely akin. Calling the lesser part 1 and the greater x, then x divided by 1 is equal to the sum of x plus 1 quantity divided by x, or x squared minus x minus 1 equals 0, which gives you x equal to the sum of the square root of 5 plus 1 quantity divided by 2. The square roots will not trouble you when you come to constructing your rectangles, for the diagonal of the first is the square root of the sum of 5 plus 4, or 3. If AB is your side 2, draw a perpendicular to it through B, and with A as center, describe the arc of a circle of radius 3. The point of intersection will give C, the other end of the diagonal. The second rectangle maintains AB and simply prolongs BC by half of AB, or 1. Just as the dimensions of the first rectangle are related to those of selected man and to the plan of the Parthenon, so those of the second are related, it seems, to the arrangement of seeds in the sunflower and to the plan of some of the pyramids. Sir Theodore Cook writes to The Times to say that both the sunflower and the pyramid discoveries are by no means new. The fact is, the theory of beautiful rectangles is not new. The classic exponent of it is Fechner, who essayed to base it on actual experiment. He placed a number of rectangular cards of various dimensions before his friends and asked them to select the one they thought most beautiful. Apparently, the golden section rectangle got the most votes. But most of the persons began by saying that it all depended on the application to be made of the figure, and on being told to disregard this, showed much hesitation in choosing. Bolzanke, History of Aesthetic, page 382. If they had been Greeks of the best period, they would have all gone with one accord for the golden section rectangle. Nor have the geometers of beauty restricted their favors to the rectangle. Some have favored the circle, some the square, others the ellipse. And what about Hogarth's line of beauty? I last saw it affectionately alluded to in the advertisement of a corset manufacturer. So, evidently, Hogarth's idea has not been wasted. One sympathizes with Fechner's friends, who said it all depended upon the application to be made of the figure. The art in a picture is generally to be looked for inside the frame. The Parthenon may have been planned on the square root of 5 divided by 2 rectangle, but you cannot evolve the Parthenon itself out of that vulgar fraction. Fechner proceeded on the assumption that art is a physical fact and that its secret could be wrung out of it, as in any other physical inquiry, by observation and experiment, by induction from a sufficient number of facts. But when he came to have a theory of it, he found, like anybody else, that introspection was the only way. And whatever rectangles Mr. Hambidge may discover in Greek works of art, he will not thereby have revealed the secret of Greek art. For rectangles are physical facts, when they are not mere abstractions, and art is not a physical fact, but a spiritual activity. It is in the mind of the artist, it is his vision, the expression of his intuition, and beauty is only another name for perfect expression. That, at any rate, is the famous intuition-expression theory of Benedetto Croce, which at present holds the field. It is a theory which, of course, presents many difficulties to the popular mind, what aesthetic theory does not, but it covers the ground as none other does, and comprehends all arts, painting, poetry, music, sculpture, and the rest, in one. Its main difficulty is its distinction between the aesthetic fact, the artist's expression, and the physical fact, the externalization of the artist's expression, the so-called work of art. Dr. Bolzanke has objected that this seems to leave out of account the influence on the artist's expression of his material, his medium, but Croce, I think, has not overlooked that objection. Aesthetica, Chapter 13, end. Though many of us would be glad if he could devote some future paper in the Critica to meeting it fairly and squarely. Anyhow, aesthetics is not a branch of physics, and the secret of art is not to be revealed by a whole Euclid full of rectangles. But it is, of course, an interesting fact that certain Greeks, and before them certain Egyptians, took certain rectangles as the basis of their designs. rectangles which are also related to the average proportions of the human body and to certain botanical types. If Mr. Hambidge, or his predecessors, of whom Sir Theodore Cook speaks, have established this, they have certainly put their fingers on an engaging convention. Who would have thought that the golden section, that very ugly-looking sum of the square root of 5 plus 1, quantity divided by 2, could have had so much in it? The builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza knew all about it in 4700 B.C., and the Greeks of the age of Pericles and then Leonardo da Vinci toyed with it. Que de choses dans un minuet. It is really rather cavalier of Croce to dismiss this golden section along with Michelangelo's serpentine lines of beauty as the astrology of aesthetic. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. A Point of Croce's. Adverting to Mr. J. Hambidge's Rectangles of Beauty, I had occasion to cite Croce and his distinction between the aesthetic fact of expression and the practical fact of externalization, to which distinction I said Dr. Bosanquet had objected that it ignored the influence upon the artist of his medium. Dr. Bosanquet has courteously sent me a copy of a communication, Croce's Aesthetic, which he has made to the British Academy, and which deals not only with this point, but with his general objections to the Crocean philosophy of art. It is not all objection, far from it. Much of it is highly laudatory, and all of it is manifestly written in a spirit of candour and simple desire to arrive at the truth. But I have neither the space nor the competence to review the whole pamphlet, and I will confine myself to the particular point with which I began. While suggesting, however, some criticisms of Dr. Bosanquet's contentions, I admit the suspicion that I may resemble one of those disputants who, as Renan once said, at the bottom of their minds are a little of the opinion of the other side. That, indeed, was why I said that many of us would be glad to hear further on the point from Croce himself. But with Dr. Bosanquet's pamphlet before me, I cannot afford to wait and see. I must say with all diffidence what I can. Dr. Bosanquet describes the Crocean view quite fairly. The work of art, then picture, statue, musical performance, printed or spoken poem, is called so only by a metaphor. It belongs to the practical, economic, and not to the aesthetic phase of the spirit, and consists merely of expedients adopted by the artist as a practical man to ensure preservation and a permanent possibility of reproduction for his imaginative intuition. The art and beauty lie primarily in his imagination, and secondarily in the imagination of those to whom his own may communicate its experience. The picture and the music are by themselves neither art nor beauty nor intuition expression. But when Dr. Bosanquet goes on to make his inferences, I suggest that he infers too much. Thus, he says, all embodiment in special kinds of physical objects by help of special media and special processes is wholly foreign to the nature of art and beauty. There is nothing to be learned from the practical means by help of which intuitions of beauty receive permanence and communicability. Wholly foreign and nothing to be learned are, I think, too strong. Though the practical means are distinct from art, they are part of the artist's experience. The artist is not working in vacuo. He is a certain man with a certain nature and experience at a certain moment of time. His joy, say, in handling and modelling clay, I take this example from an old lecture of Dr. Bosanquet's, will be one of the factors in his experience. In that sense, it will not be wholly foreign to his art, and he will have learned something from it. It is not itself the art impulse, the expressive activity, but it is, what Croce calls it, a point d'appui for a new one. For let us hear what Croce himself says on this point, Aesthetica, chapter 13. To the explanation of physical beauty as a mere aid for the reproduction of internal beauty or expression, it might be objected that the artist creates his expressions in the act of painting or carving, writing or composing, and that therefore physical beauty, instead of following, sometimes precedes aesthetic beauty. This would be a very superficial way of understanding the procedure of the artist, who in reality makes no stroke of the brush without having first seen it in his imagination, and if he has not yet seen it, will make it, not to externalize his expression, which at that moment does not exist, but as it were on trial, and to have a mere point d'appui for further meditation and internal concentration. The physical point d'appui is not physical beauty, instrument of reproduction, but a means that might be called pedagogic, like retiring to solitude, or the many other expedients, often queer enough, adopted by artists and men of science, and varying according to their various idiosyncrasies. Can we not put it more generally, and say that the artist's historic situation is changing at every moment, and his experience with his medium is part of that situation, just as is the date of his birth, his country, or the state of his digestion, or, in other words, one of the influences that make him what he is, and not someone else. But to admit that, it seems to me, is not at all to deny the independence of his spiritual activity in expression, any more than the freedom of the will is denied by the admission that will must always be exercised in a definite historical situation. What Dr. Bosanquet cannot abide is Croce's great principle that in aesthetic philosophy there are no arts, but only art. He says this offers to destroy our medium of intercourse through the body and through natural objects. Why destroy? Surely it is not a case of destruction, but of removal from the philosophy of art to that of practice. Croce is not quite so foolish as to offer to destroy things indestructible. He is only trying to put them in their place. The truth is, surely, that different inclinations of the spirit have affinities with different qualities and actions of body, meaning by body that which a sane philosophy accepts as concretely and completely actual in the world of sense perception. The imagination of the particular artist is like the dyer's hand subdued to what it works in, and its intuition and expression assume a special type in accordance with the medium it delights in, and necessarily develop certain capacities and acknowledge, however tacitly, certain limitations. Who denies anything so obvious? Certainly not Croce. What he denies, I take it, is that these considerations, however valuable in their right place, are proper to a philosophy of art. They are classifications and generalizations, he would say, and philosophy deals not with generalia, but with universals. To say that art is one is not to say that Raphael and Mozart are one. There are no duplicates in human life, and no two artists have the same activity of intuition expression. You may classify them in all sorts of ways, those who express themselves in paint, those who express themselves in sounds, and so forth, or subclassify them into landscapists, portraitists, etc., etc., or subclassify them into school of Constable, school of Reynolds, etc., etc. But you are only getting further and further away from anything like a philosophy of art, and will have achieved at best a manual or history of technique. In a philosophic theory, Dr. Bosanquet's affinities of the spirit are a will-o'-the-wisp. Thereupon he says crushingly, if you insist on neglecting these affinities of the spirit, your theory remains abstract and has no illuminating power. Well, Croce's theory is certainly up there. It inhabits the cold air of pure ideas. It will not be of the least practical use at the Academy schools or the Royal College of Music. But when a philosopher like Dr. Bosanquet finds no illumination in a theory which unifies the arts, gives a comprehensible definition of beauty, and incidentally constructs, to say the least of it, a plausible cycle of reality, I can but respectfully wonder. End of section 36. Section 37 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. William Hazlitt. I was, perhaps rather naively, surprised the other day to hear an actor asking for Hazlitt's view of the English stage. Actors in general, whether correctly or incorrectly I cannot say, are reputed to be not enthusiastically given to reading. On the face of it, the thing seems likely enough. Their business is to be men of action and talk, and the busy world, not sedentary, contemplative, cloistered students. Your bookworm is, as a rule, a shy, retiring solitary, the very opposite of your actor, who must not only boldly show himself, but take a pride in being stared at. Logically, then, I ought not to have been as shocked as I was when the late Henry Neville, some years ago, roundly declared to me that an actor should never read. Yet the thought of a life without literature seemed so appalling. It is possible, however, to be a reader, and a voracious reader, yet not to read Hazlitt's stage criticisms. The epoch is gone. Kean is long since dead. Our theatrical interests today are widely different from those of our ancestors a century ago, and Hazlitt's criticisms have not the loose, discursive, impressionistic, personal, intimate charm of his other essays, his table talk, his round table, or his plain speaker. They simply show him in the dry light of the specialist, the closet student turned playgoer, but these give a warm-coloured, speaking likeness of the whole man. I was surprised then to hear my friend, the actor, asking for Hazlitt's stage criticisms. I ventured to inquire what, particularly, he wanted them for. "Oh," he said, "I like to read about Kean." And certainly, if you want to read about Kean, Hazlitt is your man. It has been said over and over again that it was good luck for both actor and critic that Hazlitt had just begun his theatrical work on the Morning Chronicle when Kean made his first appearance as Shylock at Drury Lane. Hazlitt helped to make Kean's reputation, and Kean's acting was an invaluable stimulant to Hazlitt's critical faculties. It is said, by the way, that Kean was originally recommended to Hazlitt's notice by his editor Perry. Things of this sort may have happened in that weird time of a century ago, but the age of miracles is past. Editors of daily newspapers in our time are not on the lookout for unrevealed histrionic genius. They have other fish to fry. But Perry seems to have been a most interfering editor. He plagued his critic with his own critical opinions. Hazlitt's first notice in the Chronicle was about Miss Stephens as Polly in The Beggar's Opera. When I got back after the play, note that he had meditated in advance his next day's criticism, trying to do all the justice I could to so interesting a subject, I was not a little proud of it by anticipation. Happy Hazlitt! Perry called out with his cordial, grating voice, "Well, how did she do?" and on my speaking in high terms, answered that he had been to dine with his friend the Duke, that some conversation had passed on the subject. He was afraid it was not the thing. It was not the true sostenuto style. But as I had written the article, holding my peroration on The Beggar's Opera carelessly in his hand, it might pass. I had the satisfaction the next day to meet Miss Stephens coming out of the editor's room, who had been to thank him for his very flattering account of her. That carelessly is a delicious touch which will come home to every scribbler. But Perry and his friend the Duke, and that glimpse of a petticoat whisking out of the editor's room, what a queer, delightful, vanished newspaper world! There were, however, even in those days, editors who did not interfere. Hazlitt was, for a brief period, dramatic critic of the Times. His most notable contribution was his notice of Kemble's retirement in Coriolanus, June 25, 1817, and was evidently well treated, for in his preface to The View, 1818, he advises any one who has an ambition to write, and to write his best in the periodical press, to get, if he can, a position in the Times newspaper, the editor of which is a man of business and not a man of letters. He may write there as long and as good articles as he can without being turned out for it. One can only account for Hazlitt's singular ideal of an editor as Johnson accounted for an obscure passage in Pope. Depend upon it, sir, he wished to vex somebody. Hazlitt only wanted to be disagreeable to Perry. Nevertheless, the Chronicle had had the best of Hazlitt's stage criticisms, his papers on Kean. Kean's acting, as I have said, was invaluable to Hazlitt as a stimulus. It stimulated him to a sort of rivalry in Shakespearean interpretation, the actor fairly setting his own conception of the part against the actor's rendering of it, giving him magnificent praise when the two agreed, and often finding carefully pondered reasons for disagreement. Hazlitt might have said of Kean what Johnson said of Burke: "This fellow calls forth all my powers." The result is twofold. You get vivid descriptions of Kean's acting, his voice, his figure, his gestures, his perpetual passionateness, in season and out of season, misrepresenting, for example, Shakespeare's Richard II, as Hazlitt said, as a character of passion instead of as a character of pathos. And at the same time you get the psychology, an inevitable cliché, cast since Hazlitt's day, of the chief Shakespearean tragic characters, carefully documented by the text and elaborated and coloured by Hazlitt's sympathetic vision. You see the same process at work in the criticisms of Kemble and Mrs. Siddons and Macready, but remember, the great Sarah had had her day before Hazlitt began to write. With a milder stimulant there was a milder response. In any case, it was a gallery of portraits, a series of full-length figures, partly from life and partly from the Shakespearean text. There was little background or atmosphere. That is what makes Hazlitt's criticism so unlike any modern sort. He wrote in an age of great histrionics, great interpretive art, but no drama, no creative art. His elaborate studies of dead and gone players have, except as illustrating Shakespeare, often a merely antiquarian interest. It is a curious detail that Kean's Richard III in early performances stood with his hand stretched out after his sword was taken from him, and later actually fought with his doubled fists like some helpless infant. So it is a curious detail that Napoleon I wore a green coat and clasped his hands behind his back. But compare this dwelling on the minutiae of an actor's business, or, to take a fairer example, compare Hazlitt's analysis of the character of Iago as a test of Kean's presentation, one of his acutest things, with the range and variety and philosophic depth of a criticism by Jules Lemaître. You are in a different world. Instead of the niggling details of how this man raised his arm at a given moment, or delivered a classic speech in a certain way, you get a criticism of life. All life, quid agiunt homines. It is interesting, mildly interesting, to know that Kean's Richard was, for Hazlitt, too grave, and his Iago too gay. But after all, we cannot be perpetually contemplating these particular personages of Shakespeare. We need fresh ideas, fresh creations, new views of society, anything for a change, so long as it is a thing to break our minds upon. We have no great Shakespearean actors now, but even if we had, should we care to devote to them the minute, elaborate attention paid by Hazlitt? One thinks of that time, 100 years ago, of the great tragedy, Kings and Queens, as rather a stuffy world. Play-going must have been a formidable enterprise, but yet you never can tell. There were frolicsome compensations. You might come back from the play to the office to learn your editor had been dining with a duke, and with luck next morning you might find a pretty actress at his door. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 38. Talk at the Martello Tower. Our boatman with blue eyes and red cheeks is not more skilful with the oar than any of his fellows, or more ready to give you change out of a shilling when he has rowed you across the harbour, though the notice board says the fare is twopence. But the ladies love primary colours, and we had to have him. We all three had our novels, and the blue eyes glanced at them, especially the yellowback, with disfavour. He is a Swedenborgian. Our little port, like most, is rich in out-of-the-way religions, and presumably regards all modern literature as on the wrong tack. It was not until we had parted with him at the Martello Tower that we dared open our books. Selina had grabbed Paddy's, the yellowback, but she soon laid it down and made a face. "My dear Paddy," she said wearily, "how can you go on reading Gyp? Don't you see that the silly woman doesn't even know how to tell her own silly stories?" Paddy slightly flushed. She knew Gyp was a countess and great-granddaughter of Mirabeau Tonneau, and felt it was almost Bolshevist manners to call so well-born a woman silly. Nothing could have been more frigid than her "What on earth do you mean, Selina?" "I mean," said Selina, "that the poor woman is dreadfully vieux jeu. I'm not thinking of her social puppets, her vicious clubmen, her languid swells, her anti-Semite Hebrews, her fashionable ladies who are no better than they should be, though goodness knows these are old-fashioned enough. She began making them before I was born. Selina is no chicken, but it was horrid of Paddy to raise her eyebrows. What I mean is that she is at the old worn-out game of playing the omniscient author. Here she is telling you not only what Josette said and did when La Réole attacked her, but what La Réole said and did when Josette had left him, and so on. She goes behind everybody, tells you what is inside everybody's head. Why can't she take her point of view and stick to it? Wasn't her obvious point of view Josette's? Then she should have told us nothing about the other people but what Josette could know or divine about them." "Ah, Selina," I interrupted, "your goes behind gives you away. You've been reading Henry James' letters, like everybody else," she snapped. "Why, to be sure, O Jacobite Selina, but one may read them without taking their aesthetics for law and gospel. I know that the dear man lectured Mrs. Humphrey Ward about the point of view when she was writing Eleanor, and got, I fancy, rather a tart answer for his pains. But you are more intransigent than the master, for he admitted that the point of view was all according to circumstances, and that some circumstances, for instance a big canvas, made omniscience inevitable. What about Balzac and Tolstoy? Both took the omniscient line, and, as novelists, are not exactly to be sneezed at." "Yes, but Gyp's isn't a big canvas," said Selina, "and it seems to me, n'en déplaise à vos seigneuries, that this precious story of hers called aloud for Josette's point of view, and nothing but Josette's. She is the one decent woman in the book, according to Gyp's queer standards of decency," Paddy sniffed, "and the whole point, as far as I can make out, is the contrast of her decent mind with the highly indecent people round her. She is as innocent as Maisie, but a Maisie grown up and married. What a chance for another What Maisie Knew." "I only wish I knew what you two were talking about," pouted Paddy. "That is not necessary, dear child," I said in my best avuncular manner. "You are a Maisie yourself, a Maisie who reads French novels. But, Selina dear, look at your own Henry James's own practice. He didn't always choose his point of view and stick to it. he chose 2 in the golden bowl, and 3 in the wings of the dove, and I'm hanged if I know whether he took several or none at all in the awkward age. Well, rejoined Selina, and isn't that just why those books don't quite come off? Don't you feel that the golden bowl is not 1 book, but 2? And that the wings is almost as kaleidoscopic, Patty gasped, as the ring and the book. I mentioned Maisie, but after all, that was a tour de force. It seemed to have been done for a wager. If you challenge me to give you real perfection, why, take the ambassadors and the spoils of Poynton. Was ever the point of view held more tight? Everything seen through Strether's eyes, everything through Fleda's? Oh, I grant you the success of the method there, but, dear Selina, I had lit my pipe and felt equal to out-arguing a non-smoker in the long run. Let us distinguish. Patty strolled away with her jip while we distinguished. The method of Henry James was good for Henry James. What was the ruling motive of his people? Curiosity about one another's minds. Now, if he had just told us their minds straightway by getting behind each of them in turn in the omniscient style, there would have been no play of curiosity, no chance for it even to begin. The cat would have been out of the bag. By putting his point of view inside one of his people and steadily keeping it fixed there, he turns all the other people into mere appearances, just as other people are for each one of us in real life. We have to guess and to infer what is in their minds. We make mistakes and correct them. Sometimes they purposely mislead us. This is rather a nuisance, perhaps, in the real world of action, where our curiosity must have a business end to it. But it is, for those who like it, as you and I do, Selina, immense fun in the world of fiction. Now, interjected Selina, you are talking. That is precisely my case. Stop a minute, Selina. I said the method was good for the writer whose temperament it suited, but so are other methods for other temperaments. You may tell your story all in letters if you are a Richardson, or with perpetual digressions and statements that you are telling a story if you are a Fielding or a Thackeray, or autobiographically if your autobiography is a Copperfield or a Kidnapped. Every author, I suggest, is a law to himself. And I see no reason why we should bar omniscience as you apparently want to. Why forbid the novelist the historian's privilege? Why rule out the novel, which is a history of imaginary facts? I can't quite see Gyp as a historian, said Selina. No more can I, thank goodness, said Patty. And so we were rowed back to the jetty, and the blue eyes didn't blink over half a crown under the very notice board. End of section 38. Recording by Philip Gould. Section 39 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 39. Again at the Martello Tower. Now that regattas are over and oysters have come in again, our little port has returned to its normal or W. Jacobs demeanor. The bathers on the sand spit have struck their tents. The Salvation Army Band is practicing its winter repertory. When our blue-eyed boatman rowed us over to the Martello Tower again the other day, he almost looked as though he expected little more than his legal fare. Selina, who has the gift of management, suggested that Patty should try it on with him, on the ground, first, that women always do these things better than men, and second, that Patty was Blue-Eye's favourite. I acquiesced, and Patty borrowed half a crown of me, so as to be prepared when the time came. Meanwhile, Selina began to read us extracts from Professor Henri Bergson on laughter. Selina is a serious person without, so far as I have ever discovered, a grain of humour in her composition. These are just the people who read theories of laughter. It is a mystery to them, and they desire to have it explained. "A laughable expression of the face," began Selina, is one that will make us think of something rigid and, so to speak, coagulated in the wanted mobility of the face. What we shall see will be an ingrained twitching or a fixed grimace. One would say that the person's whole moral life has crystallized into this particular cast of features. I wonder whether Mr. George Roby's whole moral life has, dropped Paddy innocently. And who, pray, said Selina, with her heavy eyebrows making semicircles of indignant surprise, is Mr. George Roby? I sat silent. I had just brought my niece back from a short but variegated stay in town. I knew, but I would not tell. "Why, Selina, dear," answered Paddy, "you are the very image of him with your eyebrows rounded like that. He is always glaring at the audience that way." "Will you, Paddy," said Selina, now thoroughly roused, "be good enough to tell me who he is?" "Well, he's an actor who makes the very faces your Bergson describes. Uncle took me to see him in a," catching my warning eye, "in a sort of historical play. He was Louis XV at Versailles, you know." Said Selina. "It's rather a doubtful period, and the very best historical plays do make such a hash of history. Was it in blank verse? Blank verse will do much to mitigate the worst period." "No," answered Paddy, "I don't think it was in blank verse. I didn't notice. Did you, Uncle?" I tried to prevaricate. "Well, you never know about blank verse on the stage nowadays. Nearly all the actors turn it into prose. Mr. Roby may have been speaking blank verse as though it were prose. The best artist cannot escape the fashion of the moment, you know." "But what did he do?" insisted Selina. "What was the action of the play?" Paddy considered. "I don't remember his doing anything, Selina dear, but chuck the ladies of the court under the chin. Oh, yes, and he made eyes at them affectionately." "A pretty sort of historical play, on my word!" exclaimed Selina. "Oh, it wasn't all historical, Selina dear," said Paddy sweetly. "A lot of it was thoroughly modern, and Mr. Roby wore a frock coat, and such a funny little bowler hat, and another time he was a street musician in Venice with a stuffed monkey pinned to his coat tails." Selina looked at me. There was a silent pause that would have made anybody else feel uncomfortable, but I was equal to the occasion. I snatched Selina's book out of her hand and said cheerfully, "You see, Selina, it's all explained here. Wonderful fellow, Bergson. Something mechanical encrusted upon the living. That's the secret of the comic. Depend upon it, he had seen George Roby and the stuffed monkey. And if Bergson, who's a tremendous swell member of the Institute and all that, why not Paddy and I?" "And where," asked Selina, with a rueful glance at the Bergson book, as though she began to distrust theories of the comic, "where was this precious performance?" "At the Alhambra," answered Paddy simply. "The Alhambra! I remember Chateaubriand once visited it," said Selina, who is nothing if not literary, "but I didn't know it was the haunt of philosophers." I looked as though it was, but Paddy tactlessly broke in, "Oh, I wish you two wouldn't talk about philosophers. Can't one laugh at Mr. Roby without having him explained by Bergson? Anyhow, I don't believe he can explain Mr. Nelson Keys." "Another of your historical actors?" inquired Selina with some bitterness. "Yes, Selina dear, and much more historical than Mr. Roby. He played Beau Brummel, and they were all there, Fox, and Sheridan, and the Prince of Wales, you know, all out of your favourite Creevey, and they said egad, and la, and monstrous fine, and bowed and congeed like anything. Oh, it was awfully historical." Selina, a great reader of memoirs, was a little mollified. "Come," she said, "this is better, though the Regency is another dangerous period. I'm glad, however, that Londoners seem to be looking to the theatre for a little historical instruction." "Yes, Selina," I said, feeling it would be dangerous to let Paddy speak just at that moment, "and there is a certain type of contemporary play called revue, which recognizes that demand, and seldom, if ever, fails to cater for it. In revues I have renewed acquaintance with the heroes of classical antiquity, with prominent crusaders, with Queen Elizabeth, with the Grand Monarch, a whole course of history, in fact. Let Bergson explain that if he can. And, what is more wonderful still, our review artists, whose talent is usually devoted to provoking laughter, seem willingly to forego it for the honour of appearing as an historical personage. Mr. Roby and Mr. Keyes, I should tell you, are both professional laughter-provokers, indeed are the heads of their profession, yet one is content to posture as Louis Conde, and the other as Beau Brummel without any real chance of being funny. So the past ever exerts its prestige over us, so the muse of history still weaves her spell. "Which was the muse of history, Patty dear?" said Selina, whose equanimity was now happily restored. "Oh, bother, I forget," said Patty, "and anyhow, I don't think she has much to do with reviews, as Uncle pretends. Give me the real muse of review who inspired Mr. Keyes with his German waiter, and his Spanish mandolinist, and his Japanese juggler, and this," I said, to put an end to Patty's indiscreet prattle, "must be the muse of geography." Patty gave me no change out of my half-crown. The boatman said he didn't happen to have any. So much for Selina's management. End of section 39. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 40 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annyiee. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. The Silent Stage. The spoken drama and the silent stage. I came across this dichotomy in the Times the other day, not without a pang, for it was a day too late. It is not a true dichotomy. It does not distinguish accurately between the story told by living actors to our faces and the story told by successive photographs of such actors. For the silent stage would cover pantomime, a form of drama, and a very ancient form, acted by living actors. It is not true, but it is for practical uses true enough. In life we have to make the best of rough approximations. I would have used this one gratefully had it occurred to me in my moment of need, but it did not. Let me explain. One of our more notable comedians, I purposely put it thus vaguely, partly out of discretion, partly with a bid for that interest which the mystery of anonymity is apt to confer upon an otherwise matter-of-fact narrative, as George Borrow well knew. One of our most notable comedians, then, had asked me to accompany him to a cinema rehearsal, wherein he was cast for the principal part. I eagerly accepted, because the art of the cinema is becoming so important in our daily life that one really ought to learn something about it, and, moreover, because the cuisine of any art, see the diary of the de Goncourt Passim, is a fascinating thing in itself. Our rehearsal was to be miles away, in the far east of London, and the mere journey was a geographical adventure. The scene was a disused factory, and a disused factory has something of the romantic melancholy of a disaffected cathedral. Not the romance of ruins, but the romance of a fabric still standing and valid, but converted to alien uses. Our first question on arrival was, were we late? This question seems to be a common form of politeness with notable comedians, and is probably designed to take the wind out of the sails of possible criticism. No, we were not late, though everybody seemed to be suspiciously ready, and, one feared, waiting. They were a crowd of ladies and gentlemen in elaborate evening dress, all with faces painted a rich café au lait or else salmon colour, and very odd such a crowd looked against the whitewashed walls and bare beams of the disused factory. The scenery looked even more odd. It presented the middle fragments of everything, without any edges. There was a vast baronial hall, decorated with suits of armour and the heaviest furniture, but without either ceiling or walls. There was a staircase hung, so to speak, in the air, leading to a doorway which was just the framework of a door, standing alone, let into nothing. It seemed uncanny until you remembered the simple fact that the camera can cover just as much or as little of a scene as it chooses. Great glaring cinema lights, I had not seen them since the Beckett Carpentier fight, cast an unearthly pallor upon the few unpainted faces. The crowd of painted ladies and gentlemen hung about, waiting for their scene with what seemed to me astonishing patience. But patience, I suspect, is a necessary virtue at all rehearsals, whether spoken or silent. And that distinction brings me to the producer. It was for him that I should have liked to have thought of it, for he fell to talking to me about his art, the art of production, and of cinematography in general, and I found myself forced to make some comparisons with what I had, up to that moment, always thought of as the regular stage. But evidently, as Geoffrey said of Wordsworth's poem, this would never do. The producer might have thought I was reflecting upon his art, about which he was so enthusiastic, as something irregular. At last, after deplorable hesitation, I found my phrase, the other stage. Dreadfully tame, I admit, but safe. It hurt nobody. Even now, however, I have an uneasy feeling that the producer was not quite satisfied with it. I ought, perhaps, to have accompanied it with a shrug, some sign of apology for so much as recognizing the existence of other stages, of anything else, in short, than what was, at that moment, and on that spot, the stage, the silent stage, the stage of moving pictures. It was like speaking of Frith's Derby Day in the presence of a cubist. Artistic enthusiasts must be allowed their little exclusions. If the producer was an enthusiast, there was certainly a method in his enthusiasm. His table was covered with elaborate geometrical drawings, which, I was told, were first sketches for successive scenes. On pegs hung little schedules of the artists required for each scene, and of the scenes wherein each of the principals was concerned. Innumerable photographs, of course, photographs of scenes actually represented on the film, and of others not represented, experiments for the actual final thing. For it is to be remembered that the producer of a film is relatively more important than the producer of a spoken drama. He is always part, and sometimes whole author of the play. He has to conceive the successive phases of the action in detail, and to conceive them in terms of photography. Even with someone else's play as a datum, he has, I take it, to invent a good deal. For while the spoken drama can only show selected critical moments of life, the silent stage aims at continuity and gives you the intervening moments. On the one stage, when a lady makes an afternoon call, you see her hostess's drawing room, and she walks in. On the other stage, you see her starting from home, jumping into her Rolls Royce, dashing through the crowded streets, knocking at the front door, being relieved of her cloak by the flunkey, mounting the stairs to the drawing room, etc., etc. Indeed, this mania for continuity is a besetting sin of the silent stage. It leads to sheer irrelevance, and the ruin of all proportion. My enthusiastic producer, it is only fair to say, was far too good an artist to approve it. At the first whistle, "Get ready," shouted the producer. At the second, "Slow waltz, please." And then the baronial hall was filled by the crowd of exemplary patience, and they danced with unaffected enjoyment, these gay people, just as though no camera were directed on them. The heroine appeared. She was the daughter of the house, and this was her first ball, indicated by a stray curl down her back, and her ravishing pink gown, evidently a choice product of the West End, looked strange in a disused East End factory. Of course she had adopted the inexorable cinema convention of a Cupid's bow mouth. Here is the youngest of the arts already fast breeding its own conventions. Surely the variety of female lips might be recognized. Women's own mouths are generally prettier, and certainly more suitable to their faces, than some rigidly fixed type. It would be ungallant to say that the leading lady's Cupid's bow did not become her, but the shape of her own mouth, I venture to suggest, would have been better still. And where was my friend, the notable comedian, all this time? Rigging himself out in evening clerical dress for the ball. He was the vicar of the parish, and evidently regarding his momentary deviation into film work, for the benefit of a theatrical charity, as great fun. Will the heroes of the silent stage, I wonder, ever deviate into spoken drama? It would be startling to hear Charlie Chaplin speak. End of The Silent Stage by Arthur Bingham Walkley.
Section 41 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham Walkley. Chapter 41. The movies. All is dark and an excellent orchestra is playing a Beethoven symphony. The attendant flashes you to your seat with her torch. You tumble over a subaltern and murmur to yourself, with Musset's Fantasio, Quelle solitude que tout ce corps humain! For that is the first odd thing that strikes you about the movies. The psychology of the audience is not collective, but individual. You are not aware of your neighbor, who is shrouded from your gaze, and you take your pleasure alone. Thus you are rid of the contagion of the crowd, the claims of human sympathy, the imitative impulse, and thrown in upon yourself, a hermit at the mercy of the hallucinations that beset the solitary. You never applaud, for that is a collective action. What with the soothing flow of the music, the darkness, and the fact that your eye is fixed on one bright spot, you are in an ideal condition for hypnotism. But the suspected presence of others, vague shadows hovering near you, give your mood the last touch of the uncanny. You are a prisoner in Plato's cave or in some crepuscular solitude of Maeterlinck. Anything might happen. According to the program, what happens is called the prodigal wife. Her husband is a doctor, and she pines for gaiety while he is busy at the hospital. It is her birthday, and he has forgotten to bring her her favorite roses, which are in fact offered to her by another gentleman with more leisure and a better memory. Our own grievance against the husband, perhaps capricious, is his appalling straw hat. But then we equally dislike the lover's tail coat, so matters are even, and the lady's preference of number 2 to number 1 seems merely arbitrary. Anyhow, she goes off with number 2 in a motor car, all out, leaving the usual explanatory letter behind her, which is thrown on the screen for all of us to gloat over. Here let me say that this profuse exhibition on the screen of all the correspondence in the case, letters, telegrams, copies of verses, last wills and testaments, the whole dossier, strikes me as a mistake. It undervalues the intelligence of the audience, which is quite capable of guessing what people are likely to write in the given circumstances without being put to the indelicacy of reading it. As it is, you no sooner see someone handling a scrap of paper than you know you are going to have the wretched scrawl thrust under your nose, as if we didn't know all about these things, as if it wouldn't be pleasanter to leave the actual text to conjecture. I remember in Rebellious Susan there is a packet of comprising letters shown to interested parties, whose vague comments, well, after that, etc., sufficiently enlighten us without anything further. But now when Lady Macbeth reads her lord's letter, up it goes on the screen, blots and all. This is an abuse of the film, which finds it easier to exhibit a letter than to explain why it came to be written. As things are, the lady seems to have eloped in a hurry without sufficient grounds. Number 2 presents his roses, and hey presto, the car is round the corner. Number 1 takes it very nobly, hugs his abandoned babe to his bosom, and pulls long faces, obligingly brought near the camera to show the furrows. The mother's sin shall ever be hidden from the innocent child, and to see the innocent child innocently asking, "Where's mother?" and being answered with sad headshakes from the bereaved parent, now bang against the camera, is to bathe in sentimental photography up to the neck. Thereafter the innocent child grows like, and actually inside, a rosebud till, as the petals fall off, she is revealed as a buxom young woman, the familiar photographic trick of showing one thing through another being here turned to something like poetic advantage. But then this film again bolts with the theme. There is running water and a boat, things which no film can resist. Away go the girl and her sweetheart on a river excursion, loosening the painter, jumping in, shoving off, performing, in short, every antic which in photography can be compassed with a stream and a boat. We have forgotten all about the prodigal wife. Here she is again, her hair in grey bandeau, and her lips, as the relentless camera shows you at short range, rouged with a hard outline. She has returned to her old home as the family nurse. For there is now another innocent babe, the doctor's grandchild, to wax and wane with the advancing and receding camera, and to have its little nightie blown, realistically, by the usual wind as it stands on the stair head. The doctor himself is as busy as ever, making wonderful pharmacological discoveries, newspaper extracts exhibited on the screen, in a laboratory blouse and dictating the results, notes shown on the screen, to an enterprising reporter. And here there is another rushed elopement. The art of drama, said Dumas, is the art of preparations, but nothing has prepared us, save perhaps heredity, for the sudden freak of the prodigal's wife's daughter in running away with a lover so vague that you see only his hat, another hideous straw, il ne manique que ça, and the glow of his cigarette end. Family nurse to the rescue, tender expostulations, reminders about the innocent babe, and the nick-of-time salvation of the intending runaway. Ultimate meeting of nurse and doctor. He is all forgiveness. But prodigal wives are not to be forgiven like that. No, she must go out into the snow, and you see her walking down the long path, dwindling, from a full-sized nurse into a Euclidean point. To sum up, the camera would do better if it would learn self-denial and observe the law of artistic economy. Keep its people consistently in one plane and out of boats and motor cars. Soigner its crisis a little more, and avoid publishing correspondence, and it should slacken its pace a bit. You may take the Heraclitean philosophy, Point of Croce, a little too literally. The movies would be all the more moving for moving slower. For the real fun of rapid motion, appropriately used, give me Mutt and Jeff. Mutt buried in the sand with a head like an egg, prompts an ostrich to lay another egg, from which emerges a brood of little ostriches. Jeff goes out to shoot them, but his shots glance off in harmless wreaths of smoke. When Mutt and Jeff exchange ideas, you see them actually traveling like an electric spark along the wire, from brain to brain. The ostrich hoists Mutt out of the sand by the breeches. Collapse of Jeff. It suggests a drawing by Karen Daish in epileptic jerks. The natural history pictures, too, the deer and the birds, strike one as admirable examples of what animated photography can do for us in the way of instruction as well as amusement. And the orchestra has been playing all this time. Beethoven and Mozart, a separate ecstasy. And again I stumble over the subaltern, and wonder to find people moving so slowly in Piccadilly Circus. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Time and the Film. There was a gentleman in Molière, frequently mentioned since and now for my need to be unblushingly mentioned again, who said to another gentleman, about never mind what, that le temps ne fait rien à l'affaire. But Molière belonged to that effete art, the spoken drama, which we learn from America, has sunk to be used mainly as an advertisement of the play, which is subsequently to be filmed out of it. He wrote in the dark or pre-film ages, and could not know what an all-important part le temps was to play in l'affaire of the film. Among its innumerable and magnificent activities, the film is an instructor of youth, and it seems from a letter which the Reverend Dr. Littleton has written to the Times, it instructs at a pace which is a little too quick for the soaring human boy. Elephants, the Reverend Doctor pathetically complains, are shown scuttling about like antelopes, and so the poor boy mixes up antelopes and elephants and gets his zoology all wrong. I should myself have innocently supposed that this magical acceleration of pace is one of the great charms of the film for the boy. It not only provides him with half a dozen pictures in the time it would have taken him to read one of them in print, to say nothing of his being saved the trouble of reading, learning the alphabet, and other pedagogic nuisances altogether, but it offers him something much more exciting and romantic than his ordinary experience. He knows that at the zoo elephants move slowly, but here on the film they are taught, in the American phrase, to step lively, and are shown scuttling about like antelopes. A world wherein the ponderous and slow elephant is suddenly endowed by the magician's wand with the lightness and rapidity of the antelope, what entrancement for boys, aye, and for grown-ups too! Indeed, it seems to me that the greatest achievement of the film is its triumph over time. Some amateurs may find its chief charm in the perfect Cupid's bow of its heroines' mouths, others in the remarkable English prose of its explanatory accompaniments, others again in its exquisite humour of protagonists smothered in flour or soap lather or flattened under runaway motor cars. I admit the irresistible fascination of these delights, and can quite understand how they come to be preferred to the high-class opera company, which has been introduced at the Capitol, New York, to entertain between pictures. But I still think the prime merit of the film, the real reason for which last year more than enough picture films to encircle the earth at the equator left the United States of America for foreign countries, lies in its ability to play as it will with time. The mere acceleration of pace, which is the ordinary game it plays, the fierce galloping of horses across prairies, the miraculous speed of motor cars, elephants scuttling about like antelopes, gives a sharp sense of exhilaration, of victory over sluggish nature. And even here there is an educational result that ought to console Dr. Littleton. The rate of plant growth is multiplied thousands of times, so that we are enabled actually to see the plants growing, expanding from bud to flower under our eyes. But there is also the retardation of pace, which is even more wonderful. A diver is shown plunging into the water and swimming at a rate which allows the minutest movement of the smallest muscle to be clearly seen. This is an entirely beautiful thing, but I should suppose that the film, by its power of exhibiting movements naturally too quick for the eye, at whatever slower rate is desired, must have extraordinary use for scientific investigations. This, at any rate, is a better use for the film than that sometimes claimed for it in the field of morality. I look with suspicion on those films, as I do on those spoken plays, that propose to do us good by exhibiting the details of this or that social evil. Some philanthropic societies, I believe, have introduced such pictures in all good faith, but many of their producers are, like the others, merely out to make money, and in every case I imagine their patrons to be drawn to them not by any moral impulse, but by a prurient curiosity, the desire to have a peep into the forbidden. But to return to the question of time, it has its importance too in the spoken drama, but it ceases to be a question of visible pace. You cannot make real men and women scuttle about like antelopes. You can only play tricks with the clock. The act drop is invaluable for getting your imaginary time outstripping your real time. Jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. In a moment it bridges over for you the gap between youth and age, as in Sweethearts, but there is another way of playing tricks with the clock by making it stand still for some of your personages while it ticks regularly for the rest. A.E.W. Mason, in one of his stories, gave an extra quarter of an hour now and then to one of the characters. That is to say, the clock stopped for them during that period, but not for him. And while outside time, so to speak, he could do all sorts of things. If I remember rightly, he committed a murder without risk of detection. But the great magician of this kind is Barry. The heroine of his Truth About the Russian Dancers had a sudden desire for an infant, and within a half hour was delivered of one. A remarkably rapid case of parthenogenesis. The infant was carried out and returned the next moment a child of 10. He grows apace, said somebody. These were cases of the clock galloping. With the heroine of Mary Rose on the island, it stands still so that she returns 25 years later to her family, precisely the same girl as she left them. We all know what pathetic effects Barry gets out of this trick with the clock, but he has, of course, to assume supernatural intervention to warrant them, and there you have the contrast with the film. In the spoken drama, poor, decrepit old thing, they appeal to that silly faculty, the human imagination, whereas the film has only to turn some wheels, quicker or slower, and it is all done for you, under your nose, without any imagination at all. Elephants are scuttling about like antelopes, and divers plunging into the water at a snail's pace. No wonder that, according to our New York advices, film magnates have made so much money that they have been able to buy chains of theaters throughout the country, and that everybody talks films in the United States. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Futurist Dancing. That amazing propagandist, Signor Marinetti of Milan, who favors me from time to time with his manifestos, now sends La Danse Futuriste. I confess that I have not a ha'porth of futurism in my composition. I am what Signor Marinetti would himself call a passéiste, a mere pastist. Hence I have generally failed to discover any meaning in these manifestos, and have thrown them into the waste-paper basket. But as the present one happens to arrive at the same time as another futurist tract, Signor Ardegno Soffici's Estetica Futurista, I have read the two together to see if one throws any light on the other. It is right to say that the Soffici, to adopt an Italianism, disclaims any connection with the Marinetti, explaining that he puts forward a doctrine, whereas official futurism has no doctrine, but only manifestos. It couldn't have, he rather unkindly adds, seeing that its very nature is anti-cultural and instinctolatrous. Rather jolly, don't you think, the rich and varied vocabulary of these Italian gentlemen? Nevertheless, I have ventured to study one document by the light of the other, and if the result is only to make darkness visible, it is a certain gain, after all, to get anything visible in such a matter. And first for the Marinetti. His manifesto begins by taking an historical survey of dancing through the ages. The earliest dances, he points out, reflected the terror of humanity at the unknown and the incomprehensible in the cosmos. Thus, round dances were rhythmical pantomimes reproducing the rotatory movement of the stars. The gestures of the Catholic priest in the celebration of Mass imitate these early dances and contain the same astronomical symbol, a statement calculated to provoke devout Catholics to fury. I should like to hear the learned author of the Golden Bough on the anthropological side of it. Then came the lascivious dances of the East, and their modern Parisian counterpart, or sham imitation. For this he gives a quasi-mathematical formula in the familiar Futurist style. Parisian red pepper, plus buckler, plus lance, plus ecstasy before idols signifying nothing, plus nothing, plus undulation of Montmartre hips, equals erotic pastist anachronism for tourists. Golly, what a formula! Before the war, Paris went crazy over dances from South America. The Argentine tango, the Chilean zamacuca, the Brazilian machixe, the Paraguayan Santa Fe. Compliments to Diaghilev, Nijinsky, the pure geometry of dancing, and Isadore Duncan, whose art has many points of contact with Impressionism in painting, just as Nijinsky's has with the forms and masses of Cézanne. Under the influence of Cubist experiments, and particularly under the influence of Picasso, dancing became an autonomous art. It was no longer subject to music, but took its place. Kind words for Dalcroze, but we Futurists prefer Loy Fuller and the nigger cakewalk, utilization of electric light and machinery. Machinery's the thing. We must have gestures imitating the movements of motors, pay assiduous court to wings, wheels, pistons, prepare the fusion of man and machine, and so arrive at the metallism of Futurist dancing. Music is fundamentally nostalgic, and on that account rarely of any use in Futurist dancing. Noise, caused by friction and shock of solid bodies, liquids, or high-pressure gases, has become one of the most dynamic elements of Futurist poesy. Noise is the language of the new human mechanical life. So Futurist dancing will be accompanied by organized noises and the orchestra of noisemakers invented by Luigi Russolo. Finally, Futurist dancing will be inharmonious, ungraceful, asymmetrical, dynamic, mot libriste. All this, of course, is plain as a pikestaff. The Futurist aim is simply to run counter to tradition, to go by rule of contrary, to say no when everybody for centuries has been saying yes, and yes when everybody has been saying no. But when it comes to putting this principle into practice, we see at once there are limitations. Thus, take the Marinetti's first example, the aviation dance. The dancer will dance on a big map, which would have pleased the late Lord Salisbury. She must be a continual palpitation of azure veils. On her breast she will wear a celluloid screw, and for her hat, a model monoplane. She will dance before a succession of screens bearing the announcements, 300 meters, 500 meters, etc. She will leap over a heap of green stuffs, indicating a mountain. Organized noises will imitate rain and wind, and continual interruptions of the electric light will simulate lightning, while the dancer will jump through hoops of pink paper, sunset, and blue paper, night, and so forth. Was there ever such a lame and impotent conclusion? The new dancing, so pompously announced, proves to be nothing but the crude symbolism to be seen already in every Christmas pantomime, nay, in every village entertainment or vicar's treat. And we never guessed, when our aunts took us to see the good old fun, that we were witnessing something dynamic in mot libriste. I turn to the Soffici. He finds the philosophy of futurism in the clown, because the clown's supreme wisdom is to run counter to common sense. The universe has no meaning outside the fireworks of phenomena, say the tricks and acts and jokes of the clown. Your problems, your systems are absurd, dear sirs. All's when, and nothing counts save the sport of the imagination. Let us away with our ergotism, with the lure of reason. Let us abandon ourselves entirely to the frenzy of innovations that provoke wonder. It is this emancipation, adds the Soffici, this artificial creation of a lyric reality independent of the nexus of natural manifestations and appearances, this gay symbolism that our aesthetic puts forward as the aim for the new artist. Well, we have seen how gay was the symbolism devised by the Marinetti, and how inadequate, how poor in invention. Dancing that has to be eked out by labeled screens and paper hoops and pyramids of stuffs. That is what we get from the new artist. The old artists had a different way. When they had to symbolize, they did it by dancing, without extraneous aid. When Karsavina symbolized golf, she required no property but a golf ball. All the rest was the light fantastic toe. When Genet symbolized Cinderella's kitchen drudgery, she just seized a broom and danced divinely with it. But that was before the Marinetti made his grand discovery that music is too nostalgic for dancing purposes, and that the one thing needful is organized noise, as organized by Luigi Russolo. No, it is no use trying. I remain an incorrigible pastist. End of section 43. Recording by S.E. Ross, Boerne, Texas.
Section 44 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Section 44. Roswitha. Writing about Roswitha's Callimachus as performed by the Art Theatre, I touched upon the unintentionally comic aspect of a 10th century miracle play to a 20th century audience. Naturally, this is not an aspect of the matter which recommends itself to a lady who is about to publish a translation of Roswitha's plays with a preface by a cardinal. And in a published letter she protests that the fun which the Art Theatre got out of Callimachus was not justified by the text. Let me hasten to acquit the Art Theatre of the misdemeanor attributed to it by Miss Christopher St. John. There was nothing intentionally funny in its performance. The players acted their parts with all possible simplicity and sincerity. The smiling was all on our side of the footlights. But I said that the smile was reverent because of the sacred nature of the subject matter. This opens up the question of the frame of mind in which we moderns ought to approach works of early art. The first effort of a critic, we must all be agreed about that, should be to put himself imaginatively in the artist's place. He has to try to think himself back into the time, the place, the circumstances of the work, and into the artist's temperament, intention, and means of execution. We look at the Madonna of Cimabue in the Church of Santa Maria Novella, and our first impulse is to find her ungainly, uncouth, without spiritual significance. It is only by thinking ourselves back among the Florentines of the 13th century that we can understand and appreciate Cimabue's appeal. But consider how difficult, or rather impossible, that thinking back process is. Consider what we have to unlearn. We have to make ourselves as though we had never seen the Sistine Madonna of Raphael. Much more than that, we have mentally to wipe out 6 centuries of human history. Manifestly it cannot be done. We can never see the Cimabue picture as Cimabue himself saw it, or as his Florentine contemporaries saw it. We have to try, but what we shall at best succeed in attaining is a palimpsest, the imposition of a new artistic interpretation on the old. And when we say that classics are immortal, we only mean that they are capable of yielding a perpetual series of fresh palimpsests, of being perpetually hatched again and hatched different. We cannot see Dante's Commedia as Dante or Dante's first readers saw it. For us its politics are dead and its theology grotesque. It lives for us now by its spirituality, its majesty, and the beauty of its form. But with works that are not classics, works that are not susceptible of a perpetual rebirth, the case is even harder. They are inscriptions that we can no longer decipher. We cannot think ourselves for a moment back in the mind of the author. They have become for us curios. And that is what Roswitha's Callimachus has become, a curio. How can we put ourselves back in the mind of a nun in the convent of Gandersheim in the age of Otho the Great? I say we, for nuns perhaps, having, I assume, a mentality nearer the 10th century than the rest of us, may take a fair shot at it. So too may cardinals, whose august mentality I do not presume to fathom. But it is certain that common worldly men, mere average playgoers, cannot do it. But, it will be objected, are we not, or most of us, still Christians? Are we not still capable of understanding prayers, miracles, saintliness, raising from the dead, conversion, and all the other subject matter of Callimachus? To be sure we are, hence my reverent smile. If Christianity were dead, or, as in Swift's ironical pamphlet, abolished by Act of Parliament, Callimachus would be simply meaningless for us, a nothing, a mere mummery. It is not the matter of the play that provokes our smile, but its form. The fun, says Miss St. John, is not justified by the text. She is thinking of the matter abounding in piety and tending to edification. But in point of fact, the language, the text, at any rate in theatrical representation, far be it from me to prejudice her forthcoming book, has its comic side. Callimachus's abrupt declaration of his passion to Drusiana, and the terms of her rejection of him are both, to a modern audience, irresistibly comic. They are not meaningless, but they are delightfully impossible. They are love-making as imagined by a nun, the very person who, ex hypothesi, knows nothing about it. You have, in fact, precisely the same delicious absurdity proceeding from an imagination necessarily uninstructed by experience as you get in Miss Daisy Ashford's book. Several critics have made this comparison. I am really chagrined not to have thought of it myself, but it should show Miss St. John that I am, at any rate, not the only one who found Callimachus comic. Further, and quite apart from the exquisite naïvetés of its text, the form of the play is so childlike and bland as to be really funny. The players, when not engaged in the action, stand motionless in a semicircle. Changes of scene are indicated by two performers crossing the stage in opposite directions, a genuine cricket over. Characters are understood to be stricken with death when they composedly lie down on their backs. Others trot in pairs round Drusiana's prostrate form, and you understand they are journeying to her tomb. All this, of course, is merely primitive convention. Could we put ourselves back into Roswitha's time, it would pass unnoticed. In our own time, with a different set of conventions that make some attempt at imitation of reality, we naturally laugh at these old conventions. We laugh, but we are interested. Our curiosity is being catered for. We like to see what the old conventions were. The curio, in short, is amusing in the fullest sense of the term. And it leaves us with a desire to know more about Roswitha, the white rose of the 10th century, if that be really the meaning of her name. Perhaps the Cardinal's preface will tell us more. One remark occurs. It seems a little significant that a nun should have written all her plays on the one theme of chastity. It must have been an obsession with her, this virtue to which, as Renan said, nature attaches so little importance. And in hunting her theme, this nun does not scruple to pursue it to the strangest places. She even puts courtesans upon the stage in houses of ill fame. How on earth did the good lady imagine these unconventual topics? The question suggests some puzzles about the psychology of nuns. But one only has to see Callimachus to know that Roswitha must have been as pure as snow, or as a white rose, as innocently ignorant, in fact, of what she was writing about as Miss Daisy Ashford when she described an elopement. End of section 44. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 45 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham Walkley. Pagello. Long before Madame Sand was produced at the Duke of York's Theatre, more had been written all the world over about the trip of Georges Sand and Alfred de Musset to Venice in 1833-4 than about the decline and fall of the Roman Empire or the campaigns of the Great War. A heavy fine should be imposed on any one who needlessly adds a drop of ink to the vast mass of controversy that has raged round that subject, and I promise to leave the main story, which must be known to every adult man and woman in the two hemispheres, severely alone. But there is a subordinate actor in the story, to whom injustice, I think, has been done on all hands, and whose case it would be an act of the merest decency to reconsider. I mean Pietro Pagello. His case was prejudiced from the first by the dissemination of an atrocious libel. When a patient alleges scandalous behaviour between doctor and nurse, it is well to be sure of the witness's mental condition. Now, Musset was suffering, not, as Pagello politely put it, from typhoid fever, but from delirium tremens. This would at once disqualify him as an eye-witness. But the fact is, Musset himself never made the allegation. The story was spread about by Brother Paul, a terrible liar. Pagello had been called in first to attend not Alfred but George herself for severe headache. Half a century later he remembered that her lips were thick and ugly, and her teeth discoloured by the cigarettes she was perpetually smoking. But she charmed him by her wonderful eyes, per gli occhi stupendi. After they had both nursed Alfred to convalescence, the occhi stupendi made short work with the young doctor. In the common phrase, George threw herself at him. People who don't study the facts talk of the new arrangement as though it were a betrayal, but observe that it was of the highest convenience not only to George but to Alfred. It enabled the poet to get away alone to Paris with an easier conscience. It provided George, compelled to stay on in Venice to complete her tale of copy, with a protector. But we are in 1834, with romanticism at its most ecstatic and sublime. So the convenience of the situation is draped in phrases and bedewed with tears. Alfred shed them with enthusiasm, while Pagello swore to him to look after the happiness of George. Il nostro amore per Alfredo was Pagello's delightful way of putting it, a singular trio. Evidently poor Pagello was George's slave. What was a poor young Venetian medical gentleman to do? A foreign lady with occhi stupendi and a habit of writing 8 or 9 hours a day on end, handed over to him with tears of enthusiasm by a grateful patient. Anyhow, Pagello showed his sense by removing the lady to cheaper lodgings. When Venice grew a little too hot, he escorted her on a trip to Tyrol, taking her on the way, such were the pleasing manners of the time, to see his father. He was a little short with me, says the son, but he received her with courtesy hospitalita, and the pair discussed French literature. Mr. Max Beerbohm should draw the picture. It has been the fashion to dismiss Pagello as a mere nincompoop, but if he had been that, a George Sand would not have cared a rap for him, and he would have been terrified by George. As it was, when she asked him to take her back to Paris, he chucked his practice and cheerfully parted with his pictures and plate to provide funds for the journey. He was, at any rate, a disinterested lover, but the truth seems to be he was not passionate enough for George. Pagello is an angel of virtue, she writes to Musset. He is so full of sensibility and so good. He surrounds me with care and attention. For the first time in my life I love without passion. Well, for my part, I feel the need to suffer for someone. Oh, why couldn't I live between the two of you and make you happy without belonging to either? But by the time she had reached Paris, she was already thinking of belonging to Alfred again, and door-stepped Pagello. Her Parisian set, of course, made fun of him. The poor gentleman's situation was indeed sufficiently awkward, but it is not true, as it is the fashion to say, that he was sent straight back. George, who had retreated to Nohant, invited him there, but he had the good sense to decline. She was afraid he might be in want of money, and wrote to a friend, "He will never take it from a woman, even as a loan." She, at any rate, knew he was a gentleman. But the Italians, with all their romantic traditions, are a practical people. Finding himself adrift in Paris, Pagello remembered his profession and stayed on as long as he could to study surgery, with such substantial result that he subsequently became one of the chief surgeons in Italy, and gained a special reputation, it is said, in lithotomy. Thus may a fantastic love adventure be turned to good account. I take my facts about Pagello from Madame Vladimir Karenin's George Sand, 1899 to 1912, the one authentic and exhaustive work on the subject. He died over 90 years of age after the first two of her 3 volumes were published, and what one likes most of all about him is that till very near the end of his life he kept his mouth tight shut about the great adventure of his youth. A mere nincompoop could not have done that. In 1881, the Italian press happened to be reviving the story of the Venetian amour, and they succeeded in getting from Pagello a few of George's letters and some modest, manly reminiscences. He had no piquant scandals to disclose, and merely showed, quite unconsciously, that he was far the most decent of the strange 3 involved in the Venetian adventure. As for the Pagello of the new play, the American dramatist has made him just a tame, hopelessly bewildered donkey. He is provided with a fierce Italian sweetheart to bring him back safe, if scolded, from Paris to Italy. He lives freely on other people's money, George's, when it isn't Alfred's. After all, it doesn't matter, for all the people of the play are mere travesties of the originals, turned in the published book of the play, though not at the Duke of York's, into modern American citizens. Boulotz talks of boosting his subscriptions. Alfred says George is like a noisy old clock that won't stop ticking. Oh, dear! End of section 45.
Section 46 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Chapter 46. Stendhal. In reviewing the performance by the new Shakespeare Company of King Henry V, I was reminded by one of Henry's lines at Agincourt, "We few, we happy few, we band of brothers," to speak, it may have seemed a trifle incongruously, of Stendhal. But it was Stendhal who said, "Je n'écris que pour les happy few." No quotation could have been more appropriate. Stendhal's readers have always been few, but they have been enthusiastic. in his lifetime he was hardly read at all, though Balzac gave him a magnificent puff, so magnificent that even Stendhal himself was taken aback by it, and infused a little irony into his thanks. He supposed himself to be ahead of his time, and in 1840 said he would be understood somewhere about 1880. It was rather a good shot, for somewhere about that date there came into being the fierce tribe of Stendhalians who founded the Stendhal Club, and included in their number no less a man than Monsieur Paul Bourget. But the vicissitudes of literary reputations are as uncertain as anything in this world, and Monsieur Bourget wondered what would be thought of Stendhal in another 40 years, namely in 1920. Well, 1920 has arrived, as the years have the habit of doing with abominable rapidity, and anyone who likes can seek for an answer to Monsieur Bourget's question. I will hazard a guess. I doubt if, in the interval, there has been very much change in Stendhal's position. Now, as in 1880, Stendhal is read and immoderately loved by the happy few, and ignored or detested by the rest. But in enjoying him, the happy few contrived to take him a little less seriously than did the Stendhal Club. That process goes on with even greater reputations. Croce, we are told, takes Dante more lightly than has been the habit of Italian critics in the last half-century. We English are gradually learning to discuss Shakespeare as a human being. And here, pat to the occasion, is a paper on Stendhal in the Revue de Paris by M. Anatole France, which handles its subject with the easy Anatolian grace we all know, and does, perhaps at the same time, indicate what the readers of 1920 think of Stendhal, though none of them would express their thought of him with the same charm. It would probably occur to none of them, for instance, as it does to Anatole France, to begin an appreciation of Stendhal with a statement that he had a leg. Modern costume has abolished this advantage, but Stendhal lived, at any rate for the greater part of his life, in the knee breeches period, when calves were on exhibition. Unluckily, Stendhal's calves do not appear in the portrait prefixed to the correspondence, but only the head, which is rather quaintly ugly. Quaint ugliness in men is not displeasing to women, or where would most of us be? But what ne'er won fair lady is faint heart, and Stendhal was timid. Thus, as a young man, Stendhal is said to have loved Mademoiselle Victorine Monnier for 5 years before he spoke to her. He was not sure that, even then, she knew who he was, and this was the man who wrote a treatise de l'amour, a delightful book to skim through nevertheless, and preaches that every woman can be captured by direct assault. I remember once talking to the wife of a popular novelist, a great enthusiast for love, about her husband's variety and virtuosity on this subject. She replied without enthusiasm, "Yes, in his books, on the same point, M. France reports a capital soubresaut saying of Renan's, Les Européens font preuve d'une déplorable indécision en tout ce qui concerne la conjonction des sexes." As might have been expected from a writer for the happy few, Stendhal did not suffer fools gladly. A man must have the social, the gregarious spirit for that, and Stendhal lived much to himself. That being so, he could not hope to escape boredom. An incurable ennui lurks behind many of his pages. His enemies would say, in them. He even got bored with Italy, as so many others of a century ago, who began as enthusiastic lovers, got bored. Byron went to Greece, and Shelley took to yachting with a fatal result we know, because each was bored with Italy. But Stendhal, in his later years, had to put up with it at Civitavecchia, which, for a literary gent, must have been a deadly dull place in 1840, and would not, I imagine, be very lively even now. Indeed, his existence, after his early experiences with the Grand Army, seems to have been quiet, solitary, and slow. Perhaps that is why his books, his MSS, his letters, are so full of mysterious disguises, initials, pseudonyms, codes, erasures, as though he were being watched by censors and hunted by spies. It was a way of creating for himself an imaginary atmosphere of adventure. Monsieur France has some good things to say about Stendhal's style. Monsieur Burgess calls his prose algebraic, which is rather hard. But there are many ways of writing, says Monsieur France, and one can succeed at it perfectly without any art, just as one can be a great writer without correctness, as Henri IV was in his letters and Saint-Simon in his memoirs. No one would read Le Rouge et le Noir or La Chartreuse de Parme as the Duchess in a Pinero play said she read her French novel for the style. Anatole France commits himself to a very definite statement. No Frenchman, he says, in Stendhal's time wrote well. The French language was altogether lost, and every author at the beginning of the 19th century wrote ill, with the sole exception of Paul Louis Courier. The disaster to the language, begun in the youth of Mirabeau, increased under the Revolution, despite those giants of the Tribune, Vergniaud, Saint-Just, Robespierre, compared with whom our orators of today seem noisy children, despite Camille Desmoulins, author of the last well-written pamphlet France was to read. The evil was aggravated under the Empire and the Restoration. It became a frightful thing in the works of Thiers and of Guizot. This, from the greatest living master of French, is not without its interest. No one could say the same thing of our English prose in the same period, a period that gave us, to take a few instances at random, Cowper's letters and Byron's, and the essays of Elia. Stendhal then was not remarkable for style, but one gathers that in the rare occurrence of congenial society, he was a good talker. One would give something to have been third in the box at La Scala, when Stendhal, a young officer of Napoleon, met an old, lanky, melancholy general of artillery, no other than Choderlos de Laclos, author, before the Revolution, of Les Liaisons Dangereuses. Stendhal, as a child, had known the original of Laclos' infamous Madame de Merteuil, an original who appears to have been even worse than the copy. Some years later, Georges Sand, on her way to Italy with Musset, met Stendhal on a Rhone steamer, and he told her a story which, she said, shocked her. She does not repeat it. One would really rather like to hear a story which could shock Georges Sand. End of section 46. Recording by Ulrike Denis.
Section 47 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Jules Lemaître. It was in the first week of August, 1914. The crowd on the seafront was outwardly as gay as ever, only buying up the evening papers with a little more eagerness than usual to read the exciting news from Belgium. We had not had time to realize what war meant. Someone held out a paper to me and said quite casually, "I see Lemaître is dead." This event seemed to me for the moment bigger than the war itself. At any rate, it came more intimately home to me. The world in an uproar, nations toppling to ruin, millions of men in arms, these are only vague mental pictures. They disquiet the imagination, but are not to be realized by it. The death of your favorite author, the spiritual companion and solace of half a lifetime, is of an infinitely sharper reality, and you feel it as though it were a physical pang. Lemaître died where, whenever he could, he had lived at Tavers in the Loiret, the heart of France. He was always writing about Tavers, though he never named it by its name. In describing the far-off cruises of Loti and the indefatigable touristry of Bourget, he says, "There is somewhere a big orchard that goes down to a brook edged with willows and poplars." It is for me the most beautiful landscape in the world, for I love it, and it knows me. To understand Lemaître, you must keep that little vignette affectionately in your mind, as he did. Monsieur Henri Bordeaux, in his charming little monograph, Jules Lemaître, rightly insists upon Lemaître's passionate love for his native countryside. But you never can tell. His insistence seems only to have bored a recent reviewer of the book. The insistence on Lemaître's patriotism and on his being l'homme de sa terre is a little wearying. Of course he was l'homme de sa terre, but he was many other things, or we should never have heard of him. As who should say, of course, Cyrano had a nose, but he had many other things, or we should never have heard of him. But Cyrano's nose was a conspicuous feature, and if we are not told of it, we shall not fully understand Cyrano. So with Lemaître's love of his countryside by the Loire. It made him, to begin with, an incorrigible stay-at-home. In this, as in so many other things, he was a typical Frenchman. We English, born roamers as we are, take for granted the educative influence of travel. Places and people we know by elementary experience are only to be realized by being seen on the spot. Lemaître thought otherwise. Why, he asked, need I go to England? I can get all England out of Dickens and George Eliot, and my friend Bourget's Impressions de Voyage. And then he drew a picture of England as he confidently believed it to be, that is, about as like it as, say, the average untravelled Englishman's notion of Tavers. He was never tired of quoting a passage of the Imitation about the variety of changing sky and scene, but a cloistered monk is not exactly an authority on this subject. Again, the fact that Lemaître was l'homme de sa terre is of vital literary importance. It affected not only the spirit, but the actual direction of his criticism. It inclined him to ignore or to misapprehend those features in a foreign author that precisely marked how he also, in his turn, was the man of his countryside, and that very different from the banks of the Loire. Some of his comments on Shakespeare, for instance, are of a Gallicism almost Voltairian, and it fostered illusions like that which possessed him about the northern literatures, Ibsen, Hauptmann, Strindberg, and so forth, that they were mere belated imitators of the French romantics. The fact that Lemaître was essentially a man of his province involved the fact that his criticism now and then was also provincial. Indeed, his very provincialism heightened his enjoyment of Paris and sharpened his sense of Parisianism. Things which the born Parisian takes for granted were delightful novelties for him, challenging observation and analysis. Il est, said Degas, toujours bien content d'être à Paris. He was bien content because he was the young man from the country, the man from Tavers. The phenomenon is familiar all the world over. Further, the fact that Lemaître remained l'homme de sa terre, still getting his clothes from the village tailor, never so much at home as among the farmers, country schoolmasters, and peasants he had known from his infancy, gives a quite peculiar savour to his remarks on Le Monde, the great fashionable scene which he describes and analyzes, to be sure, as a philosopher, but as a philosopher who is consciously and indeed defiantly an outsider. These are all integral parts of Lemaître's critical individuality. Without them he would have been another man altogether, a point so obvious to all lovers of Lemaître that it would never have occurred to me to mention it, had it not been for our reviewer's weariness of being reminded that he was l'homme de sa terre. Evidently the reviewer cannot forgive Lemaître for his treatment of the décadents and the symbolistes and other cranks. Think of the people Lemaître missed. The people include, it seems, Mauriat, Laforgue, Samin, and Rimbaud. Well, after thinking of these people, many of us will be resigned to missing them with Lemaître. It is odd that the reviewer, while hunting for objections to Lemaître's criticism as criticism, should have missed the really valid one, that it is often not so much critical as high fantastical. Lemaître was apt to be carried away by his imagination and to run through a varied assortment of comparisons, associations, and parallels that colored rather than cleared the issue. The rigorous Croce has in passing laid his finger upon this. He quotes Lemaître en Corneille. Paléeucte, says the critic, recalls at once St. Paul, Huss, Calvin, and Prince Kropotkin, and awakes the same curiosity as a Russian nihilist of the kind to be seen in Paris in bygone years in some brasserie, of whom the whisper went round that at St. Petersburg he had killed a general or a prefect of police. Croce dismisses this sort of thing as ricami di fantasia, and certainly from the point of view of strict criticism it is a weakness of Lemaître's. After all, however, as the counsel in Pickwick pleaded about something else, it is an amiable weakness. It makes him such incomparably good reading. Heaven forbid that I should reopen the old stupid, stale controversy about impressionist and judicial criticism. But it is obvious that the one sort does explicitly acknowledge and glory in what is implicit in the other, the individual temperament and talent of the critic himself. If the impressionist, who gives free play to his temperament, is apt sometimes to get out of bounds, to be substituting ricami di fantasia for strict analysis, he may be all the more stimulating to the reader. He may be giving the reader not scrupulous criticism, but something better. It all depends, of course, on the temperament and the talent. Lemaître's ricami di fantasia are part, if not the best part, of his charm. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Pastiche and Prejudice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jenny McCann. Pastiche and Prejudice by Arthur Bingham WALKLEY. Jane Austen. The amusing parlor game of Jane Austen topography is always being played somewhere. A few years ago there was a correspondence in the Literary Supplement about the precise position of Emma's Highbury on the map. Some Austenites voted for Esher, others for Cobham, others again for Bookham. There has been another correspondence about Mansfield Park. Lady Vaux of Harrowden identifies it with Easton Neston, near Towcester. Sir Francis Darwin and the Master of Downing are for Easton in Huntingdonshire. People have consulted Patterson's roads about it. Mr. McKinnon KC points out that it must have been about 4 miles north of Northampton. But I like him best when he says, "I do not suppose any actual park was in Jane Austen's mind." Brigadier, vous avez raison. I do not suppose any actual place was in Jane Austen's mind when she assigned her personages a home or a lodging. You might as well try to fix the number of the house in Gracechurch Street where Elizabeth's uncle lived. Are we not shown the real old curiosity shop, and the real Bleak House, and Juliet's tomb at Verona, and the exact point of the Cobb where Louisa Musgrove fell? It is easy to see why Jane Austen lends herself more readily than most writers to this topographical game. She was very fond of topographical color, giving not only real place names to the neighborhood of the fictitious homes, but exact distances in miles. It was so many miles from Highbury to Kingston Market-place, and so many to Box Hill. Yet she was always vague about the exact spot from which these distances were calculated, for there her imagination had its home. It was her private paradise of dainty devices. She wanted a free hand there, unhampered by maps, road books, and other intrusions from the actual world. In fact, she did with real places just what Scott, say, did with historical people, kept them to surround the imaginary center of the tale. You can identify Charles Edward, but not Waverley. You can identify Nottingham, but not Mansfield Park. It is a mercy that Jane Austen never describes houses. Never describes them, I mean, with the minute and tedious particularity of a Balzac, or the topographical game would have been supplemented by an architectural one, and we should have had the real Mansfield Park pointed out to us from its description, like Hawthorne's House of the Seven Gables. Indeed, she never in the modern sense describes anything. never indulges in description for its own sake. She never even expatiated on the beauties of nature, taking them for granted, and indeed, on at least one famous occasion, when strawberries were being picked while the apple trees were still in bloom at Donwell Abbey, rather mixing them up. Her descriptions always had a practical purpose. If it rained in Bath, it was in order that Anne might, or might not, meet Captain Wentworth. We know that Sir Thomas's own dear room at Mansfield Park was next to the billiard room, because the novelist wanted us to know how he came plump upon the ranting Mr. Yates. But that detail, thank goodness, won't enable us to identify Mansfield Park. Doesn't it argue a rather matter-of-fact frame of mind? I say it with all respect to the correspondents of the Literary Supplement, this persistent tendency to identify the imaginary with the actual, the geographical, the historical. There is a notable instance of it in the letters of Henry James. The novelist had described in the Bostonians a certain veteran philanthropist, Miss Birdseye. Forthwith all Boston identified the imaginary Miss Birdseye with the real Miss Peabody. "I am quite appalled," writes Henry James to his brother William, "by your note in which you assault me on the subject of my having printed a portrait from life of Miss Peabody. I was in some measure prepared for it by Lowell's, as I found the other day, taking it for granted that she had been my model, and an allusion to the same effect in a note from Aunt Kate. Still, I didn't expect the charge to come from you. I hold that I have done nothing to deserve it. Miss Birdseye was conceived entirely from my moral consciousness, like every other person I have ever drawn." It is odd that a man like William James, a professed student of the human mind and its workings, should have made such a mistake. I remember a saying attributed years ago to Jowett about the two brothers. One, he remarked, was a writer of fiction, and the other a psychologist, and the fiction was all psychology, and the psychology all fiction. Anyhow, I think if anyone had written to Jane Austen to tax her with Highbury being Esher or Mansfield Park Easton Neston, she would have been able to reply that they were conceived entirely from her moral consciousness. And I fancy she would have smiled at her little trick of giving the exact mileage from her imaginary centre to real places, having sold so many worthy people. Very likely she would have brought the topographical game into the Hartfield family circle, as a suitable alternative for Mr. Elton's enigmas, charades, conundrums, and polite puzzles, or for Mr. Woodhouse's Kitty, a fair but frozen maid, which made him think of poor Isabella, who was very near being christened Katherine after her grandmamma. The truth, surely, is that this place-hunting, this seeking to identify the imaginary with the actual map-marked spot, is only a part of the larger misconception of imaginative work, the misconception which leads to a perpetual search for the originals of an author's personages, especially when these personages have a full, vivid life of their own. Jane Austen has often been compared to Shakespeare, ever since Macaulay set the fashion. Well, it is naturally upon Shakespeare that this misconception has wreaked its worst. Commentators have gravely presented us with the original of Falstaff, of Sir Toby Belch, of Dogberry, nay, of Iago. Surely the only originals of these people were Shakespeare himself. What were they but certain Shakespearean moods, humours, intimate experiences, temptations felt but resisted, impulses controlled in actual life but allowed free play in imaginative reverie? No one that I know of has been foolish enough to charge Jane Austen with copying any of her characters from actual individuals. But if you are in quest of identifications, is it not possible to identify many of them, the women at any rate, for of course her women bear the stamp of authentic reality much more plainly than her men? Is it not possible to identify them with sides, tendencies, moods of Jane Austen herself? Here I know I am at variance with a distinguished authority from whom it is always rash to differ. Professor Raleigh says, "Sympathy with her characters she frequently has, identity never. Not in the high-spirited Elizabeth Bennet, not in that sturdy young patrician Emma, not even in Anne Elliot of Persuasion, is the real Jane Austen to be found. She stands forever aloof." Pass for Emma and Elizabeth, but the even in the case of Anne gives me courage. We are not, of course, talking of identity in regard to external circumstances. Jane Austen was not the daughter of a Somersetshire baronet, and did not marry a captain in the navy. But that Jane only sympathized with the heart and mind of Anne Elliot is to my thinking absurdly short of the truth. that the adventures of Anne's soul, her heart-beatings, misgivings, and intimate reassurances about Wentworth's feelings for her had been Jane Austen's own, is to me as certain as though we had the confession under her own hand and seal. The woman who drew Anne's timid, doubting, wondering love must have been in love herself, and in that way. One short sentence settles that for me. The consciousness of love disposes Anne to pity everyone as being less happy than herself. What lover does not know that secret feeling? And if he had never loved, would he have guessed it by sympathy? You will find, by the way, the very same secret divulged by Balzac in one of his love letters to Madame Hanska. Among the feelings she inspires him with is, I know not what disdain in contemplating other men. In the face of this, what need to go ransacking Jane Austen's letters or memoir for evidence that she had a love affair? No, it is because there is most of Jane Austen's spiritual identity in Anne that Persuasion is the sweetest, tenderest, and truest of her books. I apologize for having wandered from Mansfield Park and Easton Neston and the other engaging futilities of the parlor game. End of section 48. Recording by Jenny McCann.